holding everything up, trying to add one more thing in to say it's a really big bill. I'm going to try to get my one piece. One thing that we worked on in a bipartisan way, Senator Coons and I, was working on this one area about not-for-profits. The not-for-profits are part of our social safety net. Our communities are put together by our families. And the people that walk alongside our families are local nonprofits. And when those can't meet the needs, then government steps in to meet the needs. Our nonprofits are teetering on the edge right now. This bill allows the nonprofits to be a part of this whole focus on small businesses being able to get loan and sustain their personnel. It also allows individuals that want to donate to local nonprofits to be able to write that off as an incentive for folks to be more engaged on that. That's a reasonable proposal of how to be able to help. It's a bipartisan solution that Senator Coons and I have, but we can't get to it and vote on it because we're trying to be held up by some bizarre new thing that's thrown in every couple of hours that are unrelated to COVID-19 or the perpetual statement of, it's only $2 trillion, it's not enough. This government's not even set up to be able to distribute $2 trillion. Let's get this out the door. Let's get something started, and let's keep the battle going for the other things. But for the sake of our nonprofits, for the sake of our small businesses, for the sake of people that want to stay employed, the people that are small business and restaurant owners and coffee shop owners and retailers, for the sake of them, why don't we just go ahead and get this vote on? And stop delaying it, trying to add one more special interest something into it. I move that we get going and get this done. And I'd encourage my colleagues on the other side to stop trying to renegotiate everything we've already negotiated and to stop adding one more thing. Let's make the one more thing a vote. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier I was on the floor and talked about how important it is, along with my fellow colleagues, how important it is that we move this bill and that we get it done now. I mean, it's very important that we get it done now, and we talked about a lot of different things, but one of the points that I wanted to make, because I work with it so much, as do some of my colleagues that are going to join me here, and that's making sure that we're also addressing rural America, our farmers, our ranchers, agriculture, rural America. That's the food supply that everyone depends on every single day, and it's so critically important all the time, but particularly at a time like this when we're faced with a pandemic, that we keep that food supply working and moving the whole food chain, all the way from the farmer and rancher all the way up to the consumer. And as a result of what our farmers and ranchers do, every single American benefits from the lowest cost, highest quality food supply in the history of the world, and they can count on it. They can count on it. So as we pass this Phase 3 bill, which is now, I think, about $1.8 trillion, we cannot leave the farmers and ranchers of America out of the bill. It's that simple. Because every single American depends on them every single day. And not just Americans, but people around the globe. So it's so important that we include agriculture in this bill, and that's what we have worked to do. We have worked to make sure that there is provision in there, so whether it's our cattle producers or whether it's our farmers raising crops across this great nation, that they can continue to do what they do every day on behalf of all Americans. And so I talked about that a little bit earlier, but some of my colleagues want to join in emphasizing how critically important that our farmers and ranchers and rural America is part of this legislation. You know, you see on television the cities every day and what's going on in the cities. In New York or San Francisco or wherever it may be, we get it. There's a lot of people there, and they're close together, and it's a huge challenge. But the food, the sustenance, the food, fuel, and fiber they get every day comes from the heartland, comes from the rural areas. It doesn't just come from the grocery store. It comes from rural America. And we've got to be there for them, keep them going so that they can supply people across this nation and communities, large and small. So I'd like to turn to my good friend from the state of Kansas and ask that clearly a state known as part of the breadbasket of this nation, and ask that the good senator from Kansas be allowed to make some comments.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the leadership of my colleagues, and particularly today Senator Hoeven on his efforts. He chairs the subcommittee on appropriations on agriculture and rural development. We're joined here by the senator from Nebraska, Senator Fisher, and the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, my colleague from Kansas, to highlight something that is potentially going to be absent from this legislation. Earlier this month, I asked Secretary Perdue in a letter that I was joined with by many of my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, to look for a way to be helpful, particularly to livestock producers, the men and women who raise cattle, who feed cattle, who are the backbone of the ag economy, are certainly a huge and critical component of how we earn a living in Kansas. Both Republicans and Democrats signed the letter asking that Secretary Perdue take steps. The reason this is necessary, at least according to Kansas State University research, since the arrival of Corona, since January, $8 to $9 billion in lost income has occurred for livestock producers in this country. That is a huge and significant amount of money, and one that is hard to recover from. So the chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee, Senator Hoeven, indicated about the importance of rural America. This is absolutely about feeding not only the rest of our country, but the globe in its entirety. And I would highlight, before I return to this conversation about agriculture, I would highlight how difficult it is in rural America to recover from an economic challenge. Certainly our cattlemen and our livestock producers, our farmers and ranchers recognize we've seen instance in which farmers are going out of business. I would put on top of that, since 2013, on-the-farm income in Kansas is down 50% since 2013. You add this crisis to the challenge, and many of my farmers and ranchers probably will not survive this crisis. So we're asking the Secretary of Agriculture to come to our aid. What we discovered is that the Commodity Credit Corporation, the CCC, needed to be replenished. Money had been spent from the CCC. So we proposed in this bill that is being debated now that the CCC be replenished. $20 billion restored to the Commodity Credit Corporation. We were told by our Democrat colleagues that they wanted to make certain the money couldn't just be spent on the livestock side. And so the provision in this bill, bipartisan agreement, certainly agreement on the side of all of us that we care about farmers as well as ranchers, and so we changed the language to make certain that the Secretary of Agriculture use CCC funds not only for livestock producers, but also for the cultivation, the crop side of agriculture. Incidentally, my colleagues on the Democrat side asked that their names be removed from the letter. I don't understand what happened in a matter of just a day or two in which they decided they were not interested in agriculture producers, livestock producers in particular. And then within the last couple of days, we now learned that the Democrats, I'm not in the room, so I can't verify this, but I'm told by those who presumably know that Democrats are opposed to this provision being included in the bill at all. We cannot forget livestock producers and agriculture as we try to deal with the economic consequences of COVID-19. It is a huge challenge. And so I would ask my Democrat colleagues, those who signed the letters and others who visited with me and my colleagues about trying to solve this problem. I don't know what's going on in the rooms that I'm not a part of, but we need to make certain that an end result is where we started, taking care of those who produce the food and fiber of our nation. While I have the floor, let me point out the challenges of rural America just a couple of steps further and why it is so important to get this done today, now. Community hospitals, significant resources in this bill to try to keep the doors of our hospitals, to keep our physicians practicing medicine, to keep the pharmacy on Main Street are involved in this bill. The number of the dentist, A dentist is a pretty important person in a small town in Kansas. The optometrist, a huge component of how we deliver health care. Very small businesses. Many of them are solo practitioners, and they employ just a handful of people. This bill will help them, and yet it is now stymied. And I would say that even if you're not a health care provider, this bill is important to every small business in Kansas. And it's important to the business, not for the business sake, but for the people who work for that business. We want that sole proprietor, but we want that business that employs 10, 5, 50 people. A lot of small manufacturers in Kansas that produce agricultural equipment. They are on the cusp of being put out of business, and what is so dramatic in rural America is if we lose a business, the chances of reviving it in the future disappears. Almost all of our businesses in small towns across Kansas and around the nation are hanging on already by a thread. This is the factor now that may put them out of business, likely to put them out of business, and the chances of them then coming back into business when this is over, virtually none. Our businesses are run by small families, by individuals, by people who often run a business for the sole purpose of making certain their community has a business. We can linger no longer and expect that it will get better if we don't take action to help them preserve their business and the people who work for them, and we do it now, not later. Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Nebraska, to the senator from North Dakota.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the senator from Kansas for his remarks and for his strong work on behalf of not just the livestock industry, and of course, Kansas, obviously, a huge role in the cattle industry, but for all of agriculture. You're always there and deeply appreciative. Before I recognize our next colleague, I do want to make a little change in the order here, Mr. President. If I could, I'd like to recognize our colleague from Michigan, who is the ranking member on the Ag Committee. She had some thoughts that she wanted to interject, and I would be willing to defer to her at this point.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
I just wanted to share some thoughts, and I appreciate the discussion. Obviously, as you know, Senator Roberts and I have basically co-authored the last two farm bills, and we all care deeply about rural America. I grew up in rural America, and we've got to get things done that are going to help small towns in rural America. The distinguished senator from North Dakota and I have been talking about what we need to be doing in a number of ways. And I just wanted to indicate that when we talk about the needs that have been addressed through the market facilitation payments and so on, that I think we have a joint interest in making sure all of agriculture that has been hurt will be benefited by this. I understand the concerns about livestock. About half the cash receipts of the country are what we broadly call specialty crops. I can tell you, as the #1 producer of tart cherries in the country, maybe the world, we have been hit so very hard by unfair practices with Turkey that we could lose the industry. And yet we've received no help so far from the CCC. And so if we're going to move forward, you know, I have supported and will continue to support doing things we need to do for farmers. But we have to recognize all of the needs, and I'm certainly willing to work with you on that, because that has to happen. And I would finally say this. On the one end, we have our farmers. On the other end, we have all of us who eat. We've got a lot of folks in between that think the food comes from the grocery store. A lot of kids, you know, one of the reasons I support having school gardens is for children to understand that it actually is a lot of hard work and food comes from our farmers. But part of all of this, when we look at this large package, and I know there's a concern about not leaving farmers out, we can't leave people who are at this point struggling to eat out as well. And so having a SNAP increase, we've done in every other crisis we've had an temporary increase in SNAP funds. We desperately need to do that as well. And we know that one of the best economic stimuluses is to provide people with food assistance who immediately have to spend it in the grocery store. And our grocery store owners, large and small, are challenged and going to be challenged. And this all goes right back to the farmer. So I thank you for yielding some time. I just want to say that there are many of us on both sides of the aisle care deeply, certainly about agriculture. We had the largest vote, 87 out of 100, Mr. Chairman, of people who voted for the last farm bill. I think almost maybe every Democrat did. We want to make sure we're supporting our farmers. We want to make sure that families are lifted up who are struggling. I'm getting the calls from churches and food banks and everyone who are desperately concerned about families right now. We can't leave our families behind either. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the
Dakota.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Senator from Michigan. No question, she's been a strong advocate for agriculture. Appreciate that. Appreciate the willing to work on this. It is imperative that we include our farmers and ranchers in this legislation, and so I look forward to continuing to work with you. But we do need to get to something that we can approve and include in the package. So thank you, and thank you for your comments. And I would turn to my colleague from Nebraska again. By way of turning to her, the cattle industry has lost between $7 and $9 billion over the last 2 months. The cattle industry, and I know, Mr. President, the cattle industry is important in your state. Over the last 2 months, it's lost between $7 and $9 billion. That's 2 months. And so that's why this is very urgent. We need to act, and I would turn to the senator from Nebraska for her comments.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank my colleague from North Dakota for really being a leader in recognizing the needs that we have across rural America, the needs that we are facing in the heartland for farmers, ranchers, rural communities, rural hospitals. When we're looking at this pandemic and the effects it has all across this country, we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are a very diverse nation. We are a nation of condensed urban areas, and we are a nation with extreme vastness. I happen to live in a county which is in the middle of cattle country here in the United States, where we have less than 1 person per square mile, and there's over 6,000 square miles in my county. We understand what being rural means. We understand the differences that exist, not just within the state of Nebraska, but that exist here in this country. And we believe that that diversity needs to be recognized when we are talking about providing relief to families, relief to small businesses, and recovery. But first we have to get to the relief. We can't get on this bill right now, which what I hear from my constituents, and I know all of you, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, I know all of you are hearing from your constituents how really ridiculous we look, because we can't get on a bill for political reasons. I hope that as we move forward, we are able to provide relief to families. People are in need, people are hurting, people are scared, and we are here talking, which is a good thing if we come to a positive outcome, but we don't have much time. We have small businesses across this country that are hurting. I've heard from my dentist, I've heard from my neighbors who are very concerned about what's going on and if they're even going to be able to provide for their employees, their families, and have a business to come back to. But when you talk about livestock, I think Nebraskans have a good understanding of that, because livestock is the economic engine in the state of Nebraska. It's the biggest revenue provider in agriculture in the state of Nebraska. It is a part of that ag economy that drives our state's economy. And that's why working on provisions that are going to help producers helps every single person in my state. We reached out in my office to a number of my friends and my neighbors who are family ranchers, family farmers, and asked them, you know, what's going on. The senator from North Dakota talked about the losses, extreme losses that we're looking at. And when I'm talking about farmers and ranchers, I'm talking about family farmers and family ranchers, and how people are looking at their families, they're looking at their neighbors, they're looking at their communities. This coronavirus is adding another dimension to an already battered agriculture economy. And this disease has been driving down crop and livestock prices. And therefore, I am adamant that in this bill, we have to provide relief to address that. And my colleague from North Dakota, to be able to lead on this and come up with a solution that will help families, neighborhoods, communities, and my state, I thank him. We've seen ag futures that have been dropping since February. Prices that have been offered for ranchers' cattle have been dropping. Ethanol plants, they're starting to idle. They're starting to close down across the country. And there's a lot of unsold grain that is sitting out in the countryside, or it's in farm storage right now. In cattle, I can speak to this. We've seen large volumes of negotiated cattle being procured at lower prices. We've seen sharply rising boxed beef market, both in volume and in price. As of last Thursday, Mr. President, cattle volume at live auctions declined by 75%. And that's due to folks who are practicing social distancing. And that, in turn, has caused a $10 to $15 drop in market price. Feeder cattle sales have slowed down. If you drive around counties in my state where we see a lot of fed cattle, you'll see empty pens. Feeders are getting hit twice, and arguably the hardest. Suppliers, which include ethanol plants, they're telling feeders that they have maybe 1 to 2 weeks max where they can provide feed to them. And then those family farms, they're going to be in trouble because those ethanol plants are going to idle or they're going to shut down, and that's going to cause feeders to worry about supply. The panic buying that we're seeing in the news, it can be correlated back to that high volume of beef that's being sold. We can see packers are selling large volumes of beef with outstanding consumer demand. You know, as a cattle rancher, you want to see that consumer demand. But not in these times when they're so uncertain. We've had packers communicate that they're going to continue to ramp up production. We are grateful for that, and it is needed to meet that high demand. Beef sales are increasing, boxed beef prices are, and producers, Mr. President, producers need to be able to share in the price gains of this unexpected surge in demand. In reality, the opposite has been happening. I've been working with my colleagues on measures that's in the CARES Act to provide some relief to people in my state and across the heartland who are working to keep the world fed during this pandemic. The provision that we have in this current version of the bill, it will help provide relief to cow-calf producers and feeders through a commodity credit corporation, the CCC that we've talked about, so we can have that increase, so that livestock, beef, pork, poultry can be included. And that can also assist other commodities. This provision is needed. These dollars are the vehicle that we can use to help our producers get the relief that they need during these tough times. You know, so many times I hear from my neighbors, you leave agriculture out all the time. You don't think about rural America. Well, we do. We always do. And we have now to listen to colleagues on the other side put off a vote is appalling. People are suffering. People must be helped. We need to be here to provide relief and to have a plan for recovery. We have that. We worked in a bipartisan way to have it. Agriculture must be a part of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
I'd like to thank the senator from Nebraska for her very powerful and heartfelt comments. And I have to say, she knows of what she speaks. You know, coming from Nebraska and being in agriculture, nobody sees it out there more directly and understands what our farmers and ranchers are going through than she does. And so I really do appreciate her comments. And I think she brings home very clearly how we need to make sure that our farmers and ranchers are part of this important effort as we seek to battle this pandemic. So again, I can't thank her enough for her heartfelt comments. And I would like to turn now to our colleague from the state of Mississippi for her comments.
Thank you, Senator Hoven.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as we continue to navigate this unprecedented position we find ourselves in because of this extremely contagious virus, I want to bring one issue to the attention of all of my colleagues. You know, anyone who's been on social media has seen the empty shelves in the grocery stores throughout the country. The last shortage we need right now is within our American farmers. We are going to be able to feed this country, but only if we keep the farmers in business. With virtually every restaurant in this country being on shutdown now, we have never found ourselves here. They are not ordering the food that they normally order because they are on shutdown. To be here in the city of Washington, D.C., and every restaurant closed except a few for takeout, that is one market our farmers have just lost in this position that we're in. We don't need to, we have to make sure our food production continues. You know, as a former ag commissioner of the wonderful state of Mississippi, I can speak to this firsthand when this market slows down. It doesn't move the needle a little bit, it moves the needle a lot. The emergency supplemental appropriations portion, Division B of the Coronavirus Phase 3 legislation, provides that critical support for American farmers and ranchers that are truly being impacted by this virus. And important provisions which Democrats seem to oppose, is just a no-brainer for me. It's simply one, it reimburses the USDA's CCC that we referred to, the Commodity Credit Corporation, to prevent any delays in program funding vital to U.S. agriculture. The second thing that it does, it temporarily raises the CCC's borrowing authority to ensure USDA has the resources needed to assist producers during this COVID-19 emergency. This is just basic economics. You know, people come to the floor and they talk about all these programs that we need to be increasing right now. Democrats want billions for domestic food programs, but what happens when those supplying our food goes out of business? You know, this is a $1 trillion+ package. And as the dear senator from Nebraska stated, we cannot leave our farmers and ranchers out, the backbone of rural America. I look at the Democrats' bill and they're calling it the workers first. There's nobody working any harder right now to feed this country, to feed those medical workers that are being pushed beyond restraints that they should never have to be pushed to, but they are willing to step up because they are the medical community that's willing to take care of these patients. Every small business has employees. They're going to have to be fed. We have to ensure that we continue to have the safest, cheapest, I might add, food supply of anywhere in the entire world. I appreciate the work of the Agriculture Appropriations Subcommittee, Chairman Hoven, and others for including this in this bill, this provision that is very vital, and it has to remain in there. So I just want to stress the importance of making sure the farmers and ranchers, including those wonderful farmers and ranchers in the state of Mississippi and throughout this country, can continue to do what they were born to do, and that is to produce our ag products to make sure this country will continue to sustain itself. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
I want to thank the senator from Mississippi, who also understands agriculture and is a strong advocate for agriculture and recognizes how critically important it is. And then I'd like to turn at this point to our chairman on the Ag Committee, who, though, you know, he's somebody who's been around agriculture for a long, long time. He's worked on many, many farm bills. He understands whether it's livestock or crops or, you know, any specialty crops, but across the board. And I say that for this reason. The provision that we have put in here helps all of it. It's designed for all of agriculture. Certainly it's absolutely vital for our cattle ranchers, for us to help them working with USDA, but for all these other crops too across this great country. And there's incredible diversity in agriculture. But what we've tried to do here is make sure that we have something that enables our Department of Agriculture and this body to help all of our producers. And without this, we're not able to do that. And that's why it's so vital that it's part of this package. And with that, I would like to turn to our esteemed Ag Chairman.
I thank the Senator for yielding to me.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're in a tough place. We really are. Rural and small town America, given the rural healthcare delivery system with regards to this virus, that has been aptly pointed out by Senator Hoven, who, by the way, does an outstanding job as our banker, our protector on the all-powerful Senate Appropriations Committee. I thank Senator Fisher, who's in the business and always does a good job of telling the story of the beef producer, always trying to tell me that Nebraska beef is more tender, more delicious than that of Kansas, but then, you know, that's her right. Senator Heitkamp, who just pointed out what we've been trying to point out, and Senator Stabenow, who just recently spoke on the floor. We on the Ag Committee like to say we're the least partisan committee in the Congress, I think that was evident by the time we passed a farm bill. It took us a year to do it, a little over that, but we got 87 votes. It was truly bipartisan. And I deeply regret that we have reached a point here in the Senate where that is not the case with regards to the full Senate. You talk to any agriculture commodity group, any farm organization, or just up and down Main Street throughout Kansas. Matter of fact, talk to the Chamber of Commerce, Senator Moran, who just gave some very pertinent comments to our situation out in Kansas. About the second question in, Chairman Pat, what about our rural areas? Well, at that time, we were having trouble with regards to the testing, and some rural hospitals were having to drive a great deal of miles to Topeka. That was the only source. That stopped. In other words, it hadn't stopped. It's gotten a heck of a lot better. But with Quest and LabCorp and other folks that are now making these tests available. But I want to get back to agriculture, and the senator from North Dakota is exactly right. We've been hit pretty hard. 2013 was the last time we had our prices above the cost of production, and that involves everybody involved in agriculture, along with Senator Thune. And I'm going to try to, wind this down here pretty quick so we can get to you, Coop. And I thank you for your help. And I thank you for your overview of what's in this bill, what isn't in this bill, and why on earth we can't get to it. So I think probably the best thing to do for our beef industry is to continue to work with our Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue. If there's anybody who is more knowledgeable about what we're facing, I don't know who it is. And I think possibly there could be a CCC payment that would help us out in the beef industry in particular, because that's where we are really in trouble. But you could go down every commodity and you'll see the same thing. And people from all of their organizations are coming forward to all of us on the Ag Committee and saying, why can't you help? I'm going to leave that subject. I think we can work on that. I think we can get some more help from CCC, and that would be a direct payment that would be immediate, that could be of help to people who are really in trouble. I want to say something else with regards to Senator Manchin. He was sitting over here by his lonesome on the other side of the aisle. I really like this guy. We're good friends. We hit it off right from the first. Both of us want the same thing. In particular, his comments this morning was about the rural health care delivery system in West Virginia, going through the same tribulation that we are going through nationwide with regards to our rural areas. I wanted to point out there's $75 billion in this bill for our rural hospitals to pay doctors and nurses who are dealing with the virus. Well, we all are doing that. It lifts the 2% sequester that happens all the time. You got to go back to 2013. And under the Budget Control Act that was passed at that particular time, and not enforced, but at least was, what's the word for it? I'm referring to President Obama. He would always be under the Budget Control Act, find the necessity that no matter what we got from the CMS, the Center for Medicare Services, which is lovingly called out in our rural areas, it's a mess. Not under Seema Verma, though. I think she's doing a good job. But every time we would convince CMS to raise the Medicare reimbursement to critical access hospitals, of which we have over 80 in Kansas, that there was, again, that 2% cut. So we waived that cut for the first time since 2013. In addition, let me say that there is special funding called for by all of the community health care centers and rural health centers, of which I know that are a lot in West Virginia, as they well are in Kansas, for telemedicine. That was something back in the day where we couldn't even think that would be feasible, but it is now. And there's a 15% reimbursement increase for these folks who are using telemedicine. So it's not like that we haven't put together something we think that will be improved. We could do more. We could do more. The senator from West Virginia has certainly indicated his strong interest in doing that. My point is we can do that if we would just vote to get on the bill, and we'd have 30 hours, and I know that Senator Manchin and Senator Roberts working together, I think we could accomplish darn near everything. I see the senator rising. I'm not quite through. As the, well, yes, I'd be happy to yield to my distinguished friend.
Well, truly, we are friends, and there's not a person over there I don't consider my dear friend. A lot of times that's used in a very colloquial way, but I mean it. Mr. Senator from Nebraska, let me, from Kansas, let me just say this. Excuse me for the mispronouncing the wrong state there, but you don't have a problem on this side with a 30-hour waiting. That's never been, we very seldom ever object on anything. That's not where the problem comes from. So everyone thinking that we're going to make everybody stay here for 30 hours, that's not going to happen from the Democrats objecting. We will not. There's not a person that I've spoken to is going to stop it. What they want to do is in good faith get to the bill. And once we get to that bill, and any time they say, well, let's get on the bill, can't we at least get on it and work on it? Usually don't move to that unless there's good faith in the beginning. Right now, there's very little good faith here from the top end of the food chain. That's the sad scenario that we're in. But I can assure you, as soon as there's an agreement, we're moving. Unless somebody on your side would object. There's no objections on this side. So I would hope that you all would not use that 30-hour as obstruction because it's not here. And I'll have a chance to speak about this more. But I just thank you because I know rural and your state rural and my state rural is the same. These people are out there and they're depending on us. And we have to get together here as Americans.
I appreciate your comments. I guess it's okay to call you Joe. And I appreciate your friendship. You did mention something else about there's no objection on your side. Well, about 2 hours ago, when we got this whirlwind or this dust-up going again, when our distinguished leader pointed out that we have a good bill and it was a bipartisan bill, and now we're talking about the footprint that the airlines, the carbon footprint, that we have to, take a look at that, and then on the boards of these corporations that we want to investigate, are they truly diverse, and et cetera, et cetera. I said something about the Green New Deal. That's not pertinent to this particular situation, to say the least. Then when you said an objection, here's what I'm worried about. We have the Democrat leader, who I have known from his House days. We used to play basketball together, for goodness sakes. Both of us very slow. What I was doing on the court at my age, I have no idea. My job was to set blindside picks on Democrats, which I enjoyed, one of which was Chuck Schumer. But here we have the Democrat leader, when Susan Collins, sitting right here, stood up to be recognized, and there were 3 objections to her even talking. That's going back to the days where we really don't want to go back to. This is not the Senate that I came to 24 years ago, or for that matter in the House 16 years ago, or as a staff director for 12 before that, and 2 before that in the Senate. I mean, I've been around here for quite a while. These are not the worst of times. I mean, Washington was on fire when we had the horrible assassination of MLK. Then we went through Watergate. And then we went through the Vietnam War. Well, actually, it was the Vietnam War before Watergate. And that tore the country apart. And here in this Senate, we were able to come together to try to reach bipartisan agreement. I'm telling you that this blanket of comedy and respect is pretty threadbare right now. We're right there for a lot of reasons. I could go back to the Kavanaugh hearings or the impeachment hearings where one of the House members, me sitting right here, him talking right here, looking right at me, and said, "You're on trial. And if you do not vote for this, it's treachery." I said, "What? Me?" I mean, what was that all about? At that time, by the way, we could have taken first steps with regard to this virus. I know that the assistant or the deputy leader there on your side said, "Everybody take a deep breath." We don't want to take a deep breath anywhere now. But I will tell you that I hope that we could come together on this and see if we can't reach some agreement. Let's get on the bill. We've got 30 hours to do it. The senator from West Virginia said if we could just come to an agreement, I suppose you're meeting beyond those 2 doors, We've been meeting along and along and along. I would ask the senator, the distinguished senator who is sitting right down here, who is about ready to do a speech, how many workshops have we had? I thought there were 3. I guess there's 5. But each one of them worked with our Democrat counterparts, and they got. I mean, they produced a bipartisan agreement. I really don't understand why we can't get to 30 to at least vote for cloture, and then we have 30 hours and maybe we could cut that 30 hours back. I would hope that's the case if we finally come to agreement. But with some of the things that I have heard that you want to put in this bill, A, they don't fit, and 2, they're counterproductive. Let me just say this. There's a saying out in Dodge City, Kansas, there's a lot of cactus in the world. You don't have to sit on every one of them. And it appears to me that's what we're doing. I have a nice square saying that's in an 8x10 right next to my desk. It's a quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson. Sometimes you just have to hunker down like a jackass in a hailstorm and just take it. Well, I'm tired of just taking it. I'm tired of the partisanship. I'm tired of all this work that we have put together to address what everybody understands as a national pandemic, a world pandemic. And here we are messing around trying to say, oh, no, we can't vote for cloture and address some of these things with the 5 now working groups that have worked together to produce a product. That's wrong. That's really wrong. So I plead with my colleagues. I don't do this. I don't come down to the floor and make partisan speeches. You do that, introduce an amendment, half of your folks won't vote for it, and same thing other way around. When they say Senator Roberts, I hope they remember that I'm chairman of the Ag Committee, and I work very well with Senator Stabenow, and we produced a great farm bill. So I don't like doing this, but I have to warn my colleagues, this so-called blanket of comedy that we always have here in the Senate, it's pretty threadbare. I hope we can get past this, and I hope we can vote to get to cloture and then get to a bill as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the senior senator from Kansas for his comments and for his long service on behalf of agriculture. And I want to thank all of my colleagues who have spoken here. These are people that are working every day on behalf of our farmers and ranchers, on Ag Appropriations Committee. We've fashioned something here that works for agriculture. Our message is very simple. We need to make sure that our farmers and ranchers are included in this bill, and we need our colleagues across the aisle to work with us to make sure that's in the bill, and we need to get this bill passed now. And with that, I'd like to turn to our Assistant Majority Leader, also from Ag Country, for concluding remarks, and I appreciate the patience of our colleague from West Virginia.
Thank my colleague from North Dakota.
Majority Whip.
For his great leadership on this issue. And all over here, Senator Roberts, the longtime chairman of the Senate Ag Committee, before that the House Ag Committee, was very instrumental in us getting a farm bill in late 2018, a farm bill that provides a safety net and provides a little bit of stability in agriculture, which, as he pointed out, has been just in the tank, literally since 2013. Our producers, farmers, and ranchers across the country and in South Dakota have been operating with negative cash flows, eating into their equity, trying to keep their operations viable, and that was before COVID-19. Now we got COVID-19, and we saw the bottom fall out of the cattle market in this country. And I don't have to tell you, Mr. President, that agriculture is important. It's the lifeblood of our economy in South Dakota. It's our #1 industry, but it's felt, that ripple effect is felt all across the country. And it is our food supply. Senator Hoven talked earlier today about the importance of ensuring that we maintain a safe, quality, predictable, and affordable food supply for people in this country, particularly when people are concerned in a time of crisis. We need to maintain that food supply. And so I want to thank him and all of our colleagues here from Farm Country for working together to provide some assistance in this particular bill. that would hopefully give some relief to those who are out there day in and day out, grinding it out to make sure that we have the food and fiber to keep this country growing forward, and frankly, for that matter, to feed the world. But unfortunately, again, Senate Democrats don't seem to be willing to do that. I was encouraged to hear just a little bit ago, of course, my friend from West Virginia, who is an advocate for agriculture. We also had the ranking member of the Ag Committee down here earlier saying she's willing to work with us. But unfortunately, we don't have time to waste. We just don't have time to waste. This isn't something that can be put off to another day. We have producers that if we don't do something, we're going to leave them behind, and we need our Democrat colleagues to step up and help get this bill passed. As Senator Hoeven mentioned, the bill would provide $30 billion to replenish the Commodity Credit Corporation and has an additional $20 billion temporary increase in CCC funding to address impacts from the outbreak of COVID. This funding would allow the Department of Agriculture to quickly get assistance to farmers and ranchers in South Dakota and throughout the nation who are facing, as I said, market volatility and declining pricing in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Farmers and ranchers, I might add, Mr. President, as I already mentioned, who were already dealing with a weak ag economy well before this emergency hit. I spoke with the Secretary of Agriculture a couple of days ago and conveyed to him just the incredible amount of hardship and economic pain that's being created across the Farm Belt these days, particularly with our cattle ranchers and the pain that they're feeling as a result of these declining prices and what it might mean to their operations. So I would simply say, in supporting all of my colleagues and what they've said today, Mr. President, is we don't know the full impact of this outbreak across agricultural industry, but we do know this. Our producers are doing their part to keep the grocery shelves stocked and food on our tables. And we need to do our part and provide the resources necessary to support them, which is why it is so important, for many of the reasons we've talked about earlier today, to get on this legislation, get it moving. The national economy is melting down, and of course, as I said, the economy out in farm country is happening well before the national economy. But if we don't do something to stop the bleeding and do it soon, there's going to be a whole world of hurt. Let's get this bill across the finish line. We need help from our Democrat colleagues to do that. I yield the time.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank all my colleagues and truly all my friends that are here and expressing their concerns, because I think we're all on the same side. I think every one of you all and every one of me and every one of everybody within the House and the Senate, we've got this disease in our states. We've got them in our neighborhoods, in our backyards. This COVID-19 basically doesn't know whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent. And people are scared right now, and we have states now that are sheltering in place. My state just announced at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock today that they're going to shelter in place. And I have a very vulnerable population I'm concerned about. I have a very vulnerable healthcare system I'm very much concerned about, because if they're not able to provide the services that we're going to need and that we need now, then help us all. Then, good Lord, help us all, because we will be in trouble then. And we're going to protect them, and that's what we're fighting for. I know they're talking about, well, why is the Democrats stopping just to get on the bill? If we just got on the bill, everything would be fine. How many times do we all understand how this process works? We usually have an agreement before we get on the bill if we want to pass something. If there's not an agreement, we make a political posturing. And that's what's happening. The political posturing is going on because they know that there's a difference. So where can the pressure be put? I've been here for 10 years and I've never seen the place work at all. So I appreciate those of you who can give me some historical values of how it used to work. I wish it did. Because I always thought that basically when there was good faith, whether I agreed or not, you should have a chance to amend a bill, to change a bill, to do something to it. We don't get that chance here. So if we start moving before we have an agreement that there is going to be a conciliatory movement towards something, then we can make it happen. So where we are right now, let me just tell you, the $500 billion in that bill, I don't know whether it's 1.3 trillion or 2 trillion, but I know it's moving up rapidly. But 500 billion of it that we can basically kind of identify, this is where I've had some problems and what I understand. First of all, there's no strong language to prohibit the stock buybacks. I know they keep saying corporate bailouts, okay? Forget about the bailouts, but you tell me if this is not pretty favorable, slanted to one side. There's no strong language to prohibit stock buybacks. As written, the buyback limitation can be waived by Secretary Mnuchin. The Secretary Mnuchin can direct funds and loans to whom he sees as necessary with very, very little oversight. No restraints on taking assistance and firing employees at a later time, as employers only have to keep employees to the extent possible, which is in the language. These are the concerns. Bill allows a 6-month delay on releasing the names of businesses. Tell me why we would put a 6-month delay on basically releasing the names of businesses that take advantage and get this type of opportunity. Why shouldn't we be transparent? And there's only a 2-year prohibition in increasing executive compensation. We've seen what happens when it runs amok. Those are the concerns that we have. Those are the concerns that I have had. Now, with that, let's look at the things we agree on. We agree on that we should be protecting the healthcare industry. We've agreed on $100 billion. We were way off of that. Finally, by not agreeing to move on to the bill, it's up to $75 billion. I think when we come out this afternoon, there will be $100 billion to take care of our hospitals, our rural, our basically all of our healthcare system, so they can survive. Making sure that all of our healthcare providers are protected. These are the things we're talking about and the things that we've asked for. So when they start saying, oh, just get on the bill. Yeah, just get on the bill. And you know what happens? Nothing else happens, because then it's out of our jurisdiction, if you will, because we have a little chance to intervene. The rules are that basically the majority has the rule. They can rule. And that's exactly how it works. So we're trying to get a bill. Now, there was no need for us to take a vote today, as we're still working. I know the Secretary of Treasury's in there working. I know they're all sitting in there working on it. Why did we have the vote when we knew that we didn't have an agreement? But we're getting close to one. And if we get an agreement, I'll tell you, every Democrat will vote to suspend the rules and move. You will move immediately unless there's an objection from my friends on the Republican side. That's what we're talking about. So please, let's quit blaming each other. People depending in my state on us taking care of health care workers, taking care of basically people that have been laid off and don't have a paycheck now, no fault of their own. Businesses have had to close, no fault of their own. Those are the people on the front lines right now. And I've got really people scared, sheltered in place right now, an elderly population. So the things that we have agreed on, I heard Senator Langford from Oklahoma, that was speaking on the things that I agree 1,000% with him. And why can't we be on that? If we can't get anything else done in the things we don't, let's vote today on the things we agree on. Let's just move right now and take care of the health care, take care of COVID-19, take care of the healthcare industry and all the workers, take care of the people who have lost their jobs and the businesses. But we're worried about a $500 billion payout and with very little oversight and very little transparency. That's truly the problem in a nutshell. And all we're asking for is basically, shouldn't the people and shouldn't the taxpayers of this country understand where their money's going to, and the people that are going to be able to use it have some type of transparency and some oversight to it? That's all we've asked for, and that's all I've asked for. About all these other things they're saying that's been thrown in, I am not for that. I am not for that, and I think you all know that. I am not for the Green Deal, and I think you all know that. I think there has to be an all-in energy policy approach. I think we all have to have common sense. And we've got to produce affordable, dependable, reliable energy and use everything you can. Renewables, using your fossil fuels in the cleanest possible way. All these things we've talked about. So who's throwing that stuff in, I have no idea. But I can guarantee I wouldn't vote for it. But what I will vote for is exactly what we should agree on. I think we do agree on. So let's come together as Americans. Forget about the Republicans and Democrats. Get this place working again. If we had the amendment process, I was totally opposed when Senator Reid basically kind of shut things down and we weren't able to have amendments. You all were too. And we were promised, no matter who takes over as leadership, by golly, the system's going to open up. And we're going to have amendments and we're going to have debates on the floor. Well, guess what? It got worse. It didn't get better. It got worse. So if you want to know why people basically are throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto a piece of legislation when they get a chance, because we get very little opportunities to do anything here. There's too much power in the two, basically, leaderships. This much power should not be in this few of people. All of us should be involved. And I believe that you're going to see, and I've said this, we all have that better angel inside of us. I hope you let her fly. I hope you let her fly today. She needs to get out and go a little bit right now. We need her. We need the better angels in all of us to start looking out and taking care of each other. There's a lot of people hurting, a lot of people uncertainty right now. And I want to make sure that we fix it, and I'll stay here all day, all night, whatever it takes to make sure we get it fixed. So with that, I ask all my good friends, and I really mean that, my good friends, I ask you all, let's please work together for the sake of this great country. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just heard my friend and colleague from West Virginia say there was no reason to vote today. There's a lot of reasons to vote today, Mr. President. It's a country affected by disease, people waking up anxious, scared, afraid of the disease and the economic consequences that are there. There are a lot of reasons to vote today. And every member of this Senate needs to stand up and be counted. And for the senator from West Virginia to say, I wouldn't be for this, I don't know where that's coming from. Well, just read the papers that are coming out of the Democrat House. Just read the papers of the demands by the Democrats to muck up a bill that is designed as a rescue operation for the American people. That's where the problem is, Mr. President. We need to vote today, again and again and again, until we provide the relief, the rescue that the American people need. That's why we have a dozen Republicans on this side ready to speak, standing at podiums, ready to speak. And you don't right now have even a single Democrat on the floor to defend their position because it is indefensible. That's where we are. We had Nancy Pelosi flying back from California because she sent the House home a week ago. They're not here. To defeat the work that we've done in a bipartisan way and to say, oh, you've done nice work. Now look at our list of laundry list of things that we are demanding. Tax credits for solar panels, wind turbines, a bailout of the Postal Service. I mean, you can go through this list. Portions of the Green New Deal. Mr. President, I'm a doctor. I've been on the phone with doctors around the country with my colleagues at the Wyoming Medical Center. They are working double time through the weekend, day and night. The nurses, the doctors, the healthcare providers, they need help. They're looking to us for help. They need tests, they need masks, they need respirators. They need hope. Hope that there will be a vaccine. Hope that there will be a treatment. Those things are in this bill that the Democrats voted to block last night, and the Democrats voted to block again today. And that's only the health care component of it. Our economy cannot be unleashed again until after we get the health care component behind it. But our colleagues, our friends, our neighbors, people that we know in our home states woke up today, not being able to go to work, not being able to know if they're going to have a paycheck, not being able if they're going to pay their bills, not being able to know if they're going to feed their families, not being able to know if they're going to get food, if it's available, if they can have the money to pay for it. And yet we're ready to provide relief. They need it immediately. They don't need it after the Democrats block again and again and again. So when the senator from West Virginia said, I don't know why we voted today, that's why we voted today. That's why we need to keep voting. Because the American people need relief, and they need it now. This is our duty station, and I'm prepared to stay here until we get this done. But to go through all of this, I mean, I've talked to a small business owner, has a restaurant, been there for 37 years. She doesn't know how she's going to make payroll. Never closed her door other than for snowstorms in Wyoming. Successful restaurant, very good, great to the people that work there. She didn't know how she's going to pay for the food that was delivered at the end of last week. She didn't know how she's going to pay the help. This bill takes care of so much of that. Blocked by the Democrats today. We have a good program for small businesses. It's really good. It was worked on in a bipartisan way. But yet it's being blocked by the Democrats who blocked even the motion to proceed to the bill. Businesses all across the country employ people, regardless of the size. It's the people that need the jobs, the people that like this. A job is part of somebody's identity. It's their people who work realize how important it is to who they are. They feel a sense of productivity. People I know aren't looking for a check. They just want a job. They want to work. They're ready to produce. And they can't. Why? Because the disease has struck America, and the government, not the economy, the government has said we're going to shut down this economy. And the government has a responsibility to provide relief, to rescue those people, to provide immediate relief. And every Democrat came to the floor and voted against doing that last night and again this morning. We need to continue to vote. This bill is about our health care system, it's about our economy, it's about money in people's pockets who, through no fault of their own, are finding themselves in a position they've never been in before, ever, where they can't go out and knock on a door and say, will you hire me, I'm ready to go to work, whether it's a farmer, a rancher, anyone. They can't do that today because the government says you may not. You stay home. You might have a good job, a job you love. Can't go to it today. Monday, you want everyone to work on a Monday. Not in America on this Monday. And so there's a role and responsibility of us to step in and do what the role of government ought to be in this case of crisis. A crisis caused by both a disease and the economy, the government's action to shut down the economy, and yet Democrats, one after another, continue to block it. And they're not blocking it for things that have to do with actually helping the American people. It is a wish list, a liberal wish list. It is astonishing. They are delaying direct assistance so they can play to the liberal left. The extremists, the environmental extremists, the labor special interests. We're here trying to fight for the man and woman on the street in our hometowns, and yet they're fighting for the Green New Deal. Bernie Sanders may have lost to Joe Biden, but the Green New Deal of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and that entire crew is alive and well in the Democrat cloakroom and is controlling the actions today on the floor of the United States Senate. They want to put up an entire cap-and-trade system for the airline industry. That's a worthy debate to have, but not on this bill. They want to expand tax credits for wind and for solar power. That's a debate that is worthy of being held, but not on this bill today. That's not going to help one person who's having problems breathing to get a respirator that they need. That's what's holding this up. We know, Mr. President, that Nancy Pelosi has been pushing this extreme environmental agenda from the moment she cut the deal to remain as Speaker and said to the liberals, I will do what you want if you just allow me to be Speaker again. And now, through a letter that she's written to the Democrats, she is bragging that she is carrying the flag for the Democrats' agenda. The Speaker is pushing for diversity on corporate boards, for collective bargaining, for election reform. There are proposals here in her proposal, and she said, I'm going to go write the bill requiring early voting, requiring same-day voter registration. Where does that fit into a bill to rescue the American people who right now find themselves in the throes of a disease that may kill them and an economy that has been shut down? That's why the Democrats aren't on this floor, because what they are doing cannot be defended. So I would just say, and I would appeal to my colleagues, Mr. President, let us do the work of the Senate. It is time for everyone to stand up and be responsible. Let us get this done. Let us get this passed. The days for political games are now behind us. Everyone who's watching should understand the House of Representatives is not in town. They've been gone for a week. Only Nancy Pelosi just flew back from California to throw a monkey wrench into the works. And we need to get this done. We failed a cloture vote last night, blocked by the Democrats. And at that time, we found that one of our colleagues had tested positive for coronavirus. We failed a cloture vote today, blocked by the Democrats again, when we learned that the spouse of one of our colleagues is hospitalized on oxygen with this same disease that is hitting the entire country. We can litigate the Green New Deal another day. Americans' lives and livelihood is at stake. That is the situation we are at today for the nation. We can litigate election reform another day. We can debate diversity on corporate boards, airline fuel standards. We can do all of that another day. We can talk about cap and trade another day. America needs now to know how we as a nation will survive from the standpoint of our health and our economy. We need immediate relief. The bill on the floor accomplishes that. We need to make sure, Mr. President, when Americans wake up tomorrow, they don't have that same fear and trepidation about the disease as well as their family's well-being. We need to take that decisive action today. The time for politics is beyond us. We need to vote today, and we need to pass this today. Thank you, Mr. President. I know my colleagues are on the floor. I know Senator Portman is here after me, Senator Cotton after him. We have a dozen who are ready to speak. But I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Ohio.
My colleague from Wyoming, and I think he has made it very clear what's at stake here. We're in a crisis. Our economy is in a free fall. People we represent, families, are suffering. The healthcare system is under tremendous stress. I spent the morning on the phone talking to Ohioans, small business owners, people who are out of a job and worried, nervous. We all know somebody who's lost a job. We all know somebody who's tested positive for this virus. Some of us, including me, know somebody who has died from the coronavirus. We need to pull together as Republicans and Democrats, as Americans, and address this crisis. I got to listen this afternoon to colleagues of mine on the other side of the aisle talk about the legislation that's before us. And I got to tell you, it was like they were talking about another bill, not the one that we actually are asking Democrats to allow us to vote on. The one we're asking them to allow us to vote on is the product of a bipartisan process. The majority leader set up 5 different task forces. Each task force is represented by Republicans and Democrats. I was in one of them. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. We sat down and we hammered out details. We took Democrat ideas, and they are represented in the legislation. So this process that we've gone through, very different, by the way, than what happened in the House with regard to the first bill. We've had an $8.3 billion health care bill. We've also had a Phase 2 bill, which is about $200 billion. It provided free testing, helped in terms of health care and paid leave. Now we have this bill that's $1.8 trillion. $1.8 trillion. That's about as big as our entire domestic discretionary spending that we approve here every year. And yet Democrats are saying it's not enough money. So the most charitable way to describe what the Democrats are asking for now, although Senator Brasso did a good job of laying out some of the outrageous demands that have come up that have nothing to do with coronavirus, but the most charitable way to say it is that they want more money. They want more money for states, they want more money for hospitals, they want more money for so many things. Guess what? There is $1.8 trillion in this bill, including billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars for those purposes. If we find out in 3 weeks, in 6 weeks, in 2 months, we need to do more, we will. But that's not an excuse for stopping the progress of this legislation now when it is so badly needed. One of the calls I got this morning was from a small business owner. You know what he said to me? He said the same thing I'm sure all my colleagues are hearing, which is I'm watching, I'm waiting, I don't want to pull the trigger and let my employees go. I started this business. I started it from scratch. And now I've got to see the prospect of these people who I know and love losing their job. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what you do today. The country's waiting. The markets are waiting. People are hurting. They're suffering, but they're waiting to see if we can get our act together and actually come up with something that helps them. And you know what? This legislation does exactly what all of us, I thought, wanted to do. 3 things. 1, help keep people at work. We want people to stay with their employer, have a job, have their health care, have their retirement. 2, help workers who, through no fault of their own, lose their job. This legislation does that. And 3, let's get this health care crisis under control. Let's slow the spread of the coronavirus. All 3 of those things are precisely what's in this legislation. Last night I went through in detail and described every detail of how it addresses that, and where the bipartisan ideas came from. I won't do that now because I see the majority leader on the floor and I want him to have an opportunity to speak. But I will tell you, those three objectives are in this legislation, specifically laid out in this legislation. On the health care side, which is so important, we need more masks, we need more gowns, we need more ventilators, we need more respirators. We need to have more testing and a system to track that. That's in this legislation. There's over $4 billion to CDC to do exactly that. We need some data, some metrics, some measurements to know how we're doing and to be able to get out of this crisis. Because until we deal with the healthcare crisis, we'll continue to have this failure of our economic system because we're letting people down right now. I would yield.
Beyond everything the senator's accurately pointing out, they put us in the following procedural position. By refusing to jump over some of these procedural steps along the way that would not disadvantage their negotiating one bit, they put us in a position where one senator out of 100, one, could keep us here till Friday or Saturday. And our constituents are saying, act now, as your senator from Ohio is pointing out. Mindless procedural roadblocks in a time of national emergency.
Reclaiming my time, that is added to the absolutely inaccurate descriptions I've heard from the other side as to what's in this legislation. In other words, that are blocking us moving forward, creating the procedural hurdles that Majority Leader just talked about, but also doing so by telling the American people, for instance, there's not enough in here for small businesses. My gosh, this is an unprecedented program for small businesses, something we've never done before. Telling businesses, if you're paying your employees to stay there, you don't only get a loan, you get a grant. They say there's not enough in here to help people who are falling between the cracks. Unprecedented unemployment insurance system that we are setting up here. By the way, if you look at the unemployment insurance side, look at it this way. What we are saying is we want to increase by 8 times the cost of the national unemployment insurance system. That's how I look at it. It's an additional $600 per week per person. It's a broader employment system because we're going to bring in people who are self-employed, people who run the gig economy, something that we should be doing as a matter of reform perhaps, but in this case we have to do it. These people are hurting too. This is unprecedented to provide people the ability who are low, moderate income Americans to have wage replacement through unemployment insurance. That's never been done before. That's in this legislation. This is a rescue package. It's to help people weather this storm. It's to ensure that we have the ability to say to the people who are calling us and saying, please help us. Help is on the way. Are we going to solve every problem in this one bill? No, although $1.8 trillion goes a long way toward solving the problems. But we'll be back here again. We'll be back here to ensure that we can fine-tune this legislation. And if we need to react to other challenges, we have to do that because our constituents owe it. This is a crisis. But in the meantime, let's pass this legislation. It does help small businesses keep people at work. It does protect those workers who lose their job through no fault of their own. It does take our health care system, which is under such tremendous stress, and improve it in every respect to deal with this coronavirus, to slow the spread, ensuring that we can tell the American people not only are you going to be safer and healthier if this legislation passes, but guess what? You have a better chance of keeping your job and being able to take care of your family. With that, I yield to my colleague.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just make clear what happened over the course of the last couple of days, because I've heard many of my colleagues come down to the floor today and claim that this is a bipartisan bill that's on the floor of the United States Senate today, which would strike a lot of Americans as curious because the votes are not bipartisan. So how could that be? How could it be a bipartisan process, as has been claimed by my Republican colleagues, and yet there is not bipartisan agreement? Well, let's start from the beginning. Instead of deciding to write this legislation from the beginning with Republicans and Democrats in the room, the leader decided to write the bill initially bringing together a consensus of Republican senators, and then bringing Democrats to the table. And there was a period of time for about 24 hours in which Democrats were in the room and we were making progress, and that was a great 24 hours. And then all of a sudden, on Saturday night, Democrats were let out of the room. And on Sunday morning, lobbyists on K Street sent a draft of legislation to chiefs of staff here that Democrats had not had any part in writing. And so you can't call it a bipartisan piece of legislation if Democrats weren't involved in the beginning and then they were let out of the room at the end. We appreciate having some input in the middle, but we clearly ended up with a product that doesn't have bipartisan buy-in, and much of that is because of the process that led us here. The decision could have been made to include both parties at the table from the very beginning, because guess what? We do have differences of opinion. We do have different ways of looking at this crisis, and our objections are policy objections. I mean, spare me the righteous indignation about Democrats trying to settle outside political scores in the context of this legislation. Let me tell you what I care about. What I care about is making sure that if we're going to spend $2 trillion, that we spend it wisely. And if you spend $2 trillion and you don't stop the virus, then you haven't done anything meaningful in the long run, right? Because this is first a public health crisis that is causing an economic crisis. And so, yes, one of the things that is an open issue in negotiations right now is whether we are putting in enough money to healthcare providers, nursing homes, hospitals, states, and municipalities to give them the resources to stop this virus in its tracks. We don't believe that this bill today has enough resources in it for states, municipalities, hospitals, nursing homes, and healthcare providers to stop the virus. We don't think that this Congress is serious enough about the crisis in the medical supply chain today, in which our states and our hospitals and our healthcare providers are engaged in a Lord of the Flies environment in which they are trying to bid against each other for scarce medical supplies. We think that this bill shortchanges the people who are actually going to stop this virus in its tracks. And so, yes, we don't think it's wise to rush to spend $2 trillion if the bill doesn't stop the public health epidemic. That is a policy disagreement that we have. It is a policy disagreement that we have. And had Democrats been in the room with Republicans at the beginning, middle, and end, we wouldn't be here today. So, as many Republicans as want can come down to this floor and say that it's one party that's responsible for this impasse, but had Democrats not been ushered out of the negotiations on Saturday night, had Democrats been there from the beginning, we likely wouldn't be here. Now, second, yes, we do have policy disagreements over how we spend the enormous amount of money that is going to end up in the hands of corporations. And for those of us that were here in 2008, for those of us that voted for that bailout bill, we have regrets and reservations about how that went down because much of that money ended up in the pockets of CEOs and shareholders. Now, I get it. We want to get the money out fast, and you are not going to be able to account for every single dollar. But what we're talking about here, which is applying very minimal conditions for job retention to literally hundreds of billions of dollars in my taxpayer money, is not wise policy. If we don't have assurances that the billions of dollars that we're going to hand to big companies is used to preserve jobs, then I'm going to tell you my constituents don't want to spend that money unless they know that it's going to hold on to jobs. And we have policy disagreements about that right now. I take my Republican friends at their word that they believe that the restrictions in the bill are good enough. We don't think they are. We don't think they are. And so we think we should work together throughout the day to get this right, to make sure that every dollar is there necessary to stop this virus, to stop looking at it at an economic crisis first and a public health crisis second, and that we should make sure that there are real requirements on this $2 trillion to make sure that it doesn't end up in the hands of people who don't need it, that it ends up protecting jobs, not just in the hope of protecting jobs, but the actual result is protecting jobs. And these are policy disagreements that we have, but they are disagreements that we are still fighting over today because of the process. Because of the process. And so you're angry and we're angry. We're angry for being shut out at the beginning. We're angry for being shut out at the end. Because our Republican colleagues knew that you couldn't pass anything without 60 votes. You knew as you were developing this legislation that you needed to get bipartisan buy-in. And yet there was a limited opportunity for us to have input here. And now we're engaged in a series of votes that are foregone conclusions until we get on the same page. And we can, because from what I understand, and I admit I'm not one of the negotiators in the room, but from what I understand, these are not unbridgeable differences. These are not unbridgeable differences. We can figure out a way to put tighter controls on the funding that is going to companies and corporations. Just make sure that if we're going to spend $2 trillion, that we spend it right, and to make sure that we aren't shortchanging our states and our hospitals. There's provisions in the first draft of this bill that would limit which kind of providers get Medicaid dollars and which won't. Our belief is that that language actually leaves a whole bunch of healthcare providers out in the cold. Now, some have said that that was intentional, that that was because Republicans didn't want Medicaid dollars to go to abortion providers. That sounds like politics to me. But that's just something I read in the paper. I don't know that that's true. What I do know is that whether or not that decision was about politics, the politics of reproductive health care, it's still just not good policy to leave a whole bunch of health care providers outside when it comes to the additional Medicaid money that is absolutely necessary to make sure that we have what it takes to stand up defenses against this virus. That's a policy difference. And I could sit here making accusations that Republicans are bringing outside political issues into this process, like Senator Barrasso made accusations about Democrats. But aside from that question, it's just still not good policy to limit the number of healthcare providers that can get this additional Medicaid money when everybody is in this together, when we know that every single healthcare institution by the end of this week is going to be dealing with patients who have positive tests for COVID-19. These are policy differences. But policy differences that didn't have to be outstanding today, had the process run by the majority party been different, been more inclusive. I agree that back home, my constituents do not care about who takes credit for this, who drafts it. They want a bill done. They want assurances that money is on the way. And I think we have agreement on big pieces of this. I may not love the small business provision of this bill. I put a different concept on the table that I think is better than the one that Democratic and Republican colleagues have come up with. But you know what? I will not let on that front the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we've made tremendous progress on unemployment compensation, insurance. There are big titles of this bill that I think are in good places. We should be working out the details of those outstanding issues right now, rather than spending all of our time on the floor casting broadsides against each other. I understand my Republican colleagues are complimenting themselves on how many of them are down here on the floor blaming Democrats. You're right, there are not as many Democrats here levying the same charges against Republicans, but it would be better if we were all spending time trying to work out these final differences, because we can get there. We can get there. I think we can get there by the end of the day if Republicans are committed to making sure that we attack the virus first, that we don't shortchange the public health response, and that we make sure that our taxpayers don't end up subsidizing the profits and pocketbooks of people who don't need any more help from this government. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, our country is facing a crisis. Maybe I don't need to whisper that, Mr. President. Our country is facing a crisis. I have served many times over in crisis. Floods, hurricanes, and war in a slightly different suit. We are facing a crisis. We have 3 states that have had National Guardsmen activated in support of the coronavirus pandemic. We are in a crisis. And right now, we right here in Congress have the ability, the duty, to act and to provide additional much-needed relief to the American people. Last night, and unfortunately, yet again today, have been very, very disappointing displays of putting partisan politics ahead of the immediate needs of the American people. Now, some will call this righteous indignation. I say no, it's fighting for the American people. My friends on the other side of the aisle delayed, no, let's say the way it is. They blocked this package to move to cloture to further debate this bill, this bipartisan relief package. And let me make this clear. The votes we've been taking haven't even been on the final bill. It's simply a way for us to continue negotiating and debating on a path forward on a bipartisan relief package, a package that, again, I'm going to echo what my colleague from Ohio said, was written in a bipartisan way. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats from those lead committees assigned to these task forces. Folks, Iowans deserve better than this. All Americans deserve better than this. This is no time for political games and partisan wish lists. And yes, there are partisan wish lists out there of things that have nothing to do with the immediate needs of this pandemic. This is a time for action, folks, and it is a time for leadership. Look, folks, the Senate took up a House-led Phase 2 package that many of us considered not perfect. Phase 2, now let's keep that in mind. There are many phases going on during this pandemic. Phase 2, we didn't feel that was perfect. Well, what happens when a Phase 2 is not perfect? You move to a Phase 3 because we need immediate relief. We put our differences aside here in the Senate and we supported the Phase 2 package and provided the second round of immediate relief for our workers, our families, our seniors, and businesses across the country. Why? Folks, gosh darn it, it is the right thing to do. Why can't my Democratic colleagues do the same? We need to be working in the most efficient and effective way possible to get immediate relief to the men, the women, and the children across this country. We need to get them what they need. I've spoken directly with Iowans by phone all week. The small business owners, the members of our ag community, many workers at our hospitals and in our healthcare industry. These moms and dads, the employees and employers, the grandmas and the grandpas, nurses and doctors, small business owners, farmers, veterans, you name it, they are all in crisis at this very moment. I can't tell you how many of those Iowans were crying on the phone with me. They keep saying, we need it now. We need relief now. Maybe you don't think across the aisle that Phase 3 is perfect. But you know what? The longer we delay this, the more Iowans I'm going to hear crying on the other end of the phone. Not one of them has told me, don't pass this bill. Not a single one of them. What they have said is it needs to be done today. Again, I will remind you that there are states where we have mobilized National Guard soldiers. The president and those governors don't just mobilize National Guard soldiers because it's a fun thing to do. They do it because we are a nation in crisis. Just overnight in Iowa, we had 15 more cases, and that's a total of 105 cases of coronavirus in my home state. That's not a lot compared to other states, but you know what? Iowa's not populated a lot like other states. 105 in Iowa, that is a lot for us. Just a couple hours ago, I was on a call with Iowa's state leaders who are at the State Emergency Operations Center. Let me say that again, Emergency Operations Center, an EOC. You don't just set those up for fun, folks. You set them up when your state is in crisis. They gave us a picture of what's going on with our workers and our small businesses on the ground in Iowa. Within 3 hours, the state received over 11,000 calls for unemployment insurance. 2,000 of them are self-employed. They won't qualify for unemployment insurance. You know what would relieve their hurt? This package, phase 3. Meanwhile, my Democratic colleagues are holding this bill up that would actually deliver the relief that is necessary for these workers that I just mentioned, for things that have nothing to do with a crisis. Senate Democrats are stalling funding for hospitals and small businesses until they get to jam through their Green New Deal. Mr. President, you tell me, what does placing emission standards on airlines have to do with getting Iowa families and workers the relief they need right now? The Green New Deal was brought up on this very floor last year. How many of them voted for it? None. None. Big zero. Big zero. They didn't believe in it then, so why are they trying to jam it through now? Americans from every corner of this nation are looking to the Senate for more help. This is an extraordinary situation, folks, and it requires an extraordinary response. This is arguably the biggest bill ever. Nearly $2 trillion of funding. But is that enough? If we were offering up $3 trillion, would it be enough? If it were $4 trillion, would it be enough? I guarantee you that our friends on the other side of the aisle would say, oh, that's not enough. We need the Green New Deal. We need XYZ, which has nothing to do with the COVID-19 crisis. Mr. President, we are better than this. Let's come together in a bipartisan way, as we have done through much of this process. We took up phase 2. We supported it. I was glad to support it because it was the right thing to do. Let's deliver for the American people. It is our duty. We do not have time to delay. We must pass this additional relief now. And again, it's phase 3. There may be many more phases to go. And if the Democrats believe it is the right thing to do, they'll get this package done today, and we'll move on and have discussions for yet another phase. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. America is in crisis. Time is of the essence. And the Senate needs to work on a bipartisan basis to get the job done and get it done today without delay. We see our fellow Americans all across this country uniting at this time of crisis. Neighbors helping neighbors, people helping throughout their communities. We're watching our healthcare workers on the front lines of fighting this virus, true heroes who are putting themselves at risk every day in order to help patients coming in the door. They're facing extreme shortages in personal protective equipment. We need to rush that out in much greater volumes to protect them. We still have a huge shortage of tests in this country and got caught way behind the curve, and we're having to catch up. We're trying to manufacture ventilators to help those who are sick, who may get sick. And in doing that, Americans are coming together. We've seen stories of notices going out to dentist offices and others who have important personal protective equipment like masks, but aren't needing them right now, to try to rush those to local hospitals. We've seen nurses and doctors and other healthcare workers on the front line coming together. And that's exactly what this Senate and House need to do. We need to do what Americans around the country are doing, united to help one another and help our country. We did that on rounds 1 and 2. We worked very quickly to put together an $8.3 billion package for round 1. What did that include? More resources for our public health infrastructure, more resources to try to accelerate the development of a vaccine and therapeutics. That was all good work. On round 2, what did we do? We said we want to make sure that tests for the coronavirus are free, because we don't want Americans not going to get tests because they can't afford them. We had to fight for that on the Democratic side, but it became bipartisan in the end. We worked to provide more paid sick leave because we don't think it's a good idea for workers who are living paycheck to paycheck to feel like they've got to go to work when they're sick, even if it means they're going to potentially spread the virus. We want to make sure that they can pay the bills at home and stay home and not spread the virus. The provision in round 2 regarding paid sick leave was good. There are still big gaps in it. So how did rounds 1 and 2 come to pass? I hear talk over here, this is all a House initiative. Actually, it was a bipartisan initiative. The White House sat down with Speaker Pelosi, Secretary Mnuchin with Speaker Pelosi. They hammered out rounds 1 and 2 in a bipartisan fashion. They came to the United States Senate, and they were passed with big bipartisan votes. We need that same bipartisan spirit now. I've been listening in to some of the conversation on the floor. First of all, I keep hearing there are Democrats on the floor. Well, we're coming. The other thing I keep hearing is, let's blame Speaker Pelosi. I mean, this is pretty amazing. This bill's in the United States Senate. We're having discussions right now, Democrats and Republicans. We're having discussions right now, Democratic senators and Republican senators, and the White House, again, primarily with Secretary Mnuchin. And yet I'm listening to people on the floor blaming Speaker Pelosi. Well, guess how rounds 1 and 2 actually happened? They happened because Speaker Pelosi sat down with the Trump administration. They hammered out on a bipartisan basis and came over here. This time, the majority leader, Senator McConnell, wanted to start the process in the Senate. So let's get it done. Don't go pointing fingers at Speaker Pelosi. She's not here. I keep hearing about the House wanting a Green New Deal as part of this emergency package. That's a total red herring. I even looked at the list of ideas that the House put out, including Speaker Pelosi's. There's no new Green New Deal on this thing. So let's get real. So why can't we vote today again except for by unanimous consent? It's not because of the Democrats' vote. It's because the leader, the Republican leader, chose to bring up that vote. That was a motion to proceed to the cloture vote. It was a cloture vote, a motion to proceed to cloture on the motion to proceed. That's what it was. And so what did the leader know? He knew that we're still engaged in negotiations. They're going on right now. Hopefully when all of us on the floor leave here, we will continue to engage. But the leader knew that the votes were not there for that motion, that cloture motion. And yet he burned the one opportunity he would have today on that vote, knowing it wouldn't succeed. He could have waited 1 hour. He could have waited 2 hours. He could have waited 3 hours. He chose to hold that vote, knowing it would fail. That is a self-inflicted wound on the United States Senate and on the American people at this moment. Because of that decision, we will have the earliest opportunity to vote again on Wednesday. That was a decision Leader McConnell made when he decided to hold that vote today, knowing he did not have 60 votes, knowing that the negotiations were going on right now. So he's right. If we want to have a vote between now and Wednesday, we have to do it by unanimous consent. I hope we get to that point. But make no mistake, the vote that was held earlier could have waited till later today. It could have waited till we got closer to an agreement. And here's the tragedy of it. We're getting pretty close on a lot of important issues. We're still far away on some, but we're getting close on some very important issues. Unemployment insurance. As we speak, people are losing their jobs. We know that. Small businesses are shutting their doors. They started days ago having to shut their doors in the cases of restaurants and bars and many other establishments. We need to attack that from two angles. One is the unemployment insurance system. And we've made great progress in these discussions on that. What do we have to do when it comes to unemployment insurance? Well, we should work to make sure that somebody who's losing their job through no fault of their own because of the coronavirus, because they're working for an establishment like a restaurant that has to shut its doors, that they have 100% wage replacement for the period of time of this emergency. We wanted 6 months. Republicans wanted 4 months, wanted 3 months. I think we've got right now in the draft 4 months. Okay, that's a compromise. We also wanted to make sure UI could cover people who are not part of the traditional UI system. Part-time workers, the self-employed, independent contractors, gig workers. And so we've worked together on a bipartisan basis to make sure that we try to get those people help through UI as well, even though they're not part of the traditional system. Trying to streamline the process by which they can demonstrate that they've been making an income so that they can get help through UI in this emergency moment. We're pretty close on that. We've worked together on small and even mid-sized businesses because they're getting hammered right now across the country. We're all hearing from them, and they've had to let off their employees in many cases under very painful circumstances. They don't want to let their employees go, but no customers in the door means no sales, means no income. You still got to pay your rent if you're a small business or your mortgage. You have other fixed costs. So we've come together to work to try to provide a small business plan that would provide funds to those small businesses so that they can keep people on their payroll, and if they've already had to let them go, rehire them, and also meet their fixed costs. And if they spend the money the way it's directed, meaning for necessary fixed costs and for employees, then at the end of the day, that loan can be forgiven, because we don't want small businesses to have to go through 3 months with no money through the door and just a huge pile of bills they can't repay at the end of the day. And we've also tried to expand that and include mid-sized businesses. So we're making progress on important things. And those conversations are going on as we speak. But there's some areas where we need to reach final agreement. One of them is proper oversight and safeguards on the $500 billion fund to help some of the biggest businesses in the country. Now, we need to make sure we don't allow this economy to go into free fall. But I would hope we would all agree that we don't want a major corporation getting taxpayer dollars and going and doing another stock buyback or for big employee compensation. And there's some language in there, but then there are these waiver provisions. I would hope we would put at least the safeguards in this provision that we did in TARP. That was the rescue package back in 2008. That was much maligned, and for many good reasons, there were not adequate protections to make sure that monies were spent in an accountable way. Don't we want to make sure the $500 billion is spent in an accountable way? I don't know why it's taking us so long to come to agreement on that. I don't think our Republican colleagues would want to give any administration a blank check to spend $500 billion however they want, without any clear safeguards or some process for accountability. So that's what we're talking about now. Maybe we could resolve that in 2 hours. Maybe we could resolve it in 3, and then we could have had the vote. But the majority leader burned that vote. He burned that vote by having it when he knew the votes weren't there and when he knew conversations were still going on. So I'm back in my office listening to this discussion on the floor of the Senate with the majority leader all upset. He brought that on this body by holding that vote as negotiations are going on. So what else do we need to work on still? We all got a letter from the National Governors Association, bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats, saying, hey, we're the states, we're on the front lines of this. We need some help. I don't know if all my colleagues here on the floor know it, but just about 48 hours ago, the position of the Republican Senate leadership was, no, we're not going to deal with those big issues now. We'll do it another day. Well, those are issues pressing right now. We're hearing that from Republican and Democratic governors. We're hearing it from mayors. We heard it from the National League of Cities. Don't you think it's worth spending a couple hours so that we can hash all that out before you call a vote where you know the outcome in advance? FMAP. These are Republican and Democratic governors pointing out they need more federal help on the health care and medical front as more and more people are coming in the doors. Don't you think we can work that out in the next couple hours? Why hold a vote that you know is going to fail and means you can't hold the next one until Wednesday without unanimous consent? I hope my Republican colleagues will ask the majority leader that question. So we've made a lot of progress on some very important parts of this bill. But we also have a fair distance to go. But a fair distance in terms of getting to an agreement doesn't mean it has to take all day. We should be able to close agreement on many of these things. You know, the administration took an appropriate action, saying that they don't want landlords to be able to foreclose on certain mortgages. I think we should all work together to make sure that people don't get thrown out of their homes through foreclosures or evicted from their homes if they're renters during this period of time if it turns out that they don't have the income to pay those bills. I would hope we could work that out, too. I would hope that there was agreement on that measure. So instead of playing political games here on the floor of the Senate and calling a vote where the outcome was predetermined because we're still negotiating on a bipartisan basis, instead of doing that, let's get this job done. And to listen to members of the United States Senate who are negotiating this here try to blame the House of Representatives and Speaker Pelosi, come on. That's just political rhetoric. The House passed rounds 1 and 2. They did it on a bipartisan basis. Speaking with the administration and Secretary Mnuchin and others, they did that. It's the Senate right now that can't get its job done. So let's stop playing games, procedural games. Let's hammer this out as we've been trying to do. We've made progress. We can close the distance. And then if we can get all that done, we could actually bring it up by unanimous consent anytime. So let's do what the American people are doing. Let's unite at this time of crisis. Let's unite for the good of the country. We did it on rounds 1 and 2. Let's do it to help save our economy and fight the healthcare fight against the coronavirus. I'm confident if we put our minds to it, we can get the job done for the American people. So let's go back to work. Let's complete these negotiations, and maybe we can come back in a couple hours with a proposal that gets the consent and support of this entire body. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Madam President.
Senator from Montana.
Madam President, the health and livelihoods of the American people are at risk. They're in danger. We cannot afford to keep squabbling and arguing here in the United States Senate. Time is not on our side. Each day matters. In fact, every hour matters. As we look at the stats coming in terms of those who have been infected with COVID-19, literally it's hour by hour. This is a logarithmic kind of scale. This is a doubling every day kind of scale that's going on. Hours matter, minutes matter. And like many of my colleagues here in the United States Senate, I've been talking to Montanans around the clock to get their feedback. Hospital leaders, ag groups, tribal leaders, small business leaders, construction workers. We are in a public health and an economic crisis. I have not sensed fear like this from the American people any time in my life. I remember 9/11. I remember the crisis of 2008. I remember the 1987 crash. Those pale in comparison to what we're seeing today at this very moment in our country. This is a time that we need to come together. This is a time we must get this done for the good of our country. Listen, neither side is going to be happy with the final product. That's part of negotiation. It's give and it's get. And this Senate bill before us provides relief for workers, for families, for small businesses, and for healthcare professionals. I tell you what, I've heard some things said today on the floor of the United States Senate that are flat out not true. Let me set some of the facts straight, what this bill before us does do. It provides $250 billion of unemployment insurance for those who've lost their jobs during the coronavirus outbreaks. $250 billion. What that means in Montana is $600 a week. That is twice as big as what's currently paid per week. It's $4 billion for masks, for gowns, for gloves, ventilators. It's the PPE discussion I just had a couple hours ago with some of my hospital leaders and doctors and medical leaders across Montana. They're scared of the shortage of PPE. This bill provides $4 billion to CDC to address that. And I tell you what, dinking around here over this today, we lost another day. We could be moving forward to get it into the hands of our healthcare professionals. It provides $350 billion to allow our small businesses to survive and rebound. Listen, we have had some very healthy, prosperous, good small businesses that employ a lot of people in Montana. These are good jobs. And now they're not just worried about liquidity, they're worried about insolvency. These are ranchers. These are restaurant owners. It provides $10.5 billion for drug development to treat and prevent the virus. Listen, we will not stop the panic we see right now in our country until we stop the pandemic. And we won't stop this pandemic until we have drugs available for the American people that will provide immunity to them. There's great hope on the horizon. There's amazing vaccines. There's amazing what they call monoclonal antibodies through incredible ingenuity and innovation that we can provide to the American people before the second wave hits this fall. Listen, you talk to the doctors, our best leaders at NIH, at the FDA, at the CDC. They're telling us there's probably a second wave pandemic coming in the fall of 2020 if we don't act now. Because, as is true with most of the world, we don't have the immune systems here to combat this virus, this coronavirus that produces COVID-19. And so you either get the immunity from catching the disease or getting a vaccine or these other drugs that can provide the antibodies. Listen, there's good news on the horizon. What did we do in this bill? We're going to allow the acceleration of manufacturing so we can get this in a widespread distribution across for the American people to protect them in the next flu season when most scientists believe we probably get hit with this again. And we just lost another day here in the U.S. Senate. Every day matters. We have vaccine trials going as we speak in Seattle. They started Monday. There's 45 individuals that received a vaccine that we believe can protect you from the coronavirus. Can you imagine the good news for the American people? We found out we've got a vaccine that will protect us. We have a drug that will protect us. We have therapeutics that will help us if we contract the coronavirus. We just lost another day. That could be a day we could have been closer to getting that in the hands of the American people. We're in a race for time. We're now into the end of March. We've got to get this available by September to the American people. This is literally an all-of-government Manhattan Project kind of approach. And we just lost another day here because we couldn't get this passed in the U.S. Senate. This also provides $75 billion for our hospitals and our healthcare providers. Those are the men and women on the front lines right now saving lives. God bless them. $75 billion for them. And if you heard the Democrats talk about this bill, you think there's nothing here for the average hardworking person in this country. That's absolutely false. And we can lay it all out. And there's parts of this bill I don't like. There's parts of this bill I would change. But we've got to be satisfied now with a good 80 for 20 because speed matters. It matters to get something done. The American people are looking here at the dysfunction in Washington. They don't understand. Frankly, I don't either. And this bill before us was written by Republicans and Democrats. I'll tell you why I know that. Because I was part of helping negotiate to get this $10 billion for this acceleration of vaccines and drug program. I went in this weekend, we were sitting looking at spreadsheets that said, here's the Republican ask, here's the Democrat ask. They're spreadsheets. We can show them to you. We were going back and forth in a bipartisan way to try to craft a bill here that we could pass in the Senate last night. In fact, the American people are watching both sides in this kind of ping pong match today around one side says one thing, one side says the other. Sometimes I look to people like Susan Collins and Lamar Alexander at moments like this. I think few Americans, few senators would claim that either Lamar or Susan are hyper-partisan senators. They've got a pretty good temperature of the Senate. They've got a pretty good sense of finding ways to make things work. When you hear Senator Susan Collins down here outraged at what happened, when Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi basically put the brakes on the discussions, we lost another day, maybe two, by demanding this bill includes an ideological wish list. Susan Collins is outraged. Lamar Alexander, he was shocked. Let me tell you something. When Susan Collins is outraged and Lamar Alexander is shocked about what's going on around here, that tells you something. You can discount what I'm saying here and many Republican senators and Democrat senators, but those two senators are viewed as some of the most bipartisan senators here. And when they're outraged and shocked, that tells you what's going on in terms of one of the low levels of partisanship that we've achieved here in the U.S. Senate over the course of the last couple of days. This obstruction will create a devastating impact on American workers, on families and small businesses. They're pushing for things that have nothing to do with the public health and the economic crisis we're facing today. The issues they're pushing have nothing to do with overcoming this pandemic. And in a global pandemic, some have tossed aside bipartisanship to push for airline emission standards. I was told there's no such thing as a House bill. Well, that's false. Here's Nancy Pelosi's House bill. She's part of the discussions. Why? Because we need something that can pass the Senate quickly now and then go to the House even more quickly. And let me tell the American people something else. The House is not here this week. I was just speaking with a Montanan on the phone off the floor of the U.S. Senate a few minutes ago. I was describing what's going on. He was despondent, by the way, fearing both the pandemic and also the economic panic as he's losing his business. And had you realized the U.S. House is not even in town right now? He goes, I didn't know that. They're not. They left town last week. They're not here. They're not here. At a moment when the country needs us, the U.S. House left town. They are not here as we speak. I think that's been lost in the discussion. So we can debate this another time down the road, some of their ideological requests. I mean, here's one from Pelosi's bill. The full offset of domestic airline emissions by 2025 for airlines that use assistance under Section 101 of the Pelosi bill. It's right here. Okay, well, we can have a debate another time about whether or not they should have a part of this new Green Deal to offset airline emissions. Now is not the time to have a debate. Now is the time to save the American people, both economically and with their health. We need to get our priorities straight, and that means putting the American people first. By the way, this is not a stimulus package. It's the wrong name for it. This is not a recovery package. That's the wrong name for it. This is a rescue package. That's what we're debating on right now, is a rescue package. We must come together, both sides. The coronavirus is not partisan. It crosses party lines. It crosses country boundaries. This is a global challenge. It's on the shores of our country. It is time to come together, both sides, vote this bill out of the Senate yesterday, but that didn't happen. The next best time is today. I urge my colleagues on both sides to set aside the perfect and move forward with this to restore the confidence of the American people for their health and their economic well-being. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Arkansas.
The United States is in the middle of a global pandemic, probably the worst public health crisis in over 100 years this country has faced. Every minute matters, every hour, every day. I've been saying this for 2 months now. Yet where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? There's not a single one of them down here right now. Where have they been all afternoon? 1, 2, 3. Probably every Republican over here has spoken. Because twice in less than 24 hours, the Democrats have refused to even start debate on legislation that would help the American people and our economy survive this crisis, that would provide over $3,000 to your average working family in just the coming weeks, that would provide extra unemployment benefits to the millions of Americans who have already lost their job and who regrettably are going to lose their job, that would provide loans to our small and medium-sized businesses so they don't have to lay off those Americans as they struggle to pay the bills, that would help industries that have been devastated, like the hotel industry, when thousands and thousands of hardworking Americans clean the rooms, make the beds, cook the food, all of whom desperately need help. The Democrats won't even start debate on that legislation. That's what they've done twice. Not voted to defeat any legislation, not even start debate. And in fact, earlier today, Susan Collins, probably the kindest, most decent, most bipartisan senator, took the floor to speak, and Chuck Schumer blocked her, refused to allow her to speak. Probably because he was scared of what she had to say. And probably, just like there are no Democrats here right now, because they know they don't have anything to say. They have no case to make. Earlier today, Sherrod Brown was accusing us of not acting quickly enough on Nancy Pelosi's legislation that the House passed and then popped smoke and left town for more than a week. I asked him a simple question. When did the House bill arrive in the Senate? He refused to answer. I asked him again, a simple question. He refused to answer and rather engaged in ad hominem attacks, which is his weak and sad way of saying he has no answer, which is so often the case with the senator from Ohio. They come down here and they attack the Republicans for wanting corporate bailouts. We want to bail out corporations. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Any large company that borrows money from the Treasury or takes advantage of Federal Reserve programs will have onerous terms attached to it and will have lots of strings as well. We insisted only loans be available, not grants, not cash handouts. Do you know what the Democrats are advocating for behind closed doors? The Democrats behind closed doors are demanding free cash handouts for the airlines. Right through that door, right there, Chuck Schumer's office. They are demanding free cash giveaways for major corporations, and they have the nerve to come down here and accuse us of bailouts? Go right through that door and ask Chuck Schumer what he's demanding in secret behind closed doors. Oh, and don't forget all of their cities and all of their states. Dick Durbin represents one of the most bankrupt states in America and the most bankrupt city, Chicago, in America. Behind those closed doors, they are demanding straight cash bailouts for states and cities that have been fiscally irresponsible for years. Yet they come down here and accuse us of bailouts. We're willing to help these cities and states. They are overwhelmed by this pandemic. Yet we simply say they have to repay the money on the back end. That's not what the Democrats are asking for behind those closed doors over there. They want straight cash payments. Now you ask yourself, why would they not even start debate? Not even start debate. Remember, that's all we're talking about here over these last 18 hours. Why would they risk your life and your loved ones' lives and your job and your lifetime of retirement savings? Well, now we know. Now we know. Nancy Pelosi is circulating a 1,400-page bill that she wants Congress to pass, that she claims will help save this nation from this terrible crisis. 1,400 pages. It's almost 3 times longer than our legislation, by the way, to give you a sense of what might be in that bill, because let me tell you, she's not hiding the good stuff in her bill. I don't have 1,400 pages here, but I do have a few pages. Let's just go through what is a priority for Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats as they dither while Americans die. Corporate board diversity. The Democrats want to impose quotas for race and sex on corporate boards. I know they want to do that for a long time. Is that going to stop anyone from getting sick from the coronavirus? There's another one, bailing out the Postal Service, wiping out all the debts that the Post Office has towards the Treasury. It's another issue we've been debating for a long time. Postal Service needs relief. And I greatly respect and praise the hard work of the men and women who are still delivering the mail. But is a survival package for the coronavirus the right time to be talking about Postal Service debt to the Treasury? Oh, here's another one. $10,000 minimum, $10,000 minimum of student loan forgiveness across the board. Another ideological wish list item for the Democrats. What does it have to do with stopping a pandemic, especially when Donald Trump has already waived student loan payments for Americans who are affected by this terrible pandemic? Early voting mandated in every single state. The same kind of early voting that almost doomed the Democrats' favorite presidential candidate, Joe Biden, against whom Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, or for whom Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer worked tirelessly to beat their colleague, Bernie Sanders. Oh, combine that with same-day registration. Every single state has to register voters on same day. So now they want to pile election rules on a bill that's designed to stop a pandemic. Remind you, election rules written by the same partisan geniuses who couldn't even count their own votes in the Iowa Democratic caucuses. Here's a good one, too. Airline carbon emission offsets. Every airline that benefits from these programs, which is probably going to be all of them, has to go carbon neutral by 2025. Gee, it's going to be a pretty amazing feat of engineering to get jet engines that you can plug into the wall and then fly across the continent. Democrats have a lot of faith in American ingenuity. I wonder if that'll apply, by the way, to the private planes that Nancy Pelosi and her family flies in, or all their buddies in Hollywood. What about this one? Every airline has to tell you on every single flight what the greenhouse gas emissions of that flight are. So you get your departure time and your seat number and your gate number, and oh, by the way, how many greenhouse gas emissions your plane is going to have. What is that going to do to help a vitally important and devastated industry get back on its feet? Subsidizing retirement plans for community newspaper employees. Look, this has been a long-standing debate in Congress. It almost sank a retirement reform bill last year. And here it is again in a bill designed to stop a pandemic. Are you kidding me? $15 an hour minimum wage. Unfortunately, millions of Americans are learning that the true minimum wage is zero. When you lose your job because of a global pandemic that is killing your fellow citizens, and our elected leaders won't even have a debate on a bill. Here's a beauty, too. Mandating that federal public employee unions get paid for the union work they do. So that means you, as a taxpayer, will pay federal bureaucrats when they're doing work not for you, the taxpayer, but for their unions. Again, is that going to stop the pandemic? I could go on and on and on. The Democrats' bill is 1,400 pages, after all. But the point is this. There is a good bill, a bill that was negotiated in good faith over the weekend with many Democrats, no matter what they say, that they are now blocking, that they will not even start debate on because of ideological wish list items like those. It is disgraceful. And it is dangerous to the lives of our people and to their economic well-being. It's time for the Democrats to get serious and to do their job.
Senator from South Carolina.
And may I just add to what Senator Cott from Arkansas said. It's dangerous. I think it's disgraceful. It's irresponsible. And it's not going to work. We're not going to do this. So I think people on our side are willing to go big. For Republicans, that's not so easy in one day to spend all we're going to spend in a single year. We're going to spend about $1.8 trillion, probably closer to $2 trillion when it's over with, in one day. That's as much as we would spend in an entire year for discretionary spending. That's big. I'd like to go smart. If you're going to go big, you need to be smart, right? And you don't need to go crazy. The only reason we're not voting on this bill is because the House hijacked this process. Nancy Pelosi tried to control impeachment. She tried to set the terms of the debate for the United States Senate in the impeachment trial before she would send over the impeachment articles. Remember that whole debacle? And as we were dealing with this impeachment garbage, China was on fire. You'll hear more about that later in the year. But I guess what I would say is that we need to get on with it. You're not going to be successful. We're not going to let this happen to the American people. Rahm Emanuel, who I actually like, said, for every crisis is an opportunity. This is not your opportunity to impose same-day voting. In the House bill, they're requiring every state in the union, where you like it or not, to allow same-day registration and voting. I'd personally like to do that in South Carolina, not to combat the coronavirus. That's a dream that they have, This is not the time to enact that dream. If you're on a ventilator or you're a nurse at a hospital waiting on medical supplies, please go to tell them you can't get your stuff until the Republicans agree to same-day voting. They're literally holding hostage the relief for doctors and nurses, for towns and cities, for businesses who've had to lay off their workers, for same-day voting, for corporate diversity, for a $15-hour minimum wage. If you get a dime of money in your business under the House bill, you have to pay your employees $15 an hour. Literally, they're using this sad day in America to enact policies that wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell getting through the United States Senate. And they see this as a moment for them. We see this as a moment for you. They see this as an opportunity to do things they couldn't do without the country being on fire. To my Democratic colleagues, I will work with you to make sure that the money going to American corporations go to the right people. All of us don't want stock buybacks. All of us want to make sure that the money is lent, not given as a grant to the big companies in this country. All of us are willing to do more to help the states. We're willing to work on the problem. We're not going to be willing to take your legislative wish list and allow you to use this moment of crisis to turn the country upside down. I don't know why you want to do this. I know this. If we were doing this, the media would be eating us alive. If there were a House bill that Republicans are writing doing away with right to unionization, every major paper and TV station in this country would be talking about the Republican Party going nuts, trying to take an ideological agenda and attach it to a national crisis that we haven't seen since World War II. So, two things are going to happen. We're not going to give in because it is wrong. It corrupts everything about why we're here. We have worked with a House-passed bill that we didn't like because we needed to get something done relevant to the problem. To Speaker Pelosi, you see this as an opportunity to do things you couldn't do otherwise. Republicans see this as an opportunity to do things that have to be done now to save lives. I have never been more disgusted since Kavanaugh. You tried to destroy a good man's life just to keep the seat open. And close friends of mine in the House have publicly said this is an opportunity to reshape the country and our image. It's not going to happen. We didn't let you destroy Brett Kavanaugh's life to keep the seat open, and we're not going to let you turn the country upside down to shape it in your image. We will work with you in a very generous fashion to help people who've lost their jobs, help doctors and nurses who've run out of supplies. Shame on you. Shame on you for coming in at the 11th hour, taking good faith negotiations, and throwing them in an ideological ditch. To the American people, they're going to give in because what they're wanting to do should make you mad as hell. If you've got a family member who is suffering, do you really think now's the time to impose same-day voting? Student loans. $10,000 loan forgiveness for every student loan in the country. That's a debate we'll have, but not on this bill. And let me tell you what it would cost to forgive $10,000 for every student loan in this country. About $500 billion. Here's the question. If you're going to spend $500 billion, wouldn't you want to spend it on the virus? Wouldn't you want to spend it on hospitals who are under siege? Wouldn't you want to spend it on businesses who are shut down and have no hope of opening up anytime soon? So we're going to hold our ground to focus on the people who need the help the most. We're going to say no to an ideological agenda. And I can't believe that we're having to do this. What the hell has happened? How could we get here as a nation? We've gone a long way from we're all in it together to this. So, to my colleagues on the other side, I am more than willing to work with you on unemployment insurance and all the things that are in this bill. I am not going to give in to the hijacking of the legislative process by the most partisan people in the country at a time people are dying. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I know there are a number of senators here wishing to speak, and so I will not be long. It makes me angry that we're here talking about a bill that will not only help defeat this virus, but will also put money in the hands of people wondering, how am I going to pay the rent? How am I going to buy groceries? How am I going to buy food for my children? And we have our Democratic colleagues here on a party line vote block the very help for the people that I'm talking about. They're not worried where their next rent check is coming from, how they're going to pay their mortgage. They're getting paid. They're not worried about ending up like hourly workers or people working for tips who are scared to death about how they are going to make ends meet. First of all, they're worried about getting sick. But secondly, if you work for a restaurant or a hotel or some other service industry, heck, if you work for an airline and you've been furloughed and you're wondering, how am I going to make ends meet? It should make all of us angry that our Democratic colleagues are using this national emergency in order to leverage their ideological wish list. And you've heard it talked about here many times. Let me just make a couple of points. In addition to the money going to individuals, the enhanced unemployment compensation, because people don't know how long this is going to last and they need to be able to sustain themselves, the assistance to small businesses so they can maintain their payroll, perhaps, and keep their business alive for the duration of this crisis. People want to know not only how are they going to make ends meet today, they're going to want to make sure there will be jobs waiting for me after we get on the other side of this crisis. That's what our help for the small businesses is designed to do. And then the third part that really makes me angry is to hear them talk about this bill containing a slush fund for big business. Well, in my state, in Senator Cruz's state, some of these businesses employ hundreds of thousands of people. You know, I've never understood how it is you can claim to love the worker but hate the very person or the business that provides them a job. You can't separate those two. You need to have a worker and somebody who's invested, created something, so they provide a job. So this ideological division, which is designed for no other purpose than to mislead people into thinking that this is some sort of bailout. This isn't a bailout. What we're talking about is businesses who, through no fault of their own, are going to have to lay off workers. And trying to make sure that when we get on the other side of this virus, when we beat this virus, there will be jobs still available. So our economy can come roaring back, as it will do unless we mishandle our work here. So I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm not the only one. But I think about that mom and dad who's thinking, hey, I worked at a restaurant. The government shut the restaurant down. I don't have a paycheck. How am I going to provide for my family? And it's our Democratic colleagues, by their complete and unequivocal devotion to their ideological agenda, that are basically turning their backs on our fellow citizens. This is not a time for us to engage in partisan division. This is a time for us to get help where help is needed as soon as we possibly can. So as I said, Madam President, I know the other senators wish to speak, so I will yield the floor at this time.
Madam President.
Senator from Indiana.
Been here a little bit over a year and have gone through several issues. It tells me how this place works. Never thought we'd come to the point where we've actually choked down the real economy with the valid effort to try to get rid of the disease. And the American public that's been caught in the crossfire already is suffering. The ones that early had to shutter their business, they were hoping that when they woke up today, they were going to see something. Now you can see that's not going to happen. Many others here have kind of gone after the other side, and I think that's a valid argument. What I'm going to talk about here this evening, two things. If we do not get something done, and done through unanimous consent, and we have to wait until Wednesday, we will all be held accountable, and we're going to do what this place normally does and doesn't work for the people that sent us here to do the business. Had a hotel owner in Indianapolis called me earlier in the week. Last week, 2% occupancy. The number of small businesses across the country, not only in Indiana, that have had to, employees leave, have had to shutter their business by government edict. The toll and the carnage is going to be great. I want to stress what we might get done, and I had 4 or 5 Democratic senators tell me this. I want to throw the gauntlet out and do it publicly. Obviously, a list like that does not make sense. And how you'd even bring that up at a time like this boggles my mind. 3 areas, 4 or 5 different Democratic senators said that if we come together on those 3 areas, they would have enough people to get it across the finish line, even through unanimous consent. Number 1, and I think most of the folks on my side of the aisle, shoring up what state and local governments need to effectively handle this crisis. That's Main Street. That sounds okay with me. Helping the frontline industry that's responsible for fighting the disease, hospitals and providers, and we're real close. We're not far away. And then the one that we hear the most about would be the transparency associated with what could be the most important part of the package, the Emergency Stabilization Fund that helps all those businesses that need liquidity to keep employees on their payroll. But I'm going to be for full transparency. The airlines and their practices of what they could do at the time that ate up all their cash, I think there needs to be accountability. Senator Manchin said earlier, needs stronger language to prohibit stock buybacks. Check. Most of us would be for that. To where Secretary Mnuchin cannot have full latitude on where to direct the funds I'm a Main Street guy. I'd go for that too. Don't have enough restraints on the assistance in firing employees at a later time, as employers might do. Any of us that care about our employees would be for that as well. A couple other things. So I throw the gauntlet out to the leadership, who I think trotted out a lot of this other stuff, confused the process, and now we are here to where we have to do it through unanimous consent. I feel good that our side comes along on three key areas: helping state and local governments, helping the front line of defense, hospitals, and holding the big companies accountable that are going to get the benefit of government assistance. And we need to keep in mind, this isn't 2008, where you're looking at bailing out and helping some of the people that caused the problem. Even these larger businesses have been impacted by government edict to flatten the curve. And what we got to make sure is we get this out the door so that in the process of flattening the curve, we do not flatten the economy. We owe it to every wage earner, to every small business, and to Americans in general. Let's take those three areas that many Democrats told me today, if we just get them trued up, we'll get it across the finish line. That's the gauntlet I throw at the leadership on the other side. Let's get it done. The American public expects us to. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, this is a time of extraordinary crisis for our nation. In this time of crisis, I call upon each of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to rise above. Rise above petty partisanship. Rise above the bickering that so often consumes Washington. Rise above and put first the priorities of the millions of Americans who are hurting. Look, there is a time for political disagreements. There's a time for policy disagreements. I am no stranger to robust political and policy disagreements. But we are in the midst of a global pandemic. People are dying. People are suffering. Last night, when this Senate voted on whether to move forward with emergency relief legislation for the millions of people being devastated by the economic disaster we're seeing as a result of the coronavirus epidemic, every single Democrat in this body voted to block consideration of this bill. Now, for those of you at home who are not poring over a Senate procedural matter, what does it mean to vote to block consideration? Doesn't mean they voted against the bill. It means they voted against even starting to take it up. The New York Times headline moments afterwards said, Democrats block $1.7 trillion stimulus bill. Of course, that headline had the fault of being accurate. And so within minutes, the New York Times changed it to Democrats block $1.7 trillion stimulus bill, citing worker concerns. That was headline number 2. But then apparently the partisan leanings in the New York Times were too strong for that. And so they revised it a third time to say partisan division halts discussion of the bill. No, it wasn't partisan division. It was one party, the Democratic Party, saying to this chamber and the American people, hell no. We won't even take this up and discuss it. At a time of crisis, at a time when people are dying, that's wrong. That's shameful. When we awakened this morning, following the Democrats' obstruction, worldwide, there were 372,563 reported cases of the coronavirus. In the hours since then, just today, there have been an additional 23,352 cases reported today. While the Democrats are blocking the bill, 23,000 new cases today. In the United States, when we started this morning, there were 35,224 cases this morning. Right now, as of the latest numbers, there are 41,708 cases in the United States today. That means we've had an additional 6,484 cases today while the Democrats are blockading. And by the way, where are the Democrats? C-SPAN doesn't show this whole chamber often, but it'd be nice if they did, because that entire side of the chamber is empty. They're not showing up for work. They're not doing their job. In Texas this morning, there had been 668 cases. As of right now, there's 722, 54 more cases today, while the Democrats are blocking consideration of this bill. How about deaths? Look, as we look at this crisis, there are people right now gasping for breath. You and I, we have friends who have been diagnosed with this disease. We've read stories, we've talked to people who've struggled under it. I heard from one individual who's hospitalized right now that breathing felt like a belt strapped across his chest, that he could barely breathe. As of this morning, worldwide, there had been 16,381 deaths. Now that's the number now. This morning, it was only 15,308. That means today, while the Democrats have been blocking this bill, 1,073 additional people died. In the United States, as of this morning, there were 471 deaths reported due to coronavirus. As of right now, it's 573. That means today, 102 Americans died, while the Democrats were blocking consideration of this bill. In Texas, as of this morning, there had been 8 deaths. Now, there are 9. One Texan died, while half this chamber refused to show up and do their job. Now, this morning, when we voted again, we saw the first signs of cracks as one Democrat, senator from Alabama, who had voted no yesterday, decided this morning, well, maybe we should take up the bill. One Democrat. Where are the rest? There are a lot of Democrats who like to hold themselves out as moderate Democrats. Where are they? Right now, what the Democratic leadership is doing is they're playing games. They're playing games in a way that is irresponsible. Listen, this bill has a lot of important elements for a lot of people that are hurting. You've got not only the people who are hospitalized, the people who are suffering, but you've also got economic devastation, as we have much of this country has ground to a halt. We've got people who work in restaurants, waiters, waitresses, bellboys, who haven't gone to work in over a week. We have people in hotels. I've spoken to business owner after business owner after business owner for the last week. One hotel owner described how he currently had 6% occupancy rates. You can't keep a hotel running with 6% occupancy rates. I talked to one hotel owner who described how he had made 5,000 layoffs in the last week. Another hotel owner had made 6,000 layoffs in the past week. I talked to an oil and gas business owner who'd laid off 5,000 workers in the past week. I talked to another oil and gas business owner who'd laid off 5,000 workers in the last week. You know, today I'm thinking about people like my friends at Republic Country Club. Now, Republic Country Club is a bit of a misnomer. It's a barbecue joint outside of Houston. It's owned by my friend Michael Berry. It is often the venue for country western concerts. It's a venue sometimes for comedy shows. I went and took my dad to Larry the Cable Guy at Republic Country Club. I've had multiple election night parties at Republic Country Club. It's a big old honky-tonk. You've never seen so many confused national reporters as they walked in and looked around and didn't know what to make of the place. Father's Day, a year ago, I did a Father's Day party at Republic Country Club. My dad, we roasted up 2 whole pigs. Cook staff at the barbecue place, they made them up, and we had a big party, invited people there. It's a Cuban tradition to roast a whole pig. Now, why am I telling you about Republic Country Club? Because yesterday, which happened to be my father's 81st birthday, yesterday Republic Country Club announced they're closing their doors. Yesterday, Michael Berry sent out a tweet telling first responders, telling police officers and firefighters and everyone on the front line, he said, drive by Republic Country Club today, March 23rd. Drive by during the day and we'll give you a free barbecue. We're going to cook everything we have. We're just going to give it away in to-go. You can't come in, but we're going to give you to-go boxes. And he went on to say, they're emptying out all the liquor from the storeroom, and from behind the bar, they're giving it to the employees because the employees are all being laid off. And he said he doesn't know if they'll open again. Now, I'll tell you, those employees, the bartenders, the bouncers, many of them are veterans. Many of them are big guys covered with tats. They're salt of the earth. And right now, they don't know where their rent check is coming from next week. That's happening all across this country. That's happening not just at one barbecue place in Houston. That's happening at bars. It's happening at nail salons. It's happening at movie theaters. You know, I love Sunday night to go with a buddy of mine and go watch a movie. Movie theaters are shut down all over this country. Retail stores. People laid off. Nobody's going to the mall right now. And for the people who are hurting, they're scared. They don't know, number one, if they're going to get sick. But number two, they don't know how they're going to make ends meet. This is a time of crisis, and we ought to be coming together. Now listen, this bill that we were moving to, I don't necessarily agree with every word of it, but there are a number of elements in this bill that are designed to provide real help to people who are hurting. One element of this bill is to give cash, an immediate check for $1,200 to every person in this country, every adult in this country earning under $75,000 a year. $2,400 for every couple earning under $150,000 a year, plus $500 for every child they've got. Now, you want to talk about real relief. For people that are scared, they're saying, what do I do next? Those are checks that are coming in the mail. And what have the Democrats said? No, halt the checks. Right now, those checks aren't coming, and they aren't coming for one reason, because the Senate Democrats are blocking taking up that bill. In many circumstances, that would not be the right policy outcome, to just send checks to people. But at a time of crisis, where you need people just to be able to make it to tomorrow, putting some resources in their hands makes a big difference. Another element of this bill that is being blocked by Senate Democrats is $350 billion in emergency loans to small businesses like Republic Country Club, to small businesses like restaurants and bars, to small businesses like nail salons and barber shops and movie theaters and dress shops and hardware stores. Small businesses that are right now putting up the sign saying closed for coronavirus. Now, those emergency loans are designed to be given with the condition that they keep their employees on payroll. A lot of these small business owners want to keep their employees on payroll, but they don't have the cash. Under the terms of this bill, those loans are forgiven if they keep their employees on payroll. By the way, the Democratic talking point is, oh, this is just cash to businesses. Tell that to the owner of the barbershop who takes an emergency loan to not fire all of her employees. That loan, under the terms of it's forgiven if the employees stay on the payroll. The Democrats are blocking that right now. What about unemployment insurance? The job numbers coming out shortly, I expect to be massive in terms of the job losses. I think we'll see north of 2-3 million people who've lost their jobs, and the numbers are getting worse. Every phone call I have is with more and more people that are losing their jobs. It is bad. It will come back, but it is bad right now. We need emergency support to get people through this dark time. This bill had $250 billion for additional unemployment insurance. What did that mean? That's an additional $600 per week for an additional 13 weeks. If you're one of the waitresses right now who's just been told your job's gone away and you apply for unemployment insurance, if this bill passes, you get an extra $600 immediately. But you know what? You don't right now, because Senate Democrats are blocking this. Now, if they have reasonable concerns, they're welcome to raise them. And by the way, this bill was drafted with the participation of nearly a dozen Senate Democrats who were actively part of the task forces submitting suggestions. In fact, one of the suggestions the Democrats submitted during the drafting was plus up those unemployment insurance numbers. And they got agreement. This was drafted in a bipartisan manner. But what happened? I got to tell you, yesterday, Sunday, most of us thought we were going to move to this. But then Nancy Pelosi decided it was time to play politics. Decided to throw a grenade into the whole process. And she had a list of demands, an over 1,000-page bill that she drops out of nowhere. And the demands she's pushing, I ask you, do these have anything to do with the coronavirus epidemic? A number of people have cited the famed quote from Rahm Emanuel, who's President Obama's chief of staff, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Sadly, we're seeing the embodiment of that cynical approach right now. Because all the people out of jobs the Democrats are using to push, what are they pushing for? Changing the emission standards on airplanes. Mr. President, what the hell do the emission standards on airplanes have to do with thousands of people dying and millions of people out of work in the coronavirus epidemic? Don't treat this bill like a partisan Christmas list. And by the way, you know, Republicans, we've got things we would like to advance too. Things I believe in deeply. You want to talk about what I'd like to do? I'd like to abolish the IRS. I've campaigned on that all over the country. I'm going to continue fighting for that. But, Mr. President, I'm not standing here with an amendment saying, as part of this emergency relief, let's abolish the IRS. There's a place for that political and policy discussion. The Democrats are pushing wind and solar tax credits. Mr. President, what in the hell does a windmill have to do with this crisis? Other than there's some Democratic lobbyists getting fat and rich, and they're willing to extort a crisis to try to advance their political agenda. Mandates on corporate board diversity. So these are Democrats that want to social engineer. Now listen, I actually have a lot of problems with corporate boards. I think we have far too many corporate boards that are docile and do what management wants. That's a serious problem. A lot of discussion about stock buybacks. I'll tell you what I get concerned about stock buybacks is when you have compensation agreements in place that the executives get rich if they get a short-term boost in share price, and it ends up hurting the shareholders. So I'd love to see actually more vigorous boards of directors that make sure that you're not creating incentives to game the stock price. That's a reasonable question. But they want to mandate effectively quotas on boards of directors. Mr. President, what in the hell does that have to do with this crisis? The Pelosi wish list wants to restructure the debt for the post office. Mr. President, last I checked, look, our postal workers, they go through wind and rain and snow, but they haven't been laid off. I call upon both sides. Don't play games with this. This crisis isn't going to end tomorrow. It's not going to end the next day. It's going to last for a considerable time. It's going to require adults to step up and lead. On the pandemic, we need to follow the science. We need to listen to the doctors. We need to listen to the physicians. We need to do the steps that we're taking to keep people safe. On the economy, we need to give immediate relief to people who are hurting, and we need to make sure a liquidity crisis doesn't become a solvency crisis. You know, it's interesting. Many of the Democrats are saying they don't want corporate bailouts. Well, listen, I agree with them. I am passionately opposed to corporate bailouts. One of the things I was gratefully relieved about how this bill was structured is that it's structured as loans and not condition-free grants. And it's structured primarily so that it's not picking favored companies that happen to have big lobbying presence in Washington. What does it mean to not have a liquidity crisis become a solvency crisis? Let's take, for example, the airlines. I've spoken with just about every major airline CEO in the past 2 weeks. The airlines are losing billions of dollars every month. Now, they didn't cause that problem. Unlike the financial crisis in 2008, this crisis was not caused by misconduct of one industry or another. This pandemic wasn't caused. It's not the airline's fault that the federal government has shut down flights to Asia and to Europe. That's not their fault. It's not the owner of the restaurant in downtown Houston's fault that the city of Houston has shut down the restaurant. That's not that small business owner's fault. Now, what we don't want is when the bills come due for all of those businesses, for them to have to sell their assets at a fire sale. We don't want the restaurant owner who has a pizzeria who saved to buy this fantastic pizza oven to have to sell the pizza oven for pennies on the dollar because the liquidity crisis has become a solvency crisis. We don't want our U.S. airlines to have to put up a garage sale effectively to sell all their airplanes because they're going bankrupt in the midst of a crisis. We want to come out of this with strong, robust commercial airline sector. We want to come back out of this with the small businesses thriving. We want to come out of this with a thriving energy sector. We want to come out of this with jobs. And so, Mr. President, I'm going to close this the way I started, by calling on Democrats, calling on Republicans, rise above petty partisan games. The Democratic leaders are playing these games. To every one of you Democrats, listen to the men and women in your states. Don't give in to the games. You know, most of the Democratic senators say they don't even know what their side wants, that it's just their leadership that's willing to hold the American people hostage for unrelated political partisan objectives. And by the way, one of the reasons I think Senate Democrats are so willing to engage in this is they expect the media to be utterly complicit in their cynical gamesmanship. So we stand here this afternoon, it is not only the Democratic side of the chamber that is empty, but as I look up to the press, Nobody's there. There's not a single reporter sitting in the chamber. We've seen the New York Times. Actually, there's nobody sitting in the chamber, so they may have closed the chamber, in which case that may have been an unfair assault. But it's not an unfair assault to say the New York Times is changing their headline to give political cover for the games of the Senate Democrats. This is a time of crisis. It's not a time to play games. It's a time to rise above. It's a time to stand for the American men and women. It's a time to stand for jobs. It's a time to help protect people's lives. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we've heard a lot of passion here on the Senate floor this afternoon. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration. And it stems from the anxiety, the anger, and the frustration that is being felt across the country right now. As Americans from Alaska to Arkansas are faced with the reality of this new day, a Monday that they thought they just could never imagine, when last week they had a healthy business and a going concern, and now that business has been ordered shut down. A Monday where you thought the kids are going back to school after spring break, and now it's not only been announced that they're not going back for a longer spring break. Right now in my state, it's been extended until May 1st that the kids go back to school. I understand today from my assistant that here in Virginia, the schools are not going to be going back in, that they will not go back in for the end of this school year. It's pretty shocking. Here we are on a Monday that nobody could have imagined. About 4 hours now ago, we were here on this floor to conduct a vote on a motion to proceed to cloture, a motion to get on to a bill that had been worked through by good men and women on both sides for days now. And you hit bumps, we do that around here. This is the nature of legislating. But this is not a time for the bumps to derail us. This is not a time that we have that is unlimited to extend debate, to extend a process when we have folks back home that we answer to that are angry, frustrated, and anxious. At the end of that vote, you heard anger from colleagues saying this type of political games, brinksmanship, call it whatever you will. This is not what the American people deserve, and this is not what we should be doing as a United States Senate. And our leader asked us, he said, so where are we? Where are we right now? And I think he was speaking more, where are we in the process? We can ask that question in this body and say, are we a mere hours away from being able to reach agreement here? Where we are in the views of so many that are watching this right now, where the Republicans are saying, we must move on this now, we don't have time to wait, daylight is a wasting, to a response that we're still working, we're going to try to get this done. No, we can't just try to get this done. I was asked what I thought about the failure to come together on a vote last evening, and I said failure is not an option, plain and simple. Failure is not an option. And so we're continuing to work. But as we work, let's think about where the people that we work for are right now. We may say that we're stuck on some matters. We've got people that are stuck in places that they never could have imagined on this Monday. We've got about 19 Alaskans that are stuck in Peru, trying to get out of a country that has literally gone on lockdown. We were in long conversation yesterday with the folks at the State Department, trying to figure out how to help them, how to help their families that are back home in Alaska, that are calling my office every day, sometimes multiple times a day, saying, what are you doing to help? What are you doing to help not only those 19 Alaskans getting out of a place like Peru, the pregnant woman with several children, the minor exchange student, the families that are over there? Many of my colleagues were part of that call, that were not only interested in those that were stuck in Peru, but those that were in Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador and other parts. We got a good group out of Morocco. We're getting calls from Alaskans that were seeking to leave the state for other services, so they get on the Alcan Highway, and they're dealing with the reality of a Canadian border closure to all non-essential traffic. So we get the calls. What happens if we're going down to Seattle for medical? Is the veteran that's in the car that's going down for medical purposes, is this an essential trip for him? They're saying, yeah. What about the spouse in the car? Maybe we don't know. The uncertainty that then comes to those individuals about being stuck. We're not stuck here. Those are people that you think about, what are we doing to help them? Because this talk doesn't help them. It's not giving them any degree of certainty, any degree of relief, any belief that we can get anything done. They're looking to us to help them. Right now, my hometown, Anchorage, is under a hunker down order. Our mayor decided he didn't want to call it a stay at home or just a stand down. It's a hunker down order, and that hunker down order went in place last night. It'll go through the end of the month here. Last Monday, I got a call from the mayor who said, I'm going to be closing down all the bars, all the restaurants, the entertainment facilities. We've got to work on containment, because here in Alaska, we're kind of at the end of the supply chain, and it's a pretty scary place to be right now. So what defense do we have? We're going to really be aggressive on this shelter in place. My son's a small businessman that provides to the restaurants in town. So when the order comes out that the restaurants are shut down, what does a small businessman like my 26-year-old son now, where does he go? How does he move forward from that Monday to this Monday? It's pretty scary. We went from a situation on Monday of last week where it was just one municipality that ordered the closure of restaurants and bars, to the following day, the entire state has a full-on closure. We're a state that is isolated from everybody else in the continental United States. We fly to get home. It is a fact of our life. We had a letter signed by multiple emergency room doctors just last week, urging the governor to ban non-essential air travel. Think about what that means. Pretty debilitating for a state like mine. You would say, well, that's not going to happen. Well, let me tell you what is happening. Right now, Non-essential travel there is a strict advisory against non-essential travel to the state and within the state. We have villages in the interior part of the state predominantly that are banning outsiders coming into the village by airplanes. So that might mean visitors coming in, which this time of year, it's pretty tough to have a big tourism industry in the interior part of Alaska, but the reality is that also means those planes that would be bringing your supplies, if there's a medical emergency, they would ask for relief out. This is how extreme the actions are. Because in Alaska, we felt fully the impact of the Spanish influenza a century ago that took out whole villages. So our native communities, as remote and small and isolated as they are absolutely fearful that we will see a repeat of that Spanish influenza. So if we have to shut off all economic activity, we're doing that. This weekend, a huge effort to move our homeless populations out of the crowded shelters into the shut-down sports arena and hockey arena so that we can put them in an area and a place where there is hopefully sufficient 6-foot distancing. The hotels around the state, I've listened to our colleagues, we're all in the same situation with the impact that is happening to our businesses as we are shutting down, and these business owners are making the difficult decisions that they are. This morning, the faxes that I got from the Quality Inn in Kodiak, Alaska, laying off 13 jobs. This is from the Baranoff Hotel in Juneau, which most of us who have ever spent any time talking to our legislators know this is our most significant hotel in our capital city, laying off 45 hotel positions. This is a reality that for them, as they are watching what's happening here in the Senate, or perhaps the inaction that is happening here before the cameras, they're saying, do I have alternatives to these layoffs? Will there be the level of support for me to keep my employees retained, to keep our community moving forward? I received a text from a friend who has Chena Hot Springs Resort. That resort he's owned now for 22 years. Never closed since he has had that in operation. But he is in a position now where he has told all 90 of his employees, you can stay here. We're not open. I'll feed you. And my hope is that Bernie is going to be able to keep those 90 employees. He's going to be able to pay them through the proposal that we've built into this legislation that we have an opportunity to move to if we can only do so. His ask to me in that text was not make sure that it's $150 billion or it has to be a $1.5 trillion. You know what he ended his text to me with was, he said, we need to make America kind again. He wants to take care of his family, his work family, and he wants to know that we're going to be responsive to that we will show that kindness that we would all hope would come. I'm so discouraged as I listen to the nature of the partisan words that are on this floor today, because that is the last thing this body needs. That is the last thing this country needs. They need assurance from us. They need to have that confidence that we get the urgency, that we hear their cries, and that we're not just sitting back here bickering because I haven't got my number one project. Or if we're going to make this even Steven, if it needs to be one Republican priority, then it needs to be another Democrat priority over there. You know what? We all represent people of different political persuasions. My job as a senator from the state of Alaska is to represent all those Alaskans. And I would like to think that all Alaskans think that protective equipment for our medical providers is a priority for all of us. I would like to think that it's a priority for all of us, for all Alaskans, that we say it is best to keep those employees as part of your business, to keep that held in place until we can get on the other side of the immediacy of the health crisis, so that we can work together to avoid a further economic crisis. But instead of this Monday, the American public and Alaskans who are counting on me back home, instead of them being able to see this hope from their elected leaders that we've got it, that we understand the urgency, what they see are the partisan words. What they see is an empty chamber. What they hear is as much a measure of dysfunction as everything that they see in their world around them right now. One of the things that our governor has done, and he's made some hard choices in the past week to 10 days. He's made some decisions that will have significant and serious economic impact to a state that is already on its knees. But one of the things that he did was he put together what he's calling an Alaska Economic Stabilization Task Force. And this conservative Republican governor has appointed two co-chairs. One co-chair is a former Republican governor, Governor Sean Parnell, and the other one is one that many of my colleagues here in the Senate know, former Senator Mark Begich. Politically, you couldn't have two different guys who are ahead of this task force. But it sent a signal to Alaskans that, look, we are all in this together, that there are no Republican solutions, there are no Democrat solutions, there are just solutions, and we better figure them out. And the state of Alaska is working real hard to do that. I was just visiting with some of our Alaska labor leaders, and in addition to the issues that we're talking about, they're telling me that their members they're out making personal protective equipment. They're getting the sewing machines out, they're getting the fabric at Joann's Fabrics, and they're just making things. They're doing what needs to be done. And so when we're reminded that so much good can come together if we just kind of lay down our partisan arms and say, what do we need to do for this country? What do you want for Arkansas? What do we need for Alaska? What do we need for one another? Because right now, we don't need the words that just further separate us as Americans. So, Mr. President, I haven't talked about the contents of the bill that we have in front of us because so many before me this afternoon have. I think we all share the desire, I hope we all share the desire to get this done readily, to get it done quickly, because right now, Americans are losing hope. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, growing up, my dad used to tell me on a regular basis that you should never speak up unless you can improve upon the silence. I've tried to take that to heart in my personal life and my professional life. And today I feel like I can improve upon the silence. I have a deep conviction that the United States Senate is not living up to the expectations of the American people. The American people deserve a United States Senate as good as the American people. They deserve a United States Senate that's responsive when they need government most. I suppose it's fashionable these days to use so many of our institutions in society to elevate ourselves. Well, folks, this institution, its credibility is at stake. The American people need this institution to function. I was a United States Marine after graduating from college. And I never saw a war, Mr. President. I never saw a national emergency, a major crisis, and I'm very straightforward about that. But I have to say, I was ready for a war. I was prepared for that big day when the United States of America really, really needed me. And I made sure all my Marines were prepared. We were prepared to do our duty when it mattered most. As it relates to this pandemic, I have to say the American people are ready. Look around. Makes you proud. Are we not a unified people? Are we a tribal people? There's a lot of conversation about that and among political circles. Spend some time in my neighborhood. Spend some time back home in Indiana right now. Maybe it took some separation, some social distancing. Maybe it took some time away from work, some time away from social gatherings. Maybe it took cancellation, unfortunately, of March Madness, NCAA tournament, to remind us all that we're deeply connected with one another, and we long for those connections, regardless of political philosophy, regardless of the fact that we have an election going on. That's not what is real important to regular people. Americans are coming together. They're ready for this emergency. And this is indeed an emergency, make no mistake. Look across the country, all the National Guards that are being mobilized. This is an emergency that the people of my home state have been responding favorably to. The Senate needs to as well. Folks in my neighborhood are putting bags of groceries on people's doorstep that are unable to go out and get groceries themselves. I know this from my own family. They're calling senior citizens they know that they think are probably lonely at this time. They're coming together. Back in Evansville, one of my friends, JP, he's a business owner. He's very active in the community. We're on the phone the other day. I think like other members, I've had countless phone calls in the last week or so. Business owners, not-for-profit leaders, healthcare providers, rank-and-file citizens. And this active citizen, this community leader, JP in Evansville, says that he was on the phone with the mayor, local business leaders, local healthcare leaders, and a bunch of others from southern Indiana, and they were all on the same page. They figured out how to come together, how to solve local problems together. They were all ready to tackle this because they sense what we should all sense. The sooner you can tackle these challenges, the sooner the pain will end. The sooner we will reduce anxiety among our neighbors. They're all determined to work together. In fact, he said he had not seen such unity within the community of Evansville, Indiana, since 9/11. It says a lot. Well, the Senate must be ready. This package, the CARES Act, was negotiated in a bipartisan way. 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans in consultation for each of the various working groups. They put together a package. It all came together. It was introduced. It was all bipartisan until it came time to vote on a procedural vote yesterday. You know, this virus may seem to many small because it's impacted a small percentage of our population directly. But I have to say, its impact is growing rapidly. The longer it takes us to come together, the more damage that's going to be done. This is an emergency. It is time, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to take yes for an answer. Not play games. So what's this bill do? Nothing controversial. Provides additional assistance for health care needs. This is a pandemic. We need more masks. We need more PPE. Our hospitals are swamped. They can't conduct elective surgeries anymore. Their finances are out of whack. We need to help them out. What else does it do? It helps individual Americans. Folks are resource constrained right now. They can't go to work. So $1,200, at least for starts, per American, $2,400 per married couple, additional $500 if you have dependents. That's really going to make a difference in Hoosiers' lives. We need to make sure that people have jobs to go back to once we get through this as well. And that's why this legislation is designed to provide much-needed liquidity for these businesses. They still have debts to pay. They still got debts. They want to make payroll. I can't tell you, I mean, I've talked to so many small businessmen in tears. I've talked to leaders of our largest corporations as well, and I'll tell you, I talked to a lady who didn't think things looked real good. We didn't have a whole lot of time to respond to this. Meeting payroll, paying for rent, paying your leases, paying your mortgage. These are the essentials, folks. And this is not 2008. That was a horrible crisis. But we are coming off the best economy, arguably, in 5 decades. And because the economy was so good, people were optimistic about the future. And through no fault of their own, businessmen did sort of the rational thing. They invested in the future, the property, the plant, the equipment that's required to grow. They're working on taking market share. All of those who believe in the free enterprise system can associate ourselves with what they were trying to accomplish. 2008, a little different. The economy was lethargic. The bottom fell out of the economy. But in sort of an ironic twist, when the economy's down, people are paying down their debts. They're bolstering that that balance sheet. They're maintaining some liquid assets in anticipation of further tough times. We don't have that benefit right now. We can measure the prospects of our employers in days. For many of them, it's too late. The United States Senate needs to treat this like an emergency because it is an emergency. So what else does this legislation do? Well, there's a category, let me just group together, let me call it, I think, incontrovertibly, emergency funding. $20 billion for veterans' health care, $11 billion for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other preparedness needs, masks, gloves, ventilators. $75 billion for hospitals, $4.5 billion for the Centers for Disease Control, $12 billion for America's military as it helps us respond to this pandemic, and so on. That's what the bill's all about. That's what we're fighting about. So what happened? How did things go off track? Well, I've got, and it may surprise some folks, but I've got a very positive relationship with the Democratic leader. We just happen to have a lot of principled disagreements. And at the very end of a bipartisan process, when he and other members of his caucus try and insert provisions pertaining to the Green New Deal and other far-left priorities into this package, then that, of course, disrupts our emergency response. So now we have Speaker Pelosi seemingly hijacking the process. That's right, she's over in the House of Representatives. She's not even part of this body, and her folks are all home. The House isn't in session. But Speaker Pelosi wanted to remain relevant. She decided she wanted to get some TV time, I suppose, and so her proposal involves federalizing voting. We can have an honest debate about whether it's appropriate to federalize the voting system, to mandate, early voting, same-day voter registration. That's something that should be debated in the United States Senate because I know it's a priority of so many of my colleagues. Again, elements of the Green New Deal. We can debate whether or not there has to be a full offset of airline emissions by 2025. Some other time. We can debate whether or not greenhouse gas statistics for individual flights should be widely available. Let's work on that separately after we help the American people. Let's not work on pet priorities. We can debate permanent paid leave. Permanent paid leave granted by the federal government some other time. This is a pandemic. It's an economic emergency, a public health emergency. The American people want a response. They don't want us to focus on this right now. I made a lot of phone calls in recent days back home. None of this is possible without the wherewithal, without the hard work of sturdy Americans, without great American innovation. None of the resources that are required to actually sustain our government, to feed our families. People need places to work. Here's what's happening in Indiana, a little snapshot. The RV industry, the global headquarters of the recreational vehicle industries, Elkhart, Indiana. We're seeing RV companies temporarily shutting down in Indiana, and I know we're seeing it across the country. The hotel industry. Today, the two largest hospitals in Indianapolis had to shut their doors. I'm not just talking about buildings shutting their doors. This closure is going to mean the loss of employment for about 780 full-time workers. Think of all the family members that depend on those workers. This is an emergency. The auto industry. Hoosiers proudly manufacture the components for our auto industry. They assemble those components into finished automobiles. That industry has been brought to a halt on account of this unique crisis. And the worst we hear is yet to come. Airlines. They're feeling the most immediate impact. I flew the other day from my home in the Indianapolis area, flew out of the airport to Washington, D.C. It wasn't a charter flight. I was the only passenger. I was the only passenger on the aircraft. We know that's not a sustainable business model when you're paying for the fuel. You got a pilot and a co-pilot and a flight attendant and me. This is an emergency. St. Elmo's Steakhouse. It's one restaurant. There are restaurants across the state of Indiana that have had to close their doors. St. Elmo's just had to do it. First time it's ever had to do it since 1902. They were even able to keep their doors open in the midst of the 1918 flu pandemic. This is bad. This is an emergency. The Senate needs to act. We have Sanjay Patel. He's the president of an Indianapolis-based company, and he and my team spoke recently, and he said that he had to lay off at least 100 workers just last week, with another 150 layoffs likely this week. These are families, these are individuals who take pride in their work. They want to go back to work. Here's what Sanjay said. Sanjay said, "We're thinking of closing a few of them here. It's just deteriorating every day. It was worse last night than the night before, and it was worse the night before than 2 days ago. It's just deteriorating, and I think it's just a matter of time until we close down." It's an emergency. It's not time for Nancy Pelosi's priorities. It's time for the American people's priorities. We have a baking shop with locations in Carmel, in Indianapolis, that had to lay some workers off. Their owner said, "My heart goes out to my cake-bake family, whom I was forced to lay off during this horrible virus. I'm working with my banks, my insurance company, my accountant, and the government to try and create some sort of relief, some support for my team. I'm doing everything in my power to help all 170 of them. All tips received at both of our bakery counters will be divided and shared with our servers, hoping to get through this difficult time together, coming out on the other end with the safety and health for our families." I heard from a small optometry practice in North Vernon. They have 12 employees. The owner says, "We simply don't have the cash to fund their wages while they're off work. I'm saving what cash I have to pay them, their vacation and personal daytime. We are in trouble and need help." Sitting somebody who's used to asking for help. This is the time to give them help. Let's not allow this legislation to be hijacked. Let's live up to the high standards of the American people. At this difficult moment, let's come together like we did in 9/11, like our country has so consistently when the chips are really down. Let's all take a part in this effort. I encourage all of my constituents and anyone else around the country to encourage your senators, Republicans and Democrats alike. Stand up, speak out, send emails, tell your neighbors. It's time for this body to move. It's time for us to deal with this crisis once for all. We'll make America great again from the bottom up. Doesn't have to take that long. We can bounce back. But the longer we wait, the harder it will be. Let's do our jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, we're getting a lot of redundancy around here, but it's worth it. You know, I've been sitting here for several hours now, listening to my colleagues. I don't recall in the 25 years I've been here of seeing this happening over and over again, and everything that is said is so significant. Because, you know, when the senator from Alaska talked about the fact that we're all in this together, you know, we are. And things were going well for a while. I'm actually gonna, I think, end with a little bit of an optimism right now, and I may be the only one doing that, because I think something's gonna happen tonight. I think it has to happen tonight. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Now, I've never seen a crisis like this. We're not used to dealing with crises. Gosh, we've been through wars. We've been through things that we've considered to be a crisis. This is a different dimension. We're talking about people, you know, who are dying. You know, coronavirus, you know, we all know where it came from. Wuhan in China. It's caused global panic. And by the way, they call it a pandemic. There's a reason for that, because this isn't something that's just happening in the United States of America. This is happening all over the world, everywhere. No one's immune. And it's something that we don't have a cure for right now. You know, when the senator from Indiana kept using the word emergency, this is an emergency. It's an emergency unlike any that we've seen so far. I mean, it's something that's highly contagious, something that we can't do anything about. No one is immune. As of Sunday, according to the World Health Organization, there are 292,000 cases globally and almost 13,000 deaths. Let me put that in a different perspective, because I have had the honor in the last several days, and I'm talking about including the weekend, of talking to people in Oklahoma. And I've talked to, I think this morning, we talked to every single radio, television, and newspaper in the state. And I always start my speeches out to make sure everyone understands why this is not anything that we've done before, why it's so significant, because the contagious, and I explained to people, if you take, today's the 23rd, let's take the 22nd and the 21st. If you go back to the 21st, or let's say the 20th of March, that was last Friday, we had at that time 218 cases, 210,000 cases that were known. They've been contaminated. 2 days later, it was 322,000. Now, look at the ones who have died. On the 20th, that was yesterday, that was Sunday, 8,800 people died. But 2 days before that, it was 13,714. Now, that's globally. Look at here in the United States of America. In 2020, it was 10,500 people who contacted it. And then just 2 days later, it was 31,000. It tripled in 2 days. That's what we're facing right now. On the deaths, they tripled in the same thing. 150 deaths on March 20th, 390 deaths on the 22nd, 2 days later. Now that puts it in a category. We've never had anything like that to talk about. And people, you know, the reason I do that, and when I'm talking to people in Oklahoma, it's like a lot of people, and I've been in this position before, when it looked like we're overreacting, we looked like we're creating a crisis, something that hasn't happened before. Well, in this case, this is a crisis, and so it's important. There are a lot of people around who are thinking, well, you know, this is kind of manufactured, it's not this big of a deal. In this case, it is. So at the same time, we have thousands of Americans that are losing their jobs. You know, we've been listening to this on the floor for a long period of time, and sometimes it's important to be redundant, to talk about these things. The people who are being forced to shut down without any sense when they might reopen. I had, you're spared probably 15 minutes or so of the examples that I had in my state of Oklahoma, bakeries and others. The senator from Indiana did a good job, and I think that would be unnecessary to go over all of that. We all have those stories. There's not a member of this Democrat or Republican in this body who have not had these experiences and could talk about the experiences. And so we started working. This is going to sound pretty phony when I say this, but I was so proud, and I talked about how proud I was of the Democrats, because until just yesterday, we were all working together. And, you know, we're having our meetings. I was with Mitch McConnell, and he was showing the progress that we're having, and the Democrats were cooperating. We really thought really good things were going to happen. We really believed that. And so we've been working around the clock, and the bipartisan negotiations, the relief that this weekend substantial progress was being made on a comprehensive phase 3. Now, let's keep in mind, this is phase 3 we're talking about now. This is the one that I anticipate tonight we'll vote successfully on it. We have to do it, because if we don't do it, people are going to die. This is not like, you know, it's going to cost so much money if it's, or some people are going to be inconvenienced. People are dying. So we had these bipartisan negotiations, and I thought we were doing great work. While the senator's been working here on solutions to this crisis, the Democrat House has been on recess. I'm not really concerned. If they feel they can do that, that's fine. But that didn't stop the Speaker of the House. And this is where the problem came. See, everything was great until last night. And up until the vote time, we were going to vote at 6 o'clock last night. And we thought we were going to be successful in that vote at 6 o'clock last night. What we didn't know is that the Speaker came back, even though they're on recess, and she threw a wrench into everything that we're doing, all the bipartisan talks. She came to town and decided to make this a partisan exercise. House Democrats are now demanding the far left wish of radical policies be included in otherwise a bipartisan agreement. And I think what their feeling is we're going to spend all this money. We got to get everything in there. If it has nothing to do
bid. We extend our best wishes to the person affected, and we feel sure that he or she will be better very soon. And thank you for being here. America continues to mobilize every segment of our society to turn the tide in the battle against the virus. I want Americans to know that we will get through this challenge. The hardship will end. It will end soon. Normal life will return, and our economy will rebound very, very strongly. But right now, in the midst of this great national trial, Americans must remain united in purpose and focused on victory. To every single American, please know that the sacrifice you're making at this time is saving lives, many, many lives. It's very important that we totally protect our Asian American community in the United States and all around the world. They're amazing people, and the spreading of the virus is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. They're working closely with us to get rid of it. We will prevail together. It's very important. From the beginning, we have been working closely with our nation's best scientists and medical professionals, and we will continue to do so until we have defeated the virus. Our public health experts, who are terrific, are studying the variation in the disease across the country, and we will be using data to recommend new protocols to allow local economies to cautiously resume their activity at the appropriate time. We also have a large team working on what the next steps will be once the medical community gives a region the okay, meaning the okay to get going, to get back. Let's go to work. Our country wasn't built to be shut down. This is not a country that was built for this. It was not built to be shut down. My administration continues to work with Democrats and Republicans to reach an agreement on an urgent relief bill for the millions of American workers and small businesses and large businesses that were badly affected by the medical difficulty that we've had. If you had a viable business in January, we are committed to ensuring the same is true in the coming weeks. In fact, we want to make it even better than it was before, and we're doing things to help in that regard. America will again and soon be open for business, very soon, a lot sooner than 3 or 4 months that somebody was suggesting. A lot sooner. We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. We're not going to let the cure be worse than the problem. At the end of the 15-day period, we'll make a decision as to which way we want to go, where we want to go, the timing, and essentially we're referring to the timing of the opening, essentially the opening of our country, because we have it pretty well shut down in order to get rid of this invisible enemy. 2 weeks ago, we moved at record speed to pass paid sick leave and paid family medical leave and approved $8 billion, including money for the development of treatments and vaccines, and we're doing tremendous work on both fronts. The vaccines are coming along very quickly. Now Congress must demonstrate the same bipartisanship again and join together to pass the Senate bill as written and avoid playing any more partisan games. They have to get together and just stop with the partisan politics. And I think that's happening. I got a call a little while ago. I guess they're getting closer. It should go quickly. And it must go quickly. It's not really a choice. They don't have a choice. They have to make a deal. This should not be a time for political agendas, but rather one for focusing solely and squarely on the needs of the American people. We are going to save American workers, and we're going to save them quickly. And we're going to save our great American companies, both small and large. This was a medical problem. We are not going to let it turn into a long-lasting financial problem. It started out as a purely medical problem, and it's not going to go beyond that. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Our country was at its strongest financial point. We've never had an economy like we had just a few weeks ago, and then it got hit with something that nobody could have ever thought possible. And we are fixing it. We're fixing it quickly. And I want to just thank the American people for what they've been through and what they're doing. Our country will be stronger than ever before, and we fully anticipate that, and it won't be that long. Let me provide you with an update on critical supplies. FEMA is distributing 8 million N95 respirator masks and 13.3 million surgical masks across the country right now. Focusing on the areas with the greatest need, we've shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York City and 36 pallets to the state of Washington. In the past 96 hours, FEMA has also received donations of approximately 6.5 million masks. We're having millions and millions of masks made as we speak, and other personal protective equipment, which we will be distributing to medical hotspots. We're focused on some of the hotspots. Across the nation, we're seeing an outpouring of creativity and innovative ideas widely shared between the federal health leaders, governors, and mayors, the scientific community, and members of the private sector. Really working together. Everybody's working together. I'm pleased to report that clinical trials in New York will begin existing for existing drugs that may prove effective against the virus. At my direction, the federal government is working to help obtain large quantities of chloroquine. And you can look from any standpoint tomorrow in New York. We think tomorrow pretty early, the hydroxychloroquine and the Z-Pak, I think is a combination, probably is looking very, very good, and it's going to be distributed. We have 10,000 units going, and it'll be distributed tomorrow. It'll be available, and is now. They already have it. They're going to distribute it tomorrow morning to a lot of people in New York City and New York. We're studying it very closely, watching it very closely. You probably saw a couple of articles today came out where a gentleman, they thought he was not going to make it. He said goodbye to his family. They had given him the drug just a little while before, but he thought it was over. His family thought he was going to die. And a number of hours later, he woke up, felt good. Then he woke up again, and he felt really good, and he's in good shape. And he's very happy for this particular drug that we got approved in record-setting time. There's never been anything even close to it. And I want to thank the FDA, which has been incredible, and Dr. Hahn, Stephen Hahn, highly respected man, but they're doing everything possible to increase production and available supply of these drugs, not only this drug, but also others that are coming. Remdesivir is coming from Regeneron. A couple of others are also under study. But the one that I'm very excited about right now is the one we just mentioned. And I think there's a real chance. I mean, again, we don't know, but there's a real chance that it could have a tremendous impact. It would be a gift from God if that worked. It would be a big game changer. So we'll see. But distribution starts tomorrow morning early in New York, and I think a lot of people are going to be, hopefully they're going to be very happy with the result, but we're all going to be watching closely. It's something we have to try. It's been very, very successful in malaria, very, very successful. And countries with malaria have had a interesting thing happen. They take this particular drug. It's a very powerful drug. And there is very little semblance of the virus in those countries. And there are those that say because this drug is very prevalent because of the malaria. So we'll see what happens. I'm also announcing that we're postponing the deadline for compliance with real ID requirements at a time when we're asking Americans to maintain social distancing. We do want to require people to go with their local DMV. We will be announcing the new deadline very soon. It's going to be announced in a very short moment. Overnight, we successfully brought home 103 American citizens after they had been stranded for 10 days in Brazil. Following a cruise, we want to thank the Brazilian government and their great president. Most of those returned were senior citizens. My administration, in cooperation with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and the private sector, coordinated their safe return to the United States. So thank you to Governor Abbott. Terrific governor, terrific man. Earlier today, I signed an executive order invoking presidential authority under Section 4512 of the Defense Production Act to prohibit the hoarding of vital medical equipment and supplies, such as hand sanitizers, face masks, and personal protective equipment. We have a lot of face masks, a lot of equipment just coming in, and we have some people hoarding. And Attorney General Barr is going to be speaking about that in a second. We want to prevent price gouging, and critical health and medical resources are going to be protected in every form. Under this directive, the Secretary of Health and Human Services is authorized to designate essential health and medical supplies as scarce. So he'll designate certain supplies and medical elements as scarce, and that means it will be a crime to stockpile these items in excessive quantities, which is happening to a relatively small degree, we think, but nevertheless it's happening. We can't let it happen. And we can't let them resell them at excessive prices, which some people are doing. Very simply, we will not allow anyone to exploit the suffering of American citizens for their own profit. So we're going to be watching that with our great Attorney General very closely. The Department of Justice will be aggressively prosecuting fraudulent schemes related to the pandemic. Yesterday, federal prosecutors took action in their first case, shutting down a website selling a totally fake vaccine, if you can believe that one. As president, I will always fight to protect Americans from being exploited. Thankfully, all throughout the country, we're witnessing extraordinary acts of compassion, benevolence, and unity. Construction companies are donating masks by the hundreds of thousands. Manufacturing workers are transforming their assembly lines. Citizens are volunteering to deliver food and medicine to the elderly. We're truly seeing America at its best. We're really seeing things that people never thought even could happen. Frankly, we never thought this could happen. but the way most Americans are working toward getting it solved and just doing what they have to do to make this go away has been incredible. It's been incredible. I want to take a moment to thank the everyday heroes who are making our vast effort against the virus possible. And thank you to the healthcare workers and the first responders. These are very brave people. Thanks also to the hardworking men and women of Federal Express, UPS, United States Postal Service, and the truckers who are maintaining our supply chains and supply lines. We thank you very much. Great job. We also want to give our regards and thanks to everyone at our grocery stores working the night shift so that shelves can be restocked, and the restaurant workers and delivery drivers keeping our families fed. So many of these restaurants, it's incredible. They're doing service where people come and they pick it up, delivery. I mean, it's been incredible what they've been doing. Totally different business than they were in, other than they cook food. Other than that, it's like a totally different business. Most of all, I want to thank the American people for rising to the challenge and showing incredible courage, determination, patience, grace, and grit. From New York to Seattle and everywhere in between, your acts of selflessness and sacrifice and ingenuity are a powerful testament to the American character. It's really being shown. It's really showing up at a level that people are really respecting. All over the world, they're respecting. And the world has problems. We're at 148 countries now. 148 countries are affected by the invisible scourge. And all of the uplifting reflections of the American spirit are out there for everyone to see. Together, we will care for our fellow citizens, and we will win this war, and we'll win it much sooner than people think. And we'll be back in business as a country pretty soon. You'll be hearing about that also pretty soon. Now I'd like to ask Attorney General Bill Barr to say a few words, and we'll take questions in a little while. Thank you.
Let me start by thanking you, Mr. President, and Mr. Vice President, for your decisive leadership in this unprecedented battle to save American lives. At the Department of Justice, we're working hard to protect the health and safety of our personnel while at the same time keeping our enforcement efforts at full throttle. So I'd like to thank all of my colleagues in law enforcement, not just those at the federal level, but of all our state and local partners, the police officers, the sheriff's deputies who are protecting and serving their communities, often at great risk to themselves. What I'd like to do here is start with a few remarks about the order that the President mentioned to ensure the availability of critical medical and health supplies from hoarding and price gouging. On March 18th, the President issued Executive Order 13909 invoking the Defense Production Act with respect to the health and medical resources needed to respond to the spread of COVID-19, including PPE and ventilators. We have started to see some evidence of potential hoarding and price gouging. And so earlier today, the President signed a second executive order providing the authority to address, if it becomes necessary, hoarding that threatens the supply of those necessary health and medical resources. Under Section 102 of the Defense Production Act, the President is authorized to prohibit the hoarding of needed resources by designating those materials as scarce or as materials whose supply would be threatened by persons accumulating excessive amounts. Once specific materials are so designated, persons are prohibited from accumulating those items in excess of reasonable personal or business needs or for the purpose of selling them in excess of prevailing market prices. It is a crime to engage in prohibited activity. In today's executive order, the President is delegating to the Secretary of HHS this authority to protect against hoarding by designating these critical items. Now, no items have been designated yet, and the Department of Justice is going to be working with HHS to identify cases where hoarding may be impeding the supply of health and medical resources needed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we convened our first task force meeting, a national task force that will be working on these supply chain issues and specifically on the problem of hoarding and price gouging. And we are designating in each of our 93 United States Attorney's offices a lead prosecutor who will be responsible in that district for pursuing these cases. I also want to say that we have not waited for this order to be signed. As we have received evidence recently, we have already initiated investigations of activities that are disrupting the supply chain and suggestive of hoarding. I want to stress that we're not talking about consumers or businesses stockpiling supplies for their own operations. We're talking about people hoarding these goods and materials on an industrial scale for the purpose of manipulating the market and ultimately deriving windfall profits. If you have a big supply of toilet paper in your house, this is not something you have to worry about. But if you are sitting on a warehouse with masks, surgical masks, you will be hearing a knock on your door. So with that, Mr. President, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Deborah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to start, I want to really thank all the ministers of health around the world who have been sending us their data despite the fight that they're in themselves, particularly our European colleagues. They continue to send us primarily their mortality data, which is really very critical because when you're in the midst of this level of fight that many of the European countries are, following mortality data will give you the best insight right now on how the epidemic is proceeding in those countries because they really can't be testing at the level to really understand the depth and breadth of their new cases. In the mortality data that has been provided to us, there has been no child under 15 that has succumbed to the virus in Europe. There was the one 14-year-old in China. So we still see that there is less severity in children. And so that should be reassuring to the moms and dads out there. To Generation Z and to my millennial colleagues who have been really at the forefront of many of these responses, less than 1% of all the mortality is less than 50. And so this is, I think, also a very important point. That doesn't mean that individuals won't have severe disease. So still 99% of all the mortality coming out of Europe in general is over 50 and pre-existing conditions. The pre-existing condition piece still holds in Italy, with the majority of the mortality having 3 or more pre-existing conditions. I think this is reassuring to all of us, but it doesn't change the need to continue to protect the elderly. And in order to protect the elderly, we all need to continue to do the President's directives and guidance for the next week of the 15-day challenge. Finally, I wanted to really close by thanking the laboratory personnel that have been at the front lines. 250,000 tests have been run in the last 7 days. This happened because these large commercial laboratories are doing round-the-clock runs. And remember, all of them are being exposed to the virus in the same way from the swabs. Yet tirelessly, they have worked on and on to get those results available. They are still getting more tests than they can run per day. That's because we were primarily expanded into what we call the Roche high-throughput tri-core machine. Those results have been getting to the clients, and we've asked them to prioritize hospitalized patients. There was a breakthrough today, and I think you'll see this from the FDA, for all of those of you who are waiting for self-swabbing options. Those are going to be available sometime this week to be able to individuals do their own tests. That said, Remember, these platforms are keeping up with those who need to be diagnosed in the hospitals and those who come to the emergency room quite ill, so that hospital beds can be freed up for those that don't have COVID. So that will be critical, that if you don't need a test and if it doesn't change your clinical course, do not come in to be tested. And I think that mortality data that I gave you should be very reassuring to all of you. Finally, to conclude, New York City. The New York metro area of New Jersey, New York City, and parts of Long Island have an attack rate close to 1 in 1,000. This is 5 times what the other areas are seeing. Through the high throughput lab investigations, we're finding that 28% of the submitted specimens are positive from that area, where it's less than 8% in the rest of the country. So to all of my friends and colleagues in New York, this is the group that needs to absolutely social distance and self-isolate at this time. Clearly, the virus had been circulating there for a number of weeks to have this level of penetrance into the general community.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today, but we also convened, at the President's direction, a conference call with the nation's governors. And we focused on efforts at mitigation, at testing, and supplies. We discussed the President's recent approval of disaster declarations for Washington and California and New York. But we also assured governors who've submitted major disaster declarations that we will be reviewing them in an expeditious manner to ensure the full resources the federal government are brought to bear. The President wanted us to make it clear that the federal government will do whatever it takes to support an effort that is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. We reiterated that to our governors today, listened to them about their specific needs, and frankly, made it clear to them that while the President has published at coronavirus.gov the 15 days to slow the spread for every American, and millions of Americans are addressing these common sense guidelines to prevent the spread of the coronavirus in the days ahead, we made it clear to the governors that this President and this administration fully supports decisions that governors are making in communities and states that are particularly impacted by the spread of the coronavirus, and we are grateful for their efforts. We also spoke to the governors about the importance of the legislation that is currently being negotiated on Capitol Hill, and asked them to encourage members of the House and the Senate to move very quickly. The bill that is currently being negotiated, the President said that he believes will be resolved soon, and we're encouraged by it. We'll speed direct payments to families. The average family of 4 will receive $3,000 directly. There'll be payroll subsidies for small businesses around America to keep people on the payroll while they might be required to stay home, unemployment insurance benefits, assistance to hospitals and major industries. And we continue to urge the Congress to act and ask the governors to engage their delegations. On the subject of testing, we reiterated our thanks to states across the country that are rapidly expanding testing at drive-through sites and at community sites. As Dr. Birx just reflected, because of the unprecedented public and private partnership that the President initiated with our commercial labs, we stand here today with 313,000 tests having been completed, with the test results delivered to Americans, and still somewhat more than 41,000 have contracted coronavirus. But this state-run effort is continuing to receive the full support of our team at FEMA and at the U.S. Public Health Service. We're deploying personnel, we're deploying resources, and testing is literally expanding around the country by the hour. As Dr. Birx also mentioned, the FDA has been in the process of reviewing less invasive methods of testing. The President and I both reflected on the fact that we have been tested, and we've been working with the FDA to make it possible for self-collected nasal swabs, where individuals could, at the end of their nasal passage, collect a sample. And I'm pleased to report that that self-collected swabs can now be collected in clinics and at drive-through testing sites. This will expedite the testing process, of course, but it will also reduce the risk to healthcare providers for exposure to the coronavirus, and it will minimize the drain on personal protective equipment. With the current test that goes pretty significantly up the nasal passage, people have to wear gear and then change out the gear. And this new self-administered test will actually not require the drain on personal protective equipment, and it's all a part of our effort, as Admiral Polovchek will discuss in just a few moments, to meet the supply needs that we have across the country, but to meet them with efforts at conservation as well. On the subject of testing, it's important to remember, as the old book said, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. And so if you don't have symptoms, you don't need to get a coronavirus test. We encourage every American to adhere to that so that the testing resources are available for people that are symptomatics. We also will be issuing today from Health and Human Services new guidance to direct all commercial labs to prioritize testing for hospitalized patients. And that guidance is going out tonight. We also reminded the governors today that all state laboratories, all hospital laboratories, are now required by law to report the results of coronavirus tests to the CDC. On the subject of supplies, in our meeting today at FEMA, we received a report of the new Supply Chain Stabilization Task Force. Rear Admiral John Polovchek is leading that up at FEMA, and the task force is working to identify medical supplies that exist in the marketplace today, to evaluate the national stockpile, and also working with industries around the country to produce even more of the critical medical supplies. And as the President said, businesses across America are stepping up, and maybe as never before in our history. 3M, in fact, has diverted 500,000 N95 masks from commercial customers, and they're being delivered today to New York and Seattle. Facebook, we would acknowledge, has donated their emergency reserve of over 700,000 N95 masks to healthcare workers, and these are just a few examples of the generosity of businesses. We're also seeing companies step forward to repurpose their manufacturing facilities to create ventilators, to create equipment. And I know I speak for the President when I say how grateful and proud we are for that. We also discussed with the governors a real breakthrough on the availability of ventilators. We called on the governors to survey all outpatient surgical centers and hospital operating rooms, because surgical ventilators that anesthesiologists use, because of an FDA decision rendered this last weekend, those can be easily converted now to ventilators that can be used for people struggling with severe illness from the coronavirus. And so we called on our governors in conversations with state leaders to survey all of their surgical centers and hospital operating rooms to identify that equipment, and with the new FDA guidelines, they'll be able to convert those to help meet the needs of ventilators across the country. We are now 8 days into the President's 15 days to slow the spread. And the American people are rising to the challenge. We're doing this. But in the days that remain between now and the end of the 15 days, we're going to need every American to take this seriously. Listen to your state and local health authorities, where there may be additional and stronger guidance in areas where the coronavirus spread has been more severe. But for every American, know that the part that you do, that your family does, that you do in your community to put into practice these principles of social distancing, using a drive-through at the local restaurant, will make an enormous difference in lowering the trajectory of the coronavirus spreading across our country. It's going to take all of us, but with the ongoing cooperation of the American people, with compassion, with the ingenuity of American industry, with dedicated leadership at the state and federal level, I know that we can slow the spread. we can protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Admiral, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I'm Rear Admiral John Polofchek. I'm the Supply Chain Task Force Lead at FEMA. My task is to increase the supply of critical medical supplies, which include personal protective equipment and ventilators, items like that. I just want to take a few moments to explain the organization that we've stood up this week, these last few days, and our approach. So you have a chart behind me. I have two focus leads, one on personal protective equipment, medical supplies, and a focus lead on ventilators. Operating under 4 lines of effort. First line of effort you see is preservation, and the leaders tonight have talked about that ability to make our stuff last longer. Acceleration. We have a team of people that are searching the globe for personal protective equipment, figuring out where it is, figuring out if we need to buy it or just transport it and get it here faster. We have a line of effort called reallocation. We're working with our industry partners to illuminate the supply chain. There are many vendors, many distributors, all on separate systems. Nobody has one site picture for that supply chain. We've brought our industry partners in. We're weaving that together to make better allocation decisions and understand where it is and where it needs to go. We have a line called expansion. You've heard some of that today. If those that have wanted to convert plants, those that want to get into the business, we have the tools to help them to go do that. So 2 focus areas right now, PPE and ventilators, 4 lines of effort working the problem of the task to get more here and increase the supplies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, the Washington Post is reporting that the total deaths today crossed 100 for the first time. This morning, your Surgeon General on the Today Show said he wanted Americans to understand that this is going to get really bad. Do you share that prognosis?
Of course I do. It's going to be bad, and we have a lot of people dying from the flu, as you know. We have a very bad flu season on top of everything else. It's very bad. It looks like it could be over 50,000. And certainly this is going to be bad, and we're trying to make it so that it's much, much less bad. And that's what we're doing. I think we're doing a very good job of it. If you look at other countries, what they've been through, and you look at the kind of numbers and compare them to ours, which is a much larger country than most, the numbers are pretty amazing. And it started with the fact that we stopped people from coming in from a highly affected area and infected area, and that was a good thing to do. So yeah, it's bad, and it's going to, obviously the numbers are going to increase with time, and then they're going to start to decrease, and we're going to be opening our country up for business, because our country was meant to be open and working with others, but especially for our workers. And the engine for that whole system is we have to have companies, and these companies are loved by our workers because they're paying big salaries and big dollars to our workers, and we're going to get it all going again very soon, hopefully very, very soon. Please.
Sir, I'm just trying to reconcile the 2 things that you just said. One, that things are going to be very, very bad, and 2, that you want to get the country open back up as quickly as possible. So I guess my question is, if in a week Dr. Birx or Dr. Fauci are telling you we need to continue these measures for the health of the vulnerable populations of the country, are you going to say, I'm sorry, the economy is too important?
Well, you'll see what happens. I understand the question very well. It's a great question, but we can do 2 things at one time. I will say this, our country's learned a lot. We've learned about social distancing. We've learned about the hands. We've learned about staying away, at least during the time that this is even a little bit around. This disease or whatever you want to call it, many different names. You can call it many different names, but the virus, while it's around. And we can start thinking about. As an example, parts of our country are very lightly affected, very small numbers. And, you know, you look at a state, great governor, Pete Ricketts in Nebraska. You look at the kind of numbers they have out there. They have one of the great hospitals there, too, relative to what we're talking about. But you look at Nebraska, you look at Idaho, you look at Iowa, you look at I could name many countries that are handling it very, very well and that are not affected to the same extent, or frankly, not even nearly to the extent of New York, which is really, I'm dealing with Governor Cuomo, and we're dealing very well together. We'll be sending that ship up, by the way, as you know. We have a ship going to Los Angeles. We'll also be, the ship is coming out of a very large repair. It's all ready to go. Very soon will be. And over the next 3 or 4 weeks, that'll be coming up to New York. We'll go to New York Harbor, and it'll be fully supplied. So they're working on that right now.
And maybe Dr. Burks can speak to this. Do you share the President's optimism that in a week we might have a situation where we can say, you know, there's a few hot spots, but much of the country...
Well, I didn't say in a week, but I said soon. It's going to be soon. It's not going to be 3 or 4 months, as some people were saying, and a lot of people thought originally, but I would certainly let you answer.
And are you worried that some of the cities and states that haven't had the infection yet are lagging indicators and that we're going to start seeing cases?
So you've raised two important issues. One, I think you all know a lot of our tests have had to go to hospitals at this time so that we can diagnose people who are at risk, to give them options to get these new therapeutic options. None of these therapeutic options are available if you don't know your diagnosis. So we've been very much focused on that. With adding Abbott, Thermo Fisher, Hologic, and now Cepheid platforms. Cepheid's that new platform that is point of care, but slower. So, you know, you've got to match the throughput, the need to what kind of equipment you have. Now that we have all those platforms moving simultaneously, we can go back to doing case finding and surveillance in the areas that have the most lower numbers, as well as doing mitigation more aggressively in the places that have higher numbers. We went out with a very blunt force. I mean, we have to all be honest. We had to do that because we weren't sure where the virus was and where it is going. I think over this week, we're concentrated on figuring out exactly where the virus is and making projections about where it's going and the impact of our mitigation pieces. We learned this in tackling epidemics around the world. You have to focus the resources and the intervention and the structural prevention interventions in the areas where the virus is circulating. Otherwise, people never understand why you're doing this and they don't have any virus. So it has to be very tailored geographically, and it may have to also be very tailored by age group, really understanding who's at the greatest risk and understanding how to protect them.
But there's data showing that in 3 months, as the President said, we won't need to follow these broad guidelines that he's laid
The
out.
only data that we all have, and I think you all know what it is, the two areas that have moved through their curve is China and South Korea. So those are the two countries that we're learning from. Those were 8 to 10 week curves. Each state in each hotspot in the United States is going to be its own curve because the seeds came in at different times. So Washington State is on their curve. They're about 2 weeks ahead of New York. And so each of these have to be done in a very granular way to really understand where we are. And it's the charge that the President has given us is to use all of our data analytics and all of our data inputs to really define those issues about where the virus is, where is it going, and what predictions we can make about where we are in that bell-shaped curve.
I think that's a great definition, and I will say we're going to be watching our senior citizens very closely. We're going to be watching certain hotspots like New York, and within New York you have areas which are troubling, and we'll be working with the governor and the mayor and everybody else on those spots. But at the same time, at a certain point, we have to get open and we have to get moving. We don't want to lose these companies. We don't want to lose these workers. We want to take care of our workers. So we'll be doing something, I think, relatively quickly, but we've learned a lot during this period. This was a very necessary period. Tremendous information was gained, but we can do two things at one time. You know, and again, I say we have a very active flu season, more active than most. It's looking like it's heading to 50,000 or more deaths, not cases, 50,000 deaths, which is, that's a lot. And you look at automobile accidents, which are far greater than any numbers we're talking about. That doesn't mean we're going to tell everybody no more driving of cars. So we have to do things to get our country open. But this has been an incredible period of learning, and we'll have announcements over the next fairly short period as to the timing. John, please.
Mr. President, I want to ask about these guidelines on testing. Obviously, Senator Rand Paul has tested positive for coronavirus. But he was not in contact with anybody who was a known positive, and he didn't have any major symptoms. Under your guidelines, under the guidelines that have been outlined here, he would not have gotten a test. He got one anyway. So what do you say to him? He's pointed out that if he hadn't gone basically in defiance of these guidelines and got tested, he might still be showing up to the Senate right now and infecting the whole U.S. Senate.
So that's why this was important. That's why this recommendation to the American people was important, because we have been saying that there is a level of asymptomatic or mild spread. And that's why each person has to be responsible. Each person has to be responsible in the way that they decrease their interaction with others, the 6 feet, and you're all very social distance, so thank you. But also assuming that everyone that you're interacting with could be positive. And that gets into the hand washing piece, and that gets into the other piece we talked about is surfaces. I think until we really figure out the respiratory transmission versus the surface transmission, and this hard surface transmission, not fabric, will be really critical, because that is a way the virus could spread on subways or metros, where people would be holding on to things that other people had recently held on to. So that's the real question.
But if we can just keep with the example of Rand Paul, and obviously there are many other people that would be in a similar situation, but just keep with this one example. If he hadn't gotten that test, he would still be showing up to the Senate every day, to his place of work.
If he had been following
would
these
you?
guidelines, he wouldn't have been infecting others because of the social distancing, washing your hands, doing everything that we talked about. So we've talked about also how people make choices because of their jobs, that they have to come in. You'll notice I was not here over the weekend. I think this is the part that we really need to take personal responsibility for. Saturday, I had a little low-grade fever.
Uh-oh.
So, actually, probably a GI thing. But you know, I'm meticulous. I'm a physician. I looked it up. I ended up piggy banking. I'm from Walter Reed, so I got a test late Saturday night, and I'm negative. I stayed home another day just
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, just to make sure. That's how we protect one another. So, you know, unless everybody's taking their temperature every day, we can't say that he had no symptoms. These are the kinds of things that we have to do for one another. This is the personal responsibility that I'm talking about, that we all have to practice.
And Mr. President, when you say you don't want the cure to be worse than the problem itself, so are you saying that if we kept these measures that we're doing now in place for a couple of months, 2 or 3
Well, they
months?
will be in place. At some point, we're going to open up our country, and it's going to be fairly soon.
Weeks or months? You seem to be
I'm not looking at months. I can tell you right now. We're going to be opening up our country, and we're going to be watching certain areas, and we're going to be practicing everything that Deborah's referring to right here. I mean, we're going to be watching this very closely, but you can't keep it closed for the next, for years. Okay, this is going away. We're going to win the battle, but we also have, you have tremendous responsibility. We have jobs. We have people get tremendous anxiety and depression, and you have suicides over things like this. When you have terrible economies, you have death, probably, and I mean definitely would be in far greater numbers than the numbers that we're talking about with regard to the virus. So we have an obligation, we have a double obligation We have a great country. There's no country like it in the world, and there's no economy like it in the world. I mean, we were just blazing. We were coming out with numbers that some numbers weren't even reported because it was already this had happened. They were meaningless. I got numbers about myself that were meaningless because by the time the numbers came in, you know, it's a whole different world with this. But I will tell you that we can do both things, John. We can do them both at the same time. I mean, that's okay. What we have gone through is a tremendous learning process. And we've also solved a lot of problems, but we've gone through a tremendous learning situation. Now, we're building hospitals in New York. We're building hospitals in California. We're building hospitals in the state of Washington. We've been in touch with the governors. Today I spoke with a man that I happen to like. I spoke with Phil in New Jersey, and we're going to be doing something very meaningful in New Jersey. We're doing something. I spoke with J.B. Pritzker, called me today. We're going to be helping them out in Illinois. We're doing a lot of things in Florida. We're doing a lot of things. And between FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Admiral in your group, in terms of the purchasing, that's what he does. He purchases. He's supposed to be great. I'll tell you in about 2 days. But he's going to do a fantastic job. So we have an incredibly talented group of people. But yeah, we'll be doing 2 things and 3 things at one time. Well, at the same time, though, we're going to be watching very closely the hotspots. We're going to be taking care and watching very closely our senior citizens, especially those with a problem or an illness. We're going to be watching them very, very closely. And we can do that and have an open economy, have an open country. And we have to do that because that causes other problems. And maybe it causes much bigger problems than the problem we're talking about now. You understand? Jeff, please.
Mr. President, following up on that same topic and on your tweet, do you think that the cure so far has been worse than the problem?
I think the cure has been very tough. This has been this was an operation. This was somebody going to a doctor and saying, you need an operation. And we've had an operation. We've learned a lot. And we fixed a lot of problems. One of the things we fixed is, if you look at the obsolete system that this administration inherited, it wasn't meant for this. It was meant for a small group of people, and even for that, it was not very good and very obsolete. We now have a testing program now that will hopefully be able to be used for many years into the future. Should we have another event like this? I don't think you'll have another event like this. This is very unique. You look back into time, you look back decades and decades. We can name them all, even if you go back 10 years. You know, you go back to 2009, but that wasn't like this, as it turned out. But they lost a lot of people. We were early, Jeff, because of the fact that we closed early. That was a big move. Please, Kristen. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
You had said previously, I think from this podium, that the virus could still be with us through July or August. By suggesting now that we might, or that the government might change these standards or these recommendations.
Well, it's not change. It's no. We're doing things. Yeah, this was a learning experience for the people of the country, and even
time
for
frame has changed for you. The July,
what's changed?
The July-August time frame of when you think the virus will be under control.
Well, I think we've learned a lot. I think that there's so much discipline now that we never had. Nobody ever said, don't shake hands. I did, actually, before I became a politician. Once I became a politician. Then it's hard getting used to not doing it because, you know, you do it with everybody, with literally thousands of people a week. You're shaking hands with big groups of people. You know, we've learned a lot. There's a great discipline that this whole country has learned, having to do with distancing, having to do with shaking hands. I think a lot of it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. I really think it's probably good practice anyway, but I think it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. But we have to open our country because that causes problems that, in my opinion, could be far bigger problems. Far bigger. This is a a severe medical situation that could cause problems far beyond the medical, and then increase the medical problems to things that had nothing to do with this original medical problem. We can't let that happen to our country. We have the greatest country in the world. I'm not going to let that happen. But this 2 weeks that we have spent has been an incredible learning period and process. Please, Kristen.
Right. One, you said it's likely going to be weeks, not months, before you suggest easing these guidelines that you put out. Have any of the doctors on your team told you that's the right path to pursue?
We spoke to them today, and I was telling them that we have two things to look for. Don't forget the doctors. If it were up to the doctors, they may say, let's keep it shut down. Let's shut down the entire world, because, again, you're up to almost 150 countries. So let's shut down the entire world. And when we shut it down, that would be wonderful. And let's keep it shut for a couple of years. You know, you can't do that. And you can't do that with a country, especially the #1 economy anywhere in the world, by far. #1 economy in the world. You can't do that. Because, well, it causes bigger problems than the original. That's why I talk about the cure being worse than the problem. We can't have the cure be worse than the problem. But what we have done, so this is not retracing, this isn't anything. We've done it really well, because this 2-week period has been good. And I'm not saying it ends at that time. You know, we have another 7 days or so. I'm not saying it ends at that time. But I am saying it's been like this incredible learning process. That's going to go into the future. That's going to go even as we open up our country. And we're going to be watching New York, and we're going to be watching California. We're going to be watching the state of Washington and other places. Illinois is becoming a hotspot. And we can do both. Now, we may quarantine. I mean, we will be quarantining many people in these areas. There are other areas that just aren't affected, or they're affected very little. And why would we close down 100% of the country? There are areas within New York where New York will be open, but there are areas within New York. Remember this, New York has the New York Stock Exchange. It has NASDAQ. It has the exchanges. To close the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ and with all of the great work they're doing, I mean, they've gone largely to computer. You look at the floor, it's incredible what they can do, but it's fully open. But we don't want to be doing that. But we can do, what I'm saying basically is that we can do two things simultaneously. And we've had this incredible learning period. Plus, people have been in a period, and they won't be calling, oh, gee, because I've got many, many people that now come to me and say, we get it. We think we can really do it now and do it while we're open. So at some point, we'll be setting some guidelines. We'll be setting some date lines, and we'll be announcing them in the not-too-distant future.
Have any of the doctors on your team endorsed easing the federal guidelines?
Not endorsed. We talked together, and I think they're okay with it, and I'm okay with it. But this could be a much bigger problem. This could create a much bigger problem than the problem that you start off with. Now, other nations are going to have to do what they're going to do, but they'll probably do something very similar. But in our case, much more so than anyone else, because of the magnitude of our economy, the tremendous size of what we've built and what we have, and the jobs involved. You know, you have almost 160 million jobs in this country now, the most ever, by far the most ever. The number of jobs, almost 160 million. So we can't turn that off and think it's going to be wonderful. There'll be tremendous repercussions. There will be a tremendous death from that. Death. You know, you're talking about death. Probably more death from that than anything that we're talking about with respect to the virus.
If we continue with these strict guidelines than if we ease them?
No, I think we're going to do them both. I think that's what I'm saying. I think we can do them both. Now, we haven't announced a date, but we're getting fairly close to coming up with a date, and it's a much shorter period of time than I've been hearing the news report. And I think everybody should be happy with that. But great knowledge was gained. Please.
I had two questions for you, Mr. President. My second one is on what your economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, said today. He was talking about this, and he said that there are going to have to be some difficult trade-offs if you do ease these guidelines, because he wants the economy to be open. You mean
with the Democrats you're talking about?
No. He was talking about how you said, you know, the cure shouldn't be worse than the problem, and he was talking about reopening the businesses, getting the economy going again. What are those difficult trade-offs?
Well, it is true. I mean, if he said, I didn't hear him say that, but if he said difficult trade-off, sure, it's less convenient. Before you walk and you hop in the subway and you grab the handle and you go down to wherever you're going on Wall Street and you do all sorts of things and you go in and you open the doors going into your great buildings or into the exchanges, and now you're not going to have to maybe think about doing that, or you're going to think about doing it a different way. No, there are many trade-offs. It's a different life, and maybe it'll remain that way, frankly, after the invisible scourge is gone. Maybe it's going to stay that way. Not a bad thing to stay that way, but No, there are trade-offs. There's no question about that. But I actually think I think in the end we're going to end up being bigger, better, and stronger. We have learned a lot. Please.
We're seeing an increase of cases in Latin America, in the Middle East,
It's true.
in
Latin
some places
America.
in Asia. Are you considering a new round of travel ban?
No, we're not really. I mean, something like that could happen, I guess, but we're not really. They thought we were going to have bans within the United States. We didn't do that. We're not going to have that. Hopefully that'll take care of itself. No, in Latin America there's been an uptick. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, just quickly, a second question. What prompted you to say at the beginning of your comments that you're going to take care of the Asian Americans? Has there been something in particular that was?
Yeah, because it seems that there could be a little bit of nasty language toward the Asian Americans in our country, and I don't like that at all. These are incredible people. They love our country, and I'm not going to let it happen. So I just wanted to make that point. Because they're blaming China. People are blaming China, and they are making statements to great American citizens that happen to be of Asian heritage, and I'm not going to let that happen. Please.
You say you want to reopen the country, but most schools across the country are closed. 2 states now are closed for the rest of the school year. How are parents supposed to go back to work and educate their children right now?
The governors of the various states will have a lot of leeway. If we open up, and when we open up, the governors in certain states, for instance, you go to some of the states I just mentioned, those schools are going to be open. In many cases, they're open now, but the schools are going to be open. In other cases, Governor Cuomo, Gavin Newsom of California, certain governors are going to maybe have a decision to make. Now, they may make a decision to keep them open in a certain part of New York and maybe in Westchester County or wherever it may be, they'll keep them closed. But they're going to have leeway. We're giving the governors a lot of leeway.
Do you agree with the decision to close it several months out at this point? These governors are saying they're expecting a peak in the next couple of months and have made a decision for
The
rest
governors
of
are
the
going to
year.
make those decisions. That's going to be up to the governors. And they're very capable. They'll be able to make the decisions. Please.
Sir, will you explain why a $2 trillion economic stimulus is needed if you are going to reopen the country in a period of weeks, not months?
Because the virus has had a big impact on our country. So we're going to give a stimulus so that the workers can live their life. It was not their fault. It wasn't the workers' fault. And we are going to give a kick so that it's a kick. And this way, we think the workers can get a fair start. The small businesses we're taking very good care of. We want to take care of these small businesses. They really are the engine of this country. A lot of people don't know that. You know, everyone thinks of these great, big, beautiful businesses, who, by the way, have been very badly hurt also. But the small businesses have really historically been the engine, and they still are the engine of the country. And you'd be amazed. The workers love those businesses, and the workers contact us, and they want us to help those businesses because that's where they've made their living. That's where they've been paid a lot of money over the years. And, you've been seeing what's happened over the last 3 years where salaries and wages have gone up very substantially for those workers. And then we got caught by this sudden craziness coming into our country and coming all over the world. So we need to make sure that the companies are strong and that the workers are strong. And that's what we're doing. And, hopefully the Republicans and Democrats are going to be able to make a deal. And they're actually fairly close, but we'll see what happens. Please.
But does it still need to be $2 trillion is my question. Can it be
Well,
smaller
one of the
at this
things you're
point?
going to have to save companies that have been shattered. You're going to have to save various, you know a lot of the companies yourselves. We have a company that was, I think, the greatest company in the world, named Boeing. Boeing's going to need some help. Now, Boeing had some difficulty before. That's unlike others. We have other companies that didn't have a problem coming in. Boeing had the obvious problem that everybody knows about from a little more than a year ago, a double problem, and it was a big one. And then on top of it, as they're getting ready to really show their stuff, on top of it, we all get hit by this. And obviously, the airlines are going to have a problem, but the airlines aren't going to be buying from Boeing or from anybody else right now because of this difficulty. So we have to work with the airlines. We have to work with the cruise lines. We have to work with the companies like a Boeing, because Boeing's potentially, again, a great company. It had a very rough period of 13 months, a very rough period, a horrible period, an unbelievable period. If you would have told me this would have happened to Boeing, I wouldn't have believed it, because to me it was, truly one of the truly great, probably almost 1 point of GDP, if you can think of that. It's hard to believe that a company could have that kind of an impact. But Boeing, we have to work with it for two reasons. Number one, it's a great company that we have to save. Number two, it produces unbelievable numbers of jobs. And so, the numbers have to be reflective of that kind of a thing. Please, you know what I'm going to do? We have wonderful people behind us that are working very hard, and we want Bill to get back to the Department of Justice, and we want the Admiral to start going and doing your job, and the same thing with Deb. If anybody would have any questions, maybe I'll ask Mike to stay around, but if anybody would have any questions for the group, and otherwise I'll let them go back to work, please.
If we just clarify with Dr. Birx, we seem to be talking about different geographical slopes on this. The curve would be changing. And yet you just said that 28% numbers coming out of New York gives an indication that we don't quite know when the seeds, to use your metaphor, were planted. So how confident are you on the start dates of each curve for each of the geographical areas that the president seems to be indicating we'll be adjusting the policy for?
So that's a very good question. So what we do know is now we can backtrack from people who get very seriously ill to when they probably got infected versus when they were exposed. And so when you start backing out each of those pieces, when you start seeing hospitalized patients, you know that the virus has probably been there for 3 to 4 weeks, substantially circulating within the population. So that's what we're looking for. Now, as all of our testing is improved, and we want to really applaud the group who has worked on it. If you look at the pandemic flu preparedness, all of this was built on a flu platform. It was never, ever thought that you'd have a simultaneous respiratory disease hitting at exactly the same time as your flu hits in the country. And so when you're doing all of your flu surveillance, you could have small cases of these pneumonias and flu-like illnesses characterized as a flu-like illness for the last 4 to 6 weeks. And so that's really a caution to all of us. And so when we get through all of this, we'll be looking at each of the pandemic preparedness plans. A long way of saying we know Washington State is a little bit ahead of New York because of the hospitalization records. What we will get to as a country with the amount of testing that will be available is being able to do what the president talked about simultaneously doing containment contract tracing at the same time you're doing mitigation. And I think right now we put everything into mitigation. Yet if we geographically get specific data by zip codes and counties, we'll be able to approach this in a very laser-focused way, making sure that what we're doing in each of those areas is absolutely appropriate for where they are in their own little bell-shaped curve.
Dr. Birx,
Go ahead, please.
Dr. Birx, when will the government roll out the antibody tests so people can know possibly if they've been exposed?
So several of them have come to the FDA, I believe. Obviously, that's something I am very interested in for 2 reasons. One, it will give us a retrospective on where these infections were, who was actually infected, and how really asymptomatic versus mild versus all of that comes into the spectrum. Secondly, by people who have high titers of those antibodies, those can become our solution with plasmapheresis for those in need and the making of hyperimmune globulin. So knowing who they are becomes really critical. But I think we're still a couple of weeks out. I have to go back and talk to the FDA where each of these are, because this is what saved us with when you do flu swabs, when you do strep throat swabs, and now where you do an HIV test. So these are the kinds of tests that we know will be critical in the future. I wanted to say one other thing, because you see a lot of numbers out there about 70% of the population is going to get infected, or 60% of the population based on those models. Understand that the way you get to that number is you do nothing, and it goes through 3 cycles. So they're talking about this cycle that we're currently in, another cycle in 2021, and a 3rd cycle in 21-22 in order to get that level of population infected. And you know we will have vaccines most likely by the 21-22 season. And we're going to hopefully have therapeutics in the fall of the next season. So the reason we're so much focused on blunting the curve for this piece is if the virus comes back, we'll have much more facility both for diagnosis, testing, monoclonal antibodies, treatments, and then the vaccine.
So a question about the serology blood tests, which some people said hold some real promise here. When will those be FDA approved, and when will they be widely available?
So that's what she was just asking about. So these IgGs and IgM, both point of care, I can tell you it would be no problem making ELISA today. But then you're drawing blood, you're processing blood, you're running plates. That's what we did in the past. We really want a finger prick type assay where you can just put a finger prick on and get your IgG and IgM. So that's what we're working on right now.
Realistically, how long till that's approved and available? Would you?
I can't answer because I have to look at where each of the companies are that are in their development processes.
Sounds like a while then.
Well, there's some that are developed now that they were using in Singapore. So we're looking at those to see how those work.
Should be fairly quick.
So we're looking at those, but we're very quality oriented because we want to make sure we don't give people false negatives or false positives.
I have a question for you. So we have a lot of very angry media all around this room, and they want one of these seats. But because of social distancing, we are keeping them empty. And they are keeping them empty. Will there ever be a time when all of those really angry people who don't like me much to start off with, but now they really don't like me, will there ever be a time when these seats are full to the brim like it used to be, where people are almost sitting on each other's lap? And this whole row over here is packed, and now they're outside wanting to get in, and they're very jealous of all of these reporters. Will we ever have that again, or is that something that will be, it'll look like this forever?
So we're learning a lot about social distancing and respiratory diseases. And I think those are the discussions we have to have in the future. It was what you were talking about, changing our whole behavior patterns of what we touch and being conscious of that. I remember when I was worried Saturday morning, I was trying to think, what all did I touch on Friday? Did I touch a doorknob? Did I do this? Did I do that? Did I not wash my hands? I mean, you go through this whole piece. Did I touch my face by accident? So I think this awareness that we all now have that we didn't have before, where we would have pushed through that door or turned that doorknob because we were in such a hurry. Now I think all of us think twice. I think all of you think twice.
But when the virus is gone, will the people be allowed to sit next to each other again, in your opinion, in a tight room with a tight?
I don't know. You'll have to look and see if we have a new respiratory piece. Certainly, this is the way we set up every clinic all around the world when we're worried about TB and TB transmission.
I'm wondering if you could comment on the new measures that Britain has put into place. Also, Germany has said it doesn't want to have crowds of less than 2 people except for families, which is a pretty restrictive number. Does that inform your thinking as you are coming up with advice for this next period for the president and the vice president?
The president and vice president have asked us to look at every single scenario in every single country. Because the more data we have, the more our decisions can be completely data informed and really understanding what impact that has. I mean, we're interested right now. I mean, Italy obviously waited until about March 7th. The virus had been circulating for almost 4 weeks before actually going into that methodology. But for the first time, it looks like their mortality rates are starting to decline, which would be an illustration that things that they did 2 and 3 weeks ago may actually have an impact. Those are the kinds of data we're looking at very carefully, as well as very careful data within the United States of exactly where the virus is, what's the attack rate, has it moved out of its more confined geography, and really looking at each of those pieces of information. It's a lot of data to go through.
What do you make of Germany and Britain's moves?
Well, I think if you remember just a week ago, Britain had a very different approach. So everybody is adapting to their data. I haven't looked at the data that informed that decision, so I can't really comment on how they got to that decision there or in Germany.
Just to be clear, do you agree with the president's push to reopen the country? He said some of his doctors that he's talking to about this, he says, I think they're okay with it. Are you okay with that?
What the president has asked us to do is to assemble all the data and give him our best medical recommendation based on all the data. That's what he's asked us to do. And so that's what we'll be doing this week. We were going to have to do it this week anyway, because we had to make a decision come Monday about the 15 days to reduce social spread. So this is consistent with our mandate to really use every piece of information that we can in order to give the president our opinion that's backed up by data, not our perception, but our opinion that's backed up by data.
And now, you think you could in a week? Like, what would your assessment be of right now?
Well, we're pulling all of the data pieces in now, and that's really critical. I will never speculate on data. I will have to see the data in order to really understand it.
And I think a big factor is the mortality rate. We're talking about the mortality rate. You know, when we first started, people were thinking about 3 and 4%, and now we're talking about a much lower number than that. I think it's a number that will be a lot different than people thought.
The mortality rate is driven almost exclusively, as we have talked about, by people with pre-existing conditions and older. So that has become, from the very beginning, that was our emphasis. You know, when we started 2 or 3 weeks ago talking with one another, our focus has been on how do we protect those with pre-existing conditions and the elderly. And I think these steps were about protecting with pre-existing conditions. So the whole key to changing the mortality rates is not just the hospital care, but preventing them from going into the hospital to begin with, because you don't want them to be infected.
But it's much lower than we originally thought. I mean, frankly.
Yes.
It's a lot
Do you have
lower.
an estimate? Do you have a number?
Well, you know what the estimate in Wuhan was originally? It was over 3%. When they look outside of Wuhan, it was about 0.7%. It depends very much. In South Korea, it was about 0.7, 0.8%. But I don't want, that's like a tyranny of averages. And that's not having, that's probably missing 50, 60% of the data because no one was testing asymptomatics. Remember, in every country, you had to be symptomatic to get a test. So we're making case fatality rates when we're missing a significant part of the data. So if anything, it will go lower, but I don't want that should not be reassuring, because the death rates escalate with age and pre-existing conditions. So I really want to be clear that although it may be very low if you're under 40, or very low if you're under 50, and very low if you're under 70, there is an inflection curve. The average age of the person who's dying in Italy is in the mid-80s. So there is really a significant issue in our older generation that we feel strongly about protecting.
But Doctor, because it's just very interesting, the whole thing. It's an incredible subject. When somebody is very sick, they go to a doctor, go to a hospital, they're recorded, they're very sick, and then they live or they don't live, see what happens. But when somebody isn't very sick at all, I've heard people that they don't even know they had it and they're healing. Then I've heard people they have like a cold, or they have a running nose, or even people that stay home and they think they have the flu, or in some cases they think they have a really bad case of the flu. But all of those people, that vast majority of, beyond vast majority of people, they're not reporting. They're not calling the doctor. They're not calling him. They're just getting better. So you would think it would have to be, because the people that are sick are going to a doctor, or they're going someplace and they're going to say, make me better. The people that are just short of that, and people that aren't even, we have many people where they literally don't even know that they have it. So now you're building up the number of cases that we talked about before, and yet, so you don't know you don't know how many there are. It could be a vast number, but what you do know is all the people that are really sick, because all of the people that are really sick are going to a doctor in some form, and the doctor is reporting it in all cases.
But that's why your
I think the
question
number is
about
much
the
lower than
antibody test is so critical, because that will give us really a much better baseline to really understand.
So, Mr. President, when you talk about how it could be a much bigger problem, you said that at several stages on whether or not we keep these guidelines in place. You talked about higher death. Are you talking about suicide? Like, help us understand.
I'm talking about many forms.
Is the risk here a depression? Is that what you're getting at?
We're talking about tremendous. Look, number one, it's the country itself. You're talking about tremendous disruption economically, but you're talking about massive depression, massive numbers of suicide.
You mean economic depression?
No, I'm not talking about economic, although you could be talking about that too.
So you could
what
be
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
economic
is
depression.
people suffering massive depression because they had a fantastic job and now they have no idea, what's going on. Now, here's the good news. If they get the bill passed, we're taking care of those people. We're going to really take good care of those people beyond what any country has done for people. But there's never been anything like this. No, I'm talking about where people suffer massive depression, where people commit suicide, where tremendous death happens. Now, in addition to that, we're talking about economic, where you really hurt a country. It could take years and years to recover. And the longer you stay out, the harder it is to recover. I happen to think that you're going to have, they call it the V. I think you're going to have a very big bounce, very big bounce back. I think it's going to be very big. We'll see. Well, I think the bill should pass. It should pass quickly. Take care of our workers. Take care of the companies that pay those workers. Help those companies over this rough patch. But the longer it takes, the harder it is to come back. I'd like to be able to bounce back to where we were. And ultimately, I think we're going to be even further than that. But I'm just saying that what's happening when I say the cure, and the cure could be worse than the problem itself, right? That's we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. We've learned so much, and so many good things are going to happen for our country. We can't let this continue to go on. So what we're doing is we're meeting with the doctors, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, and others, and we've already started the discussion. And I can say that, I'm a student like your students. We're all learning this together. I learned a lot from Deborah. I learned a lot from Tony. I learned a lot from a lot of people that this has been their life's work. I've learned a lot. We're going to come up with a date, and we're going to do two things. We can do two things at one time. At the same time, we're going to be very vigilant. We're going to be so vigilant in terms of all of the things that we have to do that we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks ad nauseum. And I think it's going to be ultimately a far better solution for our country. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What advice is Dr. Fauci?
Deborah, why don't you go back? And we want her to go back to work immediately. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Deborah.
Can I have one more question?
Yeah. Deborah?
One more.
Come on. They won't let you go.
So there's still 1 week left to go and 15 days to slow the spread. Doesn't talk of reopening the government quickly undermine that? I mean, why would anyone today still social distance or not run out to see the
Actually, it
cherry
should
blossoms?
reinforce it, because if people know that we're considering and trying to understand the impact of the good work that they have done, I think it reinforces them to do good work for the next whatever it is, days, weeks in the future, because it says to them, we're looking very carefully of the impact that the work that you did, the selflessness that you brought to this, the ability to stay home with your fabulous children, your ability to social distance, the ability to give up on going to restaurants and just having takeout, all of those sacrifices, the ability of your protecting our elder generation, the greatest generation, and making sure they're safe in nursing homes but not seeing them. All of us have made sacrifices. I haven't seen my grandchildren in 3 weeks. I know other people are like that they have really made those personal sacrifices. What we're asking every American to do is to make those personal sacrifices for these next week and now, so that we can evaluate the impact of that sacrifice. So I think, if anything, it strengthens the willpower to say, yes, I can do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
So can I ask, where was Dr. Fauci today?
Go ahead. 1 second, please.
Sir, one thing some public health officials have said would be helpful is to open back up the ACA exchanges so that people who are worried about perhaps getting treatment could go sign up for insurance now, even though the open enrollment period is open. That's something you can do with
Well, it is. It's something we're talking to a lot of people about. We'll see what happens, but we're talking to people about it. Go ahead, please.
Where is Dr. Fauci right now? Why is he not at this briefing? Will he attend future ones?
Oh,
And
I was just with him for a long time. And, he's at the task force meeting right now. We have a task force meeting. He was there.
does he agree with you about the need to reopen the economy soon?
Well, he doesn't not agree. I mean, we had a long talk, and he understands there's tremendous. There's a tremendous cost to our country, both in terms of lives and in terms of economics, and in terms of many, many years of rebuilding something that was a fine-tuned machine. It was nobody's fault. It just happened. This horrible virus came from wherever, and it just happened. It just happened. He fully understands that. No, he's a good man. I like Dr. Fauci a lot, just so you understand. No, he's not here because we really weren't discussing what he's best at, but he'll be back up very soon. Yeah, please. And we'll be discussing dates and times with him. And we are talking about I don't want to use the word abbreviated because so much has been gained by what we've done, but we're talking about not during the period, during the 14 or 15 days, but not too long after that. Which I think is going to make a lot of people happy. It's going to make a lot of companies happy. It's going to make a lot of workers happy. Yeah, John?
Mr. President, so ultimately, will you take Dr. Fauci's recommendation on this, or are you thinking he's just looking at one set of inputs?
I would certainly, he's very important to me, and I will be listening to him. I'll be listening to Deborah, who you just spoke to. I'll be listening to other experts. We have a lot of people that are very good at this. And ultimately, it's a balancing act. But, the expression, we can do two things at one time. And we've got an incredible country. We have to keep it that way. And that includes not just economics, that also includes life and death. We have to keep it that way.
Mr. President, on the social distancing,
I'll get you in a second.
you're talking about social distancing amongst us reporters, and you mentioned that one of our own has come down or
Yes.
potentially come down. Even if someone does come down in the White House press corps, would you pledge to the American people that you'll keep this room open? We're clearly 6 feet apart.
Well, I've gotten to like this room. This room is
Well, you
very
keep open for these
convenient. I
briefings.
can say from the standpoint of being president of the United States, this has been a very convenient room for all of us. You people have set up, so I never even thought of closing it. So you're asking me a question that I never thought in terms
I'm
of
giving you
closing
the
it.
opportunity to
Can you
pledge
give me
to-
a good reason to close it? We could build a
I'll give
larger
you the
room.
opportunity to keep, I mean, you see.
I don't want to make commitments like that because it's not something I've ever really thought about. There are certain people that would like to see a larger room built. We need a larger room. Other presidents didn't need such a large room, but we need a larger room. And there are some people, but it's not something that is really on my mind, to be honest with you. Yes, please.
All right, so Q2, we know it's going to be brutal. Who are you listening to? Where is the brain trust to help get us through that period? And also, has your opinion of the chair
Which period?
Q2, the second quarter, JP Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, they're
Sure.
all predicting a pretty dire second quarter. So who are you listening to? Where's the brain trust? You have all these medical
Well,
advisors.
I think we're listening to many people. I mean, that was my world. I know many of those people. I have many people that are friends of mine, some enemies also, by the way. But, it's been a good world for me. I like that world. I like those people. They're tough and they're smart. But I listen to many of them. Ultimately, they all go into that computer, and I say, this is what we're going to do. I have to make a decision. This is a very important man right here to my right, our great vice president, because he's got a great instinct about things, too. So I'm going to be listening to Mike. He's headed up the task force, I think, brilliantly. I think it's going to go down as that because he's really done a job. He's been, not only has he been good, he's been soothing. He's really been great for the American public to watch it. And I mean that in the most positive way. There is a solidity with Mike that you don't find in many people. He's been soothing. He's been good for the American public. They have confidence in him. I think he's done an incredible job. And his advice is very, very important to me. So he's going to be he didn't come from that world, the world of finance, but he understands the world of finance. He was a great governor in Indiana. They did very well financially, too.
So you won't give us even one name of someone else you're listening to?
Well, I could give you a whole list, and we'll probably even set up committees. I'd rather not give you one because then I'm going to leave out. I have spoken to so many people, and I'm.
Turned on the spigot today.
What?
Are you happy with the Fed now that he's turned on the spigot?
I am happy with him. Yes, I think he's. I really think he's caught up, and he's done the right thing. And I think ultimately, we will be rewarded because of the decision he made over the last. He's really stepped up over the last week. And I have to tell you, I called him today, and I said, Jerome, good job. You really did it. It might be. He was, a little bit slower than I would have liked in the sense of what he was doing. Other people might have liked it. But today I called up Jerome Powell, and I said, Jerome, you've done a really good job. I was proud of him. That took courage. And ultimately, you're going to see the fruits. Now, he's not finished. I mean, he's got other arrows in the quiver, or whatever they say. I will tell you, he's got plenty of arrows. But no, I'm very happy with the job he did.
Mr. Vice President, you said that you'd bring the Secretary of Education here either yesterday or today. Why isn't she here today, and can we expect her this week? Also yesterday, you said you'd have some guidance for us on people who had potentially been exposed to the virus returning to work sooner. Do you still expect that guidance?
Yes, thank you for the question. I spoke to the Secretary of Education today, and we're going to have her at the podium very soon. The Department of Education has created a very easy waiver application for every state. It's virtually an automatic application for states that want to be excused from national standardized testing requirements. We reviewed that with all of the governors today. And also what's called distance learning, the accreditation process for higher education. The Secretary of Education, at the President's urging, has loosened the rules around distance learning. You're seeing many colleges and universities embracing distance learning now, putting it into practice. We've allowed for that. But also the Department of Education is setting up a website and best practices information for K through 12 distance learning. And she actually told me that the state of Florida and New Hampshire are really setting the pace on distance learning for K-12. My wife is an elementary school teacher. Obviously, there's different challenges for distance learning for K through 12 students, particularly younger kids. But the Department of Education is determined to continue to make those best practices available. We talked about the website that's being built, and she'll be coming and making a presentation on that, because as the President reflected a little bit ago, as Dr. Birx did, we understand there's a lot of kids out of school, but parents are anxious. A lot of kids out of college and university, like my daughter, who's has been dismissed from what remains of this semester of grad school, but is still doing the work, and the Department of Education is working earnestly to make that a reality.
See her this week?
I'm sorry?
We'll see her this week?
Yes, I'll have her here this week. She, given the issues that we were dealing with today with the Attorney General, we thought it might be just as timely in a few days. With regard to the guidance that you asked about, the President's Coronavirus Task Force is in the process of reviewing recommendations from CDC. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security. We'll be bringing those to the President as recommendations of approval. We're specifically looking at people that work in critical infrastructure, people in law enforcement, people in critical transportation. You can go right now to the Department of Homeland Security's website for a very useful definition of critical infrastructure. And if you look at the second page of 15 days to slow the spread, you'll see the President's recommendation for this 15 days is for people to stay home from work whenever possible, except for people working in critical infrastructure. And the guidance that we're looking forward to unpacking is how people who may have come into contact with someone that tests positive for coronavirus would be able to, if they have no symptoms, would be able to return to work, wear a mask for a certain period of time, but otherwise go back to business. It's a focus on critical infrastructure jobs. We should have that guidance before the President and before the public tomorrow.
Mr. President, we have understandably a patchwork of plans
By the way,
at the moment.
I just want to say, while we're thinking about it, China has very much stepped up, as you probably know, the agricultural purchases from our farmers and some other purchases too. So they have a difficult time also right now, but they very much stepped up their purchases and significantly. So we're very happy about that. The other thing, I'm standing here in this case with our Vice President, trying to let you ask anything you want having to do with the subject, which frankly is pretty much all anyone cares about right now. But because I think it's very important. I don't want to stand here for 2 hours and do this, but I think it's important that, you know, I call it get it out of your system. Give us any question about it, because I think it's important for the public to know. So we don't want to answer 2 questions and leave. We want to answer your questions. That's why we're doing this for so long. And I think it gives our country confidence, and it gives, I think we're giving, you know, we're all gaining knowledge. This has been an unbelievable process, but we're all getting out. So I want to, you know, stay here. Sometimes we're here for 2 hours and we're answering questions. At least you will say that I'm very transparent. I think you're going to have a hard time saying he is not transparent, but we take a lot of questions from you. Unfortunately, some of them are repetitive, and some of them are fantastic questions. Some of these questions are great. Some of the questions lead to us solving a problem. You bring up problems that people didn't know existed. But I just want to let you know, so we're doing this so that we can be transparent, so that we can get everything out. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, we have a patchwork of plans, understandably, at the moment. Are you coordinating an economic response with the leaders of the G7 at the moment? You are?
Yeah, we're very, very close to them. We had a couple of great talks, plus I've spoken to a number of them individually. Yeah, we're very, very closely aligned. Please.
One for the Vice President real quickly, and then one for you. Vice President Pitts, we were talking about those self-swab tests. When will those be available? They said this week, but do you know which day, and do you know where they're going?
The FDA just announced that decision, and my understanding is that they'll be now going directly to market. I'll have a good estimate for you on timeline, but and what the President has charged us to do at the task force is to promote as much creativity and as much innovation as possible. And frankly, Dr. Hahn, as the President said, at the FDA has done a remarkable job going through the review and approval process for these new methodologies really in record time. We reflected a little bit ago about the fact that we're pretty sure we set a record. I think it was 62 days to be in the phase 1 clinical trials of a vaccine that's actually in clinical trials today. But this new approval from a study done by United Health Group and the Gates Group means that now self-collected nasal swabs will become available. We're going to be working through FEMA with governors around the country to make sure and distribute those methods, as well as the swabs or any other supporting material, and get those into this vast array of labs that are now stood up around the country.
That's going to make a big difference, too, because that really is a process that's easy, as opposed to the current process, which is not, as I've said, it's not pleasant.
My other question for you, I just want to get clarity on this. If we get to next week, we're deciding, you're deciding what to do with these guidelines, whether to ease them or reinstate them for another 15 days. Will you follow the advice of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci if they say you should maintain them for
And
2
others,
more weeks?
yeah. And then ultimately I have to make a decision, but I certainly listen to them. I listen to a number of people, and I have a lot of respect for Dr. Fauci and for Dr. Birx, and I'll be listening to them and others that we have that are really doing a good job. John?
But are you worried that if you do this too quickly, if you lift these restrictions too quickly, the virus will start spreading unabated? And how can you be sure that that's not going to happen?
Well, you know, we have now a system, and the system's in place. And we have 2 very, very powerful alternatives that we have to take into consideration. And as I said, one of the things that has really gotten me thinking about this. Number one, I'm looking at what's going on, and you know, life is fragile, and economies are fragile. But one of the things is the mortality rate, John. When we first started this, nobody knew anything about this particular virus. Very, very little. I mean, we started off, we were hearing numbers of 5%. That's an astronomical number when the flu is 0.001 and 2 and 3, right? And so 5% would be an astronomical number. Now we're seeing numbers that may be less than 1, and that's not including the exercise that I just went through where many people don't report. So everybody getting very sick is reporting, but nobody getting, you know, not very sick, and that should be part of that equation. So that just keeps reducing the number. So the mortality rate is that's a big, to me, that's a very big factor. When we were hearing 3 and 4%, remember we had one day where we thought it was 5%, and we were getting a lot of bad numbers from countries that, I don't know why, but we were getting a lot of bad numbers. I do wish, our relationship's very good with China, but I wish they could have told us about this a little bit sooner, you know that. But the mortality rate's a big thing for me because I think we're very substantially under 1% now. That's it's still terrible. It's still the whole thing. The whole concept of death is terrible. But there's a tremendous difference between something under 1% and 4 or 5 or even 3%. So that's something that we're learning now. And I think the number may be lower than people think because of what I've been saying. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, have you instructed Secretary Mnuchin and the others working on this bill with Congress to meet some of the demands the Democrats have made with regard?
Well, I thought we had a deal last night, and then the Democrats changed the deal. So we had a deal last night that was going to be phenomenal for the workers, which is my number one aim. I want to take care of the workers. And we had a deal. I was pretty sure we had a deal last night. If you would have told me at a certain time, like about 9 o'clock, I would have told you we pretty much have a deal. And then all of a sudden it changed fairly rapidly. And, it was unacceptable. It would have been bad for our country. And they were asking for things that would have not been good. I mean, things that bore no relationship to what we're talking about. We said, that's not the game. We can't play that game. So we'll see. Look, the Democrats do want to make a deal. But, Jeff, I thought we had a deal last night.
And if you come further into this process weeks or months from now and decide that further stimulus is needed, will you be able to work with Speaker Pelosi on that?
I'll work with anybody to help the American people. I will. I don't care who it is. I'll work with anybody if I feel I'm going to help the American people and the American worker. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, some states are still reporting a shortage in materials needed to actually process the tests. So what is the administration doing to get all the states the materials that they need?
Well, you just saw the Admiral, and you just saw the FEMA people, and you just saw the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're building hospitals in New York and California and state of Washington and New Jersey. I just made a commitment to Phil that we're going to help him out with some of the areas in New Jersey, which is very important, a great state. So we're doing a great job, and we're there to help the governors. But the governors are on the front line, and they can do some of it themselves. Governor Cuomo, he's been working very hard, and he worked with me on the hospitals and medical centers, because it's not just hospitals; it's called hospital, and another is medical centers, of which we're building numerous for New York, and we have it all laid out. We have Javits Center, and then we have other locations throughout the state, and I think it's really a great plan, and we're going to have FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers involved, and I've worked with them. We're building a wall. We're up to over 150 miles of wall on our southern border, which is now turning out to be even more important than we originally thought, but I always thought it was very important having borders. And so I'm working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I see what they do and how they do it, and that used to be my business, and I know it very well, and they're very professional. They're really good. So you're going to see a lot of good things happening in many states, beyond the states I just mentioned. In many states, we're working with Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. We're working with Governor McMaster, right, in South Carolina, where they have a little bit of a breakout, not by comparison, but a little bit. We're working with many governors in many states. Actually, states where you almost would think that they have it under pretty good control and they've done a great job. But we're working with many states, and that's primarily FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers. And they're capable of doing it.
Mr. President, back to the stimulus. Can I ask a question on behalf of my radio pool colleague, Tamara Keith from NPR?
Sure.
She asked me to ask this to you.
Sure.
You just mentioned that there were some things last night that were unacceptable, which would have been bad for the country, that the Democrats were bringing into the stimulus conversation. Her question was, what provisions would you absolutely not support in this plan right now?
Well, a lot of the provisions that they wanted, like stock buybacks, I agree with that. That's good with me. I mean, I don't like them buying back stock. I like them spending money on airplanes and on their employees and their real business, not buying back stock. And I don't know if that provision is going to be put in one way or the other, but I'm all for it. And many Republicans, I can tell you, are for it, and I think many Democrats are for it. But they were putting that out like it was a problem last night. Not a problem for me, I can tell you that. Please.
She also wanted to know, how much would you want the cash relief directly for Americans? What number would you like to see?
Well, I think what you're talking about right now is at least $3,000 per family of four. Isn't that correct? $3,000 for a family of four, which is bold. And if this continued, we have to build this up. And if this continued, we'll do something else, and we'll do more at a later date. But that's a big number. If you remember, they were talking about $500 and $600, and we are all for that. As of this moment, it's $3,000 for a family of four. Please go ahead.
When you're looking at some of the economic headwinds that we're facing, I'm wondering if one of the things you're concerned about is the strength of the dollar, and if there's something that we should do to address that, including possible.
Well, we have a very strong dollar, and you know, a strong dollar is good in many ways, but it's also tough in many ways because it makes trade much harder. It makes it much harder for Caterpillar Tractor and other companies to sell their goods to Europe or China or wherever they may be sold. So having a strong dollar is good, but it really sounds good. But the truth is, it makes certain things like trade much tougher. And our dollar, I don't know if you've seen, but our dollars remain very strong, especially against other currencies, very, very strong, which, again, makes that trading more difficult. But there's something nice about having a strong dollar, right? You know, no matter what. I'm president, it's nice to have a strong dollar. But it does make trading more difficult.
Just to go back to stimulus, you're confident you're going to get a deal?
Well, I think the Democrats want a deal, and I think we want a deal. So it would be very foolish if they didn't make a deal. The American public is demanding a deal. I can tell you the Republicans want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal that's good for the workers, good for the country. And I really believe the Democrats want to make a deal, but they have to stop asking for things that bear no relationship to what we're talking about.
And you've had a lot of laudatory things
That are
to say.
actually bad, that are actually not good for the country.
You've been very laudatory to the Democratic governors. You mentioned Governor Cuomo. You mentioned some others.
Yeah.
If you'd get a stimulus bill, I'm wondering if you'll extend this bipartisan goodwill to Speaker Pelosi and invite her here for a signing ceremony.
Well, let's see what happens. I have to see what happens. Right now, we don't have a deal, but I think we're very close. I mean, when I left, which was quite a while ago now, because again, we're trying to answer every question, so there's no, it'd be nice if you were just exhausted and said, that's it, we can't do any more, but there's always hands up. But, and maybe one of those questions is great and unique. But no, look, I want what's good for the country. And if that means meeting, I think that's great. I just want what's good for the country, great for our workers, great for the citizens of the United States. That's all. It's pretty.
When's the last time you've spoken with Pelosi?
Well, it's been a little while. Yeah, please.
Both you and the Vice President have been tested for the virus. Also, Mrs. Pence. Has the First Lady been tested?
Yes.
And?
She's great. She's fine.
Negative?
Negative, yes. Okay? Negative.
One of the sticking points on the stimulus, who's going to hold Treasury accountable for this $500 billion corporate rescue fund?
Well, you need that to help all of these companies that have a chance of not being companies anymore. And that's going to be a good thing for the country because deals will be made, and we're talking to certain people, some of the greatest people in the history of Wall Street, frankly, where when they do a deal, we'll have stock for America. We'll take back stock for the United States. At the same time, most importantly, we'll keep those companies healthy. But we can also make incredible deals for the country so that number will increase exponentially. I mean, this is a great thing.
The fund is about the lack of oversight. For Treasury to have this unilateral authority to dole out all of this money.
Well, look, I'll be the oversight. We're going to make good deals. We make good deals, but these companies need it. Even if it was just a simple loan, which would be, but we can do better than that. And the companies are willing to do better than that. I mean, they got hit. Most of these companies, it was through no fault of their own. There are a couple where it was, they were troubled before they came in. We talked about one. It had trouble. Nobody can believe it, actually, in that one. But these companies are, through no fault of their own, they have difficulty. I mean, 2 weeks ago, these companies were among the most solid institutions in the world. You'd want to buy their bonds. Their bonds were rated AAA or whatever their highest rating is today. And now all of a sudden they have difficulty because they've been closed up. So you need something to keep them going. But that money is not going to be wasted money. That money is going to be seen, and we could multiply that number by many times coming back to the American public. That could be a phenomenal thing. But most importantly, it's going to keep these great engines of jobs and ingenuity going. Very important. Yeah, how about one or two more and we'll go. Go ahead, please, and then Jeff.
Thank you, sir. Are there things you regret in the way you handled the crisis so far? Are there words you regret?
I don't think so. You know, I'm looking forward. I don't look back. I guess there's always something everybody regrets. There are things in your life you regret. We all regret things, but I really like to look forward. I'm a person that looks a forward thinker, I guess they would say. No, I think that we've handled it really well. It seems to be the American public thinks that we've handled it well if you look at polling data. But I'm not interested in myself. I'm interested in the American people. We have to get this going. We have millions and millions of jobs that were solid as a rock 3 weeks ago, and today there could be questions. And the faster we get it going, the more likely it is that those stores, little businesses, big businesses, medium-sized businesses open up. And we'll get it going very fast. I really believe this is a pent-up demand. I think that as soon as we say, let's go, and it's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be sooner than people would think. We're in a position to take care of our country, but at the same time to have the country really go up like a rocket ship economically, and that's great for jobs. It's great for everything else. Yeah.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask a question for a colleague who can't be in the room because of social distancing.
For who?
A colleague who can't be in the room because of our social distancing about Florida.
Yeah.
He wanted me to ask, should Governor DeSantis have closed all of the beaches in his state?
Well, that's really up to the governor. I mean, I think that, first of all, he's a great governor. He's done an incredible job, Governor DeSantis of Florida. And on the beaches, I guess he's recently made a decision, but you do have a lot of room on the beaches. And, you know, I think it's just a decision that he made originally, and then he's refined it, and then he's done something that a lot of people agree with what he's done. But he's done a lot of things right. And he's been truly, he cares so much about health care, he cares so much about the cost of prescription drugs. He's been a fantastic governor for Florida. They're very happy with him. The whole concept of the beach, it's a very interesting issue. There are a lot of open spaces that includes parks and other things. But rather than relying on social distancing, they're probably going to do that one a different way. But I would imagine when we make our decision, things like that would be opened up. And then people will remember what they're supposed to be doing. Well, I want to thank everybody very much, and we'll see you tomorrow sometime, and we'll get this going, I think, really well. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Do it tomorrow.
Accidents comparison.
Mentioned, I've been proud of the work of this body. I've been proud of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. No one's got wisdom on how to fix all this. No one knows what's coming in the future. But I think all of us know that we need to act, and we need to act boldly, and we need to act in a bipartisan way. And we did it. We did it. Again, in less than a week. Not a perfect bill, that's for sure, but it's going to provide help. To my fellow Alaskans, to Americans, it's massive, it's bold, it's bipartisan, it's timely. And as of yesterday, I thought we were going to go another bill out to the American people quickly. Hope. That's what they need. Yes, the Senate's working. And then for whatever reason, and I'm not going to point fingers, the wheels started to come off. On this one, the one that we really need. And the bill has been filibustered. That means we can't even get on the floor to debate it. Can't start debating it. Now, look, I've been listening to my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. There's been a lot of anger on this floor, a lot of back and forth. My good friend from Nebraska just talked about this idea that somehow my colleagues on the other side filibustered this bill that the Senate has been working on to make room for Speaker Pelosi's bill. I really, really, really hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. I don't think there's one member of this body, Republican or Democrat, who could defend that, what Senator Sass just read on the floor. And then there started to be talk about, well, the bill that we had that we're focused on is all about bailouts. That's a charged term, Mr. President, as you know. But you could talk about the 2008-2009 TARP bill. I wasn't a member of the Senate then, during the financial crisis, as a bailout. I think that's a good description. Why was that a bailout? Because you had people on Wall Street taking risky actions that eventually cratered the financial system. By the way, they made a ton of money doing it. Cratered the economy. And then they had to be bailed out because the banks were going to go under and it was going to ruin the U.S. economy. That's a bailout. That's a classic bailout. But, Mr. President, what we're seeing right now is much more like a natural disaster, much more like a war. There's no one to be blamed right now. The airlines shouldn't be blamed for what's happening right now. This is a pandemic. So this term being thrown around, oh, it's a bailout, what we're trying to do is help the American worker, help the American family. It's not a perfect bill, but we are dealing with a natural disaster. Something came over from overseas onto our shores, and we're now all trying to deal with it. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude by saying I'm on this side of the aisle. I'm a Republican with principled views on certain issues. I certainly have strong views about protecting my state. But I've also tried to work throughout my time in the Senate with my colleagues on both sides. Some of my closest friends are my Democratic friends, and I'm proud of that work. That's how you get things done in this body. Some I've been working with all weekend. This issue should not be about partisan politics. So my point was not to come down here on the floor and make this a partisan speech. We are facing one of the most unprecedented challenges in the history of the United States of America. We certainly need to move beyond politics. And if you looked at what was going on in the Senate until yesterday, that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 3 weeks. Are there areas of compromise in this bill that hopefully can unlock things? Sure. 2 that I've been working on and supporting, again, with my Democratic colleagues, pressing my colleagues on. Could we have more transparency on this federal facility program? Sure. Absolutely, I would be very supportive of this. Are there ways to help shore up distressed pensions for the great working men and women who build things in America? Yes. But, Mr. President, we're running out of time. We are running out of time. We need to pass this bill now. And why do we need to pass this bill now? Because it's going to help the people we represent. It's going to help people in Connecticut and Virginia and Colorado and Montana and Alaska. And they need hope. They need hope right now. And again, this bill isn't perfect, but it's got a lot of hope. And once we pass it, then all of us are going to need to do the hard work to making sure that the implementation of this bill goes as effective and smoothly as possible. And then when we see mistakes in it, which there will be, we need to come back here and act to correct those. That's what we need to do. These are exceptional times for our country, Mr. President. We had an influenza outbreak in 1918 that ravaged the world, and it particularly ravaged my state. As Senator Murkowski said earlier today, one of the things that's got a lot of us troubled in Alaska was 100 years ago when the influenza came through, it did finally get to some of our Alaska Native villages. I have over 200 communities not connected by roads with very limited healthcare facilities. And during the Spanish influenza, many of these communities were completely wiped out. Scary time. Scary time. But we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it stronger, more resilient, and the way we're going to do it is if we're all working together, which we had been until about 24 hours ago. So I think the provisions outlined in this bill, while not perfect, are what the American people are looking for. They can help minimize the damage done by this pandemic, and I certainly hope that we come together the way we have been for the last 3 weeks in a bipartisan way to get this voted on, passed as quickly as possible, because every hour delay imperils the incredible American people that we represent. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to follow my friend and colleague and fellow Marine from Alaska. We are separated by about as far a geographical distance as can be in this nation, Alaska and Connecticut. And I'm also pleased to be followed by a colleague from Colorado who is almost smack in the middle. And we are united, despite our geographic differences and despite our political differences. And I want to assure the American people that the contention they have seen on this floor in no way reflects the reality of our hope and desire to move quickly and to move big to address this unprecedented historic crisis, a healthcare emergency and an economic emergency in this country. The reality is that right now, less than 25 yards from us, the minority leader, the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, and perhaps the Secretary of the Treasury or his representatives, and also representatives of the White House, are literally working on a better bill. A bill that better protects workers. Workers and families should come first, not corporate interests. Small businesses should be a priority. They are the economic backbone and major employers in our country. And it will be a better and a bigger bill in addressing the medical surge that this country must confront. The imminent soaring of numbers of cases, the potentially fatal infection that are about to deluge our hospitals and healthcare facilities, and the need for ventilators, masks, tests, gowns, all kinds of equipment that will help to save lives. I think all of us could do well by listening to the American people about the need for a bigger, better, bolder bill. And I have been inspired by how resolute and resilient the people of Connecticut have been. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I have talked to them around the state of Connecticut before we were restricted in our meetings, and then by talks on the telephone, by teleconferences, and conversations. I have spoken within the last few days to the Greater Danbury Chamber of Commerce and small businesses that they assembled, and large ones. the Northwestern Chamber of Commerce, meetings of small businesses from the Hartford area, the federally qualified health centers of Connecticut, hospital executives, doctors, and professionals who are dealing with this crisis now on the front lines, and of course, local officials. Just today, the South Central Council of Governments with mayors and local officials from up and down the coast of Connecticut, great nonprofits, AmeriCares, food banks like Food Share. And what they are telling me is, do it urgently, do it big, but do it right. We need to do it quickly, but we need to get it right. And that is why this additional time is absolutely the right thing when we're talking about almost $2 trillion in taxpayer money and a crisis that demands the kind of careful and deliberate thought. I was a critic of the last bailout because it insufficiently protected workers and consumers. And we know that we can do better than they did then, and we will because we are putting workers first. And what I have heard in listening to the people of Connecticut, talking to small businesses who are fearful about closing their doors and going broke, workers who are scared about losing their jobs, and nonprofits who are frightened about failing in their missions for lack of resources, is that they are hurting, they are fearful about being crushed by this healthcare and economic crisis. And that's why we need to work together to protect the men and women who own those small and medium-sized businesses with a generous loan and grant program. And we should take care of their workers with an expanded unemployment compensation program and guarantees that those small businesses will in fact maintain their payrolls. And if we're going to provide money to big industries like the airlines, we must include conditions, strings attached, that put workers first. No layoffs, no salary cuts for workers or salary increases to the corporate executives, and no stock buybacks, and treat consumers fairly. That should be the set of principles. Right now, all across America and in Connecticut, working families are worried about whether they're going to see another paycheck. They're worried about how they're going to pay their rent and utility bills, put food on the table, clothe their children. And small businesses are watching years of hard work, years of risk-taking and entrepreneurial energy potentially teeter on the brink of absolute collapse. We face calamity and catastrophe, not the fault of any of them or workers or large or small executives, but we must respond to the magnitude of this moment. I spoke on a radio program this morning, Chaz and AJ on WPLR, and I was asked, will it be bipartisan? Can you be bipartisan? The answer is clearly yes. We have been on 2 relief packages, and we will be on this one as early as tomorrow or the next day, because no partisan plan will pass as the creation of one party or another. Storefronts and inventory lists aren't the backbone of our economy. It's the millions of men and women who go to work every day and even tomorrow will do their jobs even in the face of the uncertainty and the fear that they confront. Doing right by our economy means doing right by them, working families of America. There's much that the president could do If he uses, for example, the Defense Production Act or similar kinds of power that so far he has resisted invoking. He could provide the medical tools that we will need to confront the coming crisis by taking advantage of the offers he's received from GM and other major companies who produce the ventilators or the private protective gear that will help to save lives. There is much that we all must do in continuing to observe the restrictions that will help save lives. Not only restrictions physically in our homes, but also the perspective that we must have, that we are in for a long fight against this invisible foe. And it will be much longer than 15 days. It will be a matter of months, not weeks. And we must have the resilience and resoluteness that I have heard from the people of Connecticut in their voices as I have spoken to them. We live in no ordinary time, as Eleanor Roosevelt said about her era. And we must muster the same kind of determination, grit, and courage to face it. I know there is that transcendent sense of urgency to do it quickly and to do it right, and a shared sense of purpose that ultimately will get us to the other side of this crisis. And we will be better and stronger and a bigger nation. Not only in our economy, we will be a bigger nation because we have come together in meeting this crisis. So shared sacrifice must mean truly sharing the benefits with workers, with families, and with small businesses who will ultimately help us to save our nation and our economy. And my hope is that we will do it quickly, but we will do it right. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
The Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank my colleague from Connecticut for his remarks tonight and for the hopefulness that he has expressed. I've been here now for 11 years, and I can't predict success here, but I can't say it's assured, but I think it's very likely that we're going to come together in a deal. I hope we come together in that deal today, and I think the American people are going to be able to assess the progress that's been made for workers as a result of taking a little bit extra time, for hospitals as a result of taking a little bit extra time, for state and local governments who are going to benefit mightily because of the work that we've done. So I rise tonight really not to get into this back and forth about this, because I think we are going to address it. And I think we are going to address it in a way that's meaningful and in a way that's bipartisan, in a way that can help give the American people a measure of confidence that we're doing our job. And for those of you that have heard me over the years on this floor, I don't always come here with a report that optimistic, but tonight, given everything that I've heard over the course of the day, I want to say this is a serious problem. It's an unprecedented challenge. We have to rise to this challenge together, and I believe that when the votes are counted on this bill, it will have been a better bill for the work that's been done, and the vote will be a big bipartisan vote, which would be a shot in the arm for the country and for the American people. I want to talk not about this back and forth. I want to talk about something that's confronting us, and that is the worst pandemic in a century. Just a month ago, just 30 days ago, nobody here would have imagined 30 days ago we had 30 confirmed cases in the U.S. Today, there are over 41,000 cases, the most anywhere outside of China and Italy. The president's right. He goes out and says there are 140 some countries that have this. That's true. We're in the top 3 of those countries. 379 Americans have died as we're here tonight. And in the middle of the worst public health crisis in a century, our medical community doesn't have the basic supplies and equipment they need to respond. This matters, Mr. President, because if we don't get our doctors and nurses protective gear, they're going to get sick. And if they get sick, they can't help everyone else who's sick. That is a huge problem. And our medical professionals in Colorado, as in the Commonwealth of Virginia, all across this country, have been begging for us to pay attention to this for months. 4 months. The chief medical officer at Denver Health, which is our fabulous public hospital in Denver, one of the leading hospitals in this country, the chief medical officer there says they do not have enough tests or swabs to keep pace, and the turnaround time for tests is taking much too long. Our ICU right now is full of patients awaiting test results, she said. We need faster testing, and hopefully that's coming, but it's been a long time getting here, and every single healthcare worker who's tested in this country but doesn't get a result for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 days, even if they don't have the coronavirus, can't go back to work. And as a result of that, we face a severe shortage of healthcare workers in this country. At Denver Health, they say we're burning through our professional protective equipment to the point that we're on short supply, as is every other healthcare institution in Denver and likely in Colorado. If this continues, she said, we're going to have to put 2 patients on a single ventilator. That's not how it's supposed to work. In Colorado, our nurses are sewing masks because they don't have masks. My wife was sewing a mask at our home in Denver yesterday. In the United States in the 21st century. We have doctors who are getting just a single mask and being told to use it indefinitely. I was on the phone this evening with doctors from and administrators from our hospitals who are telling me that they are having to ration swabs for tests. It's a 2-swab test, but they're only using 1 swab because they don't have enough swabs to do it properly. There are doctors that are having to use the same mask patient after patient when the mask is designed for it to be only 1 patient. That's the way it's supposed to work. They are violating protocols of the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control because they are rationing equipment. That there's no excuse in this country, the richest country in the world, they should be rationing during this public health care crisis. Gowns, masks, shields, clothes. America's healthcare workers don't have any of it. And you know what they spent today doing? They spent today scrolling through ads, not all of them, not the ones with patients, but the ones who have to equip our medical professionals, scrolling through ad after ad after ad. From where? China. Saying that there are masks for sale in China. They have no idea whether these are fly-by-night organizations. These companies are requiring Denver Health and other hospitals to put the money up front and say, you'll get the masks 3 or 4 weeks from now. They don't even know whether those masks will come. They don't know what the quality of those masks will be. We were told yesterday by the president that China was sending us masks, and now all of those seem to be being sent to Italy. I saw a quote from a doctor in California who said, it's like we're at war with no ammo. That's not their fault. That is not their fault. And they are on the front lines of this war. We should be ashamed. We should be ashamed. I am. So the question is, how are we going to make sure our medical community has the supplies and equipment they need? Perhaps it would be useful to be honest about where we are, to start with. The Department of Health and Human Services estimates that we are going to need 3.5 billion masks to fight this pandemic this year. And when you hear me tonight use the word mask, just in your own mind, add the word gown, add the words gloves, add the word shield. Because they need all of that. 3.5 billion masks to fight this pandemic this year. When the administration first came with their first supplemental, requesting $1.8 billion. Today, we're at $2 trillion in just the last month. In just the last month, they came and said $1.8 billion. They said, we're going to need 350 million masks. We need 3.5 billion masks. Billion masks this year. Today in America, we have exactly 35 million masks. That is 1% of what we need. Not 80%, 1% of what we need. Nationwide tonight, our hospitals have 160,000 ventilators, among all the hospitals we have in the greatest country in the world. Johns Hopkins estimates that we're going to need another 40,000 ventilators by the time this is done. And you know what I heard tonight in Colorado? This might be of interest to the other senators that are here tonight, because New York represents half of the cases in this country right now. The concern from Colorado, and I'm sure from your states as well, is all those ventilators are going to go to New York. As they should right now, because that's where the greatest need is. What's going to be left for the rest of us? What's going to be left for the rest of us in 7 days or 10 days or 20 days? How can we be this foolish? How can we be this blind? The administration hasn't taken this crisis seriously enough from the beginning. And when it comes to the equipment that people on the front line need, the ammunition, to use their words, that the people on the front line need, they're being ignored or dismissed with a bunch of happy talk about how we're going to solve this problem. If we can even admit that there is a problem. And the result is something I never thought I would see in the United States of America, the country I grew up in. States like New York and New Jersey are literally being forced to outbid, or states like New York are being forced to outbid New Jersey and California to secure critical supplies while they're fighting throughout the worst public health crisis in a century. Yesterday, the president said during his press conference in the White House, he said, we want them to be on that market, on that open market, because we might lose money if we're not on that open market. Exactly the opposite of what he thinks is happening is happening. Governors like Andrew Cuomo are being forced to pay $7 for surgical masks that just a week ago cost 85 cents. My doctors in Colorado told me tonight stuff yesterday that was 5 times the cost of what it ordinarily is, today is 7 times the cost of what it ordinarily is. In Colorado, our children's hospital is paying 70 cents a mask, 10 times what they were spending a month ago. Ventilators that used to cost a few $1,000s now cost up to $40,000 because the president won't act. He will not provide the national leadership that we need. 10 days ago, he said, on the test, I don't take any responsibility at all. That's what he said. He may think that he doesn't have the blame for everything that's gone wrong, and I'm sure he doesn't. But he does have a very profound responsibility now that only the President of the United States have. When governors from across the country raised the supply shortages with him last week, he told them to, quote, get it yourself. He told them that the federal government is not, quote, a shipping clerk. He said, quote, the governors locally are going to be in command. We will be following them, and we hope they can do the job. Quote, we are there to back you up should you fail. We are failing, Mr. President. We are failing to address the seriousness of the public health crisis this country is facing. And we are going to rue the day that we said it was the hospital's problem to solve, that it was the governor's problems to solve, that it was the state's problems to solve. And I want to say this to the American people tonight because it is really important that you know what the facts are. It's important for you to know that we don't need tens of thousands of masks or millions of masks. We need billions of masks. And all the other equipment that I talked about earlier, gowns, shields, swabs, the elements of tests, the reagents that are necessary to take those tests. And when I say we, I'm talking about the healthcare professionals that we are relying on to be the front line in this effort. And what is the president's response to this? He's touted the shipments coming out of our national stockpile. I'm coming to think this national stockpile must be more like a really small national warehouse. Colorado received that shipment yesterday. We're grateful for it. We are grateful for the shipment we got from the national stockpile. But I want my colleagues to hear me. The Department of Public Health in Colorado estimates that those supplies will last for a single day of statewide operation. One day. When the president comes out and talks about the tens of thousands of masks that, are going to New York or California, as if that can make the difference, it won't make a difference when you need millions of masks. And then at the press conference yesterday, he suggested that new commitments by private businesses will somehow be enough. He said the numbers are quite large, and we have tremendous numbers of companies making equipment. We have respirators, we have ventilators, we have a lot of things happening right now. We have millions of masks that are coming, millions of masks, not billions. They will be here soon, he said. They will be shipped directly to the states. He failed to mention that soon actually means 18 months from now. That's not going to help us. We don't have 18 months. It's literally life and death. And it's for all of these reasons, Mr. President, that we ask the President to invoke his authorities under the Defense Production Act, which gives him, and him alone, the ability to mobilize private industry so we can ramp up production in a coordinated and coherent way, so we can have a national approach to fixing this broken supply chain, to fixing the empty storerooms, and to putting these critical supplies and equipment on the front line. And I was so pleased that he invoked those authorities 5 days ago. But instead of using them, he's equivocating. He said things like, we have the act to use in case we need it, the President said, but we have so many things being made right now by so many. He didn't finish the sentence, but he meant in this voluntary effort, which I deeply appreciate, by the way, don't get me wrong, every single mask and every single gown and every single shield that can be manufactured, and every single respirator that can be manufactured or lent to the people on the front lines, that's important. But it's not going to solve this crisis. It's not going to keep us in a position where we can actually flatten the curve. He said yesterday, we're a country not based on nationalizing our businesses. Call a person over in Venezuela, ask them, how did nationalization for their businesses work out? As every senator here knows, the Defense Production Act doesn't nationalize businesses. It is our tool. It is a mechanism to create a coherent strategy for our public sector and our private sector to produce goods based on an urgent national need. And the government pays market value for those goods and has a strategy for how those goods will be distributed around the country as the epidemic moves from place to place. It is unacceptable that we're in a situation where states are having to bid against each other, where the hospitals in Colorado are having to bid against each other. They said to me tonight, Michael, if you could just get us 5 million masks and send them to Colorado, we can distribute them, but it makes no sense for us to be looking up the yellow pages in China to buy masks. And I said to them, I wish that were enough. I wish that would be enough. But as long as Colorado is going to have to compete with New York, is going to have to compete with New Jersey, or compete with Florida, or compete with Texas, it won't work. And it's not just the price, although that is shocking. And the fact that there are people gouging, at a moment like this is appalling. It's not just the price, it's the availability. The nurses and doctors in Denver, Colorado, or in any city in this country tonight should not be using one swab for a test that takes 2. They should not be wearing one mask all day long, with a mask that's designed to be worn just with one patient. Donald Trump said, the president said yesterday, he looked into this, and as a businessman, he was shocked at all the masks being thrown away. We ought to be able to sterilize the mask. There are important reasons why we have those rules, to protect our healthcare workers and so we don't spread disease. By the way, I said, look, does it solve your problem that the president has said we can use construction masks now in our healthcare facilities? And they said, we're grateful for the additional masks that we're getting, but it's not remotely helping fix the problem, the scale of the problem. And a lot of these masks actually aren't appropriate in a healthcare setting. They'll do anything. They're not looking their nose up on it. I had somebody say to me today, one of the people on the call said they'd gotten masks from a fingernail salon. And that they had no idea what quality the masks were. There was Asian writing on the outside of the package. They don't know what it is, but those masks will be there when they've run out of all the other masks. That's what they're going to use. That is what we're using in the United States of America tonight. That's what we're telling the people we're asking to save our lives, to save our parents' lives. That's what we're saying. I'm sure the other senators have had the same experience that I've had, which is I've been in touch with companies all over my state that stand ready to help produce supplies and equipment. The president said yesterday one of the problems he had with this, one of the challenges that he had was you wouldn't have any idea where to begin. Don't know who makes ventilators. Maybe they made them a long time ago and they've forgotten how to do it, but surely he doesn't believe that we can't figure that out. That we couldn't figure that out in a split second, where the manufacturing capacity is in this country to do what needs to be done. But these companies have said to me that nobody in the administration has been in touch to tell them what to make, how much to make, or where it should go. And the truth is, and the truth needs to be understood. I say to my colleagues, thank you for your indulgence. I think this is a moment in time when we have to get this right, and we're getting it so wrong. The truth is, as much as we welcome all of the citizens and businesses who are stepping up on their own, it won't be enough. Hanes can't produce 3.5 billion masks. They are a great company. They are involved in cotton products, as the president said yesterday. They can't make 3.5 billion masks. They can't do it in the time we need it done. GM and Tesla can't manufacture 40,000 ventilators. The 2 million masks that the vice president trumpeted yesterday from Apple, we appreciate it. It's an infinitesimal amount. Sounds like a big number. That's why the president actually said yesterday, the reason I come out and read these big numbers is so you'll know that we're sending out lots of stuff to the... He said that. And I think that gives a complete misimpression that somehow this is handled, or that we got it together. We are one nation under God for a reason, Mr. President, and that is to respond to a challenge just like this one. It cannot be one hospital at a time, one state at a time, or one business at a time. That won't work. It's not a strategy. In fact, it's making matters worse. Because not only are we not fixing the supply chain, but the pricing is getting completely distorted, and people are competing with an incredibly scarce amount of goods. This is not a substitute, Mr. President, for a coherent national strategy to figure out how we're going to meet these critical supply and equipment shortages across the country. And every single day it gets worse. You can hear the panic in the governors and in the people working in our hospitals and in the people that are working with people who are having to go in under unsafe conditions, willing to do it. On the front line of this war, with no ammunition. With no ammunition. And as much as the president may not want to make these hard decisions, for whatever reason, because he hopes for the best, because maybe the medical thing will work itself out, maybe instead of 18 months it'll be shorter for a vaccine, maybe the hot weather will make things better. He's literally the only one with the authority to call America to this challenge. The president is portraying himself as a wartime president, but he's leaving it up to Haynes to plan D-Day. It won't work. He needs to give the front line of this war the ammunition they need, and he's the only one who can do it. No one else can do it. This Senate can't do it. So there's been a lot of back and forth today about, a brief delay in passing this economic package. And as I said, I hope very much it will pass. I hope very much we'll have a deal soon. I hope very much it will be bipartisan. We should do our work, and we should get that done. But I beg you, my colleagues in the United States Senate, every member of this body should be calling on the White House and asking why, after weeks, months, there is still no plan to make sure our doctors and nurses have the gear to protect themselves, why our hospitals still don't have the ventilators they need to treat people, and why it's not obvious where those ventilators are going to come from, why we still don't have a clear strategy from this administration to arm the front line that is waging this war while we're here tonight. This is perhaps the greatest challenge our country has faced since the Second World War. It probably is, and it is scary. But we've risen to the challenges before, and I think we can rise to this one. I may not have voted for the president. I may not agree with much of what he does, but I urge him to act. I urge him to use the authority that's granted to him uniquely in America. Out of 330 million Americans, only the President of the United States has that authority. He won that election. He has that authority. We can't do it without him. Lives are literally at stake in Colorado and across the country. We need him to lead, and I beg every single member of this chamber to do whatever you can, if you have influence on him. You get him to understand the gravity of the situation we're facing, the scale of the situation that we're facing, the scope that we're facing, and the lack of preparedness that needs to be addressed by invoking his authority under that statute. With that, Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for their patience, their indulgence, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague for his impassioned words that were right on the money. Now, Mr. President, the Senate is going to adjourn shortly, but that doesn't mean negotiations are slowing down one bit. Secretary Mnuchin just left my office. We've had some very good discussions, and in fact, the list of outstanding issues has narrowed significantly. We are going to work on into the night. I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise. I had not intended to speak today, but in my office, as I was alternately talking to Virginians and talking to colleagues about our goal to find an economic package that will backstop workers in the American economy, I had the TV on and I was watching what was happening on the floor. And I decided I would come and just speak for a few minutes because I frankly think that what's been happening on the floor today is sort of artificial, and it doesn't really show to the American public what is truly going on. There were a lot of speeches that were taking place where it was sort of a blame game. And I don't think that's what Americans wanted to see today. There was a vote, just as yesterday, another vote today that failed, a vote that was destined to fail, and I don't think that's what Americans deserve to see today. What Americans didn't see yesterday and today is the intense dialogue and debate and discussion around the third coronavirus response bill, by far the largest. It is important to get the details right. We spent time to get the details right in a bipartisan way to pass an $8 billion supplemental appropriation just 2 weeks ago. We spent time to get the details right to pass an extension of paid child care and unemployment insurance that had a cost of about $100 billion. We are now talking about an economic stimulus package that could be as high as $2 trillion. The American public wants us to get the details right. As I look at the stimulus discussions, it's sort of 5 pillars, is the way I describe it to Virginians. It's workers and their families, it's small businesses, it's large businesses and industry sectors, it's state and local governments, and it's our healthcare network. Workers, we're all hearing from people in our states who were so significantly affected. They're without salary and wages. How are they going to pay their rent or their mortgage? They're in danger of eviction and foreclosure. How are they going to pay child care and other expenses? This has to be the heart of this bill. I think the White House accepts that, and we should too. This package has got to be right for working people, and the details matter. Only about 26% of American workers are covered by the unemployment insurance system. So we can't just rely on that old system if we really want to backstop all the people who've lost income and protect them and their families. I saw that the government of the United Kingdom over the week has decided to just make a guarantee to all working people. We will backstop you for 80% of your lost earnings during the time period of this national emergency. We should hold ourselves to that standard and try to provide a package that backstops workers and their families, those who were low and middle income. That's pillar one. Pillar two, small businesses. I think there's huge agreement on this. Small businesses are the engine of the American economy, the employer of first resort for Americans, but those small businesses, including nonprofit, cultural, and service organizations, have significant challenges, and we need to get them through this tough time. If we get them through the tough time primarily with loans, and then we come out of this public health challenge into a challenged economy and they just have more debt on their books, we're not really going to help them. And so the small business pillar of this is very important to get them through this challenging time and do it in a way that does not just saddle these small businesses with more debt. Third, large businesses and industry sector, of course we need to provide protection for them. That's not the issue. And frankly, the issue is not even really the amount of the protection that must be provided. It must be significant. However, we learned through the stimulus package in 2009 and through the tax bill in 2017 that dollars given to many of the large businesses without conditions can be spent in very economically unproductive ways. So it's important to get those details right. Limits on using these federal funds for executive compensation, limits on using the funds for stock buybacks. We can get the details right so that the dollars that are provided to our large industry sectors and businesses are used to protect their employees. States and local governments, we're all on the phone with our governors and with our mayors and with county health officials. We've all watched them close down school systems, close down universities, deal with extra healthcare challenges, deal with skyrocketing unemployment insurance applications in every jurisdiction in the country. We should provide them resources to deal with those challenges. And my hope as a former governor, and we've got other former governors in the chambers, when we provide assistance to state and local governments, we'll do it in a way with maximum flexibility so they can use those funds in the way they see fit to meet the local needs that they've experienced. The last pillar, and I'll close here, and this is to continue my colleague from Colorado's passion and plea on behalf of our healthcare industry. The last pillar is the key important one, and that is the appropriate level of resources to our healthcare infrastructure. There won't be any amount of economic stimulus that'll work if we don't handle the public health crisis in a very smart way going forward. Nothing we could do. We could make it $3 trillion. We could make it $4 trillion. We would be pouring the money away if we do not get the public health crisis right. And if we get it right, that will be the single most important thing to restarting the economy. And so the last pillar of the 5 pillars that we're spending time on is support for hospitals and community health centers and other health clinics and healthcare professionals, and also supporting childcare for them. We've got to keep our frontline healthcare workers at work, but many of them have children in schools that have now been closed. We don't want them having to stay home with their kids because there's no childcare when we want them at hospitals and clinics. And so part of that 5th pillar has to be to protect these healthcare workers, not only their physical health, but their ability to go to work every day. I believe we are close on the negotiation. I don't like watching stem-winding speeches from the floor blaming who's responsible for not being able to pass a vote, when I know 20 yards away, the White House is sitting down with Democrats and we're getting closer and closer and closer to come up with a package that can gain bipartisan acceptance, as it should. The American public needs action. The American public needs big action. But if we're going to spend $2 trillion and we spend it the wrong way, we will regret it for years. If we spend it the right way, we can get through this crisis in a way that will do minimum damage to our economy. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say thank you to my colleague, the former governor of Virginia and senator from Virginia now. As a former governor, we have a real interest in making sure that there is a good cooperative spirit between the federal government and state governments. But this evening, as we've gone through an entire day, which is rather unusual in the Senate to have one senator speaking after another with others here, at a time in which we should be exercising separation, as they say, to have had as many colleagues on the floor shows just how serious the United States Senate is taking this issue. Perhaps the frustration laid out by members of my conference is that we really want this to move forward as quickly as possible, and we understand that it's very difficult to put together the resources in order to buy those additional pieces of equipment that our friend from Colorado laid out unless we have a long-term plan here in which to also pay for it. So what I'd like to do is to share a little bit within this, just in terms of a summary of what's in the proposal right now, and that we believe is an appropriate major step in taking care of funding to respond to not just the medical emergency, but also the economic emergency that we have in front of us right now for men and women that are worried about where they're going to get the next paycheck. First of all, under the appropriations section, we have $75 billion for hospitals. That's included in the proposal. $20 billion additional for veterans' health that's included. $11 billion more for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other preparedness needs. There's an additional $4.5 billion for the CDC, the Center for Communicable Diseases, CDC. And the reason why we've put that in there is because we want to be ahead of the game when it comes to making sure they have the resources to take care of the emergency needs that we know are showing up right now. There's also an additional $1.7 billion to add new medical equipment to the Strategic National Stockpile. As my colleague from Colorado was suggesting, this is an area where we need to beef it up, and we need to be able to provide that additional equipment. That's included in this bill that right now has been here for 2 days. Also, we understand that at the state level, there are other needs as well. There's $20 billion in here for public transportation emergency relief. There's $10 billion built into the bill right now for block grants to the states. That's the broadest type of resources that we provide to the states today. And there's an additional $5 billion to be added to FEMA's disaster relief fund. Remember that FEMA is now at a level 1, which is basically their highest level. They're coordinating now on a 24-hour basis with every single state in the nation, directly, back and forth, to provide an avenue of communication and logistics so that when parts are found or equipment is found in one area, it can be coordinated to get to an area where it is needed. Not so much because we always have all the supplies that we need available right now, but because we want the supplies that we do have to get to where it is needed as quickly as possible. That is in operation today. Now, there are other pieces to this that are also really important, and one of the reasons why you've seen the frustration on the Republican side of this discussion is because there's men and women right now that don't have a paycheck coming in. They've been laid off. Through no fault of their own, they're being laid off because of COVID-19 and because their businesses have been asked, or in some cases directed, to close. And when that happens, we feel an obligation to try to at least allow them the opportunity to make it through the next few months to get ready for the recovery that we're convinced can happen if we properly manage the emergency before us. I'd like to just go through them briefly so that after an entire day of discussion, there's at least an understanding of what's in the bill today, just for men and women that are hurting today. On a per-person basis, we're offering about $250 billion in additional resources. For a child, there's $500 for every child in a family, but that's on top of $1,200 for a mother and a father. And what we're suggesting with that is that it doesn't mean that you've got to have made that much. This is a refundable tax credit, and it's available to individuals regardless of if they even made that much or paid taxes on that in the last couple of years. This is really important because this is an immediate upfront payment from the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, back to individuals. And the sooner we pass this legislation, the sooner those dollars can get out to people who right now are hurting, and they need this additional assistance at this time. Not a month and a half or 2 months from now, but as soon as we can get it to them. Additionally, we have an unemployment proposal that increases the amount of money that goes into the unemployment funds in the amount of about $250 billion as well. Now, how does that break out and what does it mean to an individual? If an individual is on unemployment today, what we're offering, besides what they're getting from the state, is first of all, first dollar coverage with no 1 week wait period. And second of all, we're adding an additional $600 per week for the first 9 weeks that they're eligible for. Now, that doesn't mean that unemployment stops at that point, but there's $600 additional during that 9-week period of time. This is very important for individuals that have no place else to go and have already been laid off of work because we've told those businesses that they have to shut down. Now, another piece of this product right now that I think is an excellent piece, and one that I think not only offers emotional support for men and women that are struggling, but it also shares through small businesses an amount, about $350 billion, that goes to small businesses, businesses that are under 500 employees in size. And when we define an employee, we're talking about an FTE, or full-time equivalent of 40 hours. So if you've got 2 half-times, you have 1 FTE. But what we've offered to small businesses in this is a very simple loan and loan forgiveness program that they can go down to their local lender and apply. And the local lender is the person that puts the papers together and so forth. But what it allows them to do is to go down and say, look, I just have been told that my business is shut down. I don't want to lose my employees. And what they can do is borrow the money to continue to pay the payroll and benefits for those individuals that they would be laying off otherwise. And if they keep them on for a period of up to 8 weeks, we forgive the loan. It becomes a grant. But the reason for that is if we don't do that, those same individuals are going to be on the unemployment rolls. So why make them go through that emotional distress? And why have it in such a position that they may not get the benefits back that the small business is offering today? But we've done something else as well. We've said for that small business owner, we know many of you have mortgages, you have ongoing payments. So we'll also let you include your mortgage payments as well, and your ongoing rent, lights, and so forth. And if you keep open, you can also apply to have that part forgiven as well, up to a grand total of $10 million per business. Why? Because we want stability in the marketplace, and we think that's what a lot of employees want. We'd like to have that out this week. That's one of the reasons why you see the frustrations and the irritations on the Republican side of the aisle here, because we really thought that these items that we thought we were negotiating in good faith with members of the other side, with working groups that had both included, in such a fashion that we could move through this fairly quickly. And in fact, I think you've heard members on the other side of the aisle talk about the fact that they're not disagreeing with those things. Now there's another part too. There's larger businesses over 500 in size. When we have businesses that are bigger than 500 in size, what we said is, look, we're not going to give you a grant program. We're not going to be in the position of bailing you out. But what we do want to do is to make liquidity and loans available to you, loans that you can afford. We're going to ask some conditions of that, yes. But the idea here is to allow them to survive and to be ready to go back into business. Now, this seems to be the place where we have the most dissension and disagreement among the two parties, because while we are proposing that they can't use this to buy stock back, I think some of our Democrat colleagues thought we had to strengthen it. Fine. That shouldn't take 2 days to work out. They think we should have some more guidelines. Fine. But that shouldn't take 2 days to work out. The goal here is to keep as many people employed and to keep those businesses operational, so that as we move through this health emergency, that those businesses continue to do business in the future. There's a larger portion in this, which we also talk about, which is for the airlines and so forth. We have a frustration as well with our Democrat colleagues because of some of the suggestions that have been made. We don't think that they should have to remake their board of directors if they're going to get a loan. We think that the airlines are critical, not just to save the airlines, but because business relies on airlines and people rely on airlines now to get from one place to another throughout the United States. We've also included about $17 billion to take care of those separate industries on which we have national defense-specific issues. We think this has been well thought out. It doesn't mean that there isn't room for more negotiations, but time is of the essence. As we sit here this evening, more people will die, more people will get sick. More men and women will find themselves wondering where they're going to get their next paycheck. Every single day matters. So our request to the members on the other side of the aisle, who have twice now said, no, we don't want to take the first procedural step to get onto the bill. What we say is look, you've got to push hard on your leadership to come to a consensus. And please, this is emergency legislation. This should not be a Christmas tree. It should not be a piece of legislation that, since it needs to pass, that we can now put a wish list of other things that one party or the other has been trying to get in law, but does not have consensus on. This is where the areas of contention are this evening. So, to the men and women that are out there that are concerned, I can share with you that I think we have a very good plan, one that will come close to $1.9 trillion in terms of what we are offering. But at the same time, it needs to get out as quickly as possible. And it's got to be as simple as possible for those men and women to be able to apply for in an unemployment line, or the businesses to apply at their local bank so that they can keep people employed, or for that larger business to understand that liquidity is available to get them through a very difficult time, but it's not going to be a grant. It's going to be a loan. And finally, an area which is important that perhaps can have some additional thought put into, and that is that not just the hospitals at the local level need our support and our assistance right now because they can't do this by themselves. But we're going to find state after state is going to be in, knocking on our door saying, you've shut down businesses in our state, you've told us that we need to in order to quell this emergency, but in doing so, the revenues that are generated because of those business activities we don't have. And so you're going to find state revenues that are down significantly They're going to be coming in, they're going to be visiting. I'm convinced that between this package and perhaps the next package, we have to also recognize the impact to state governments who provide so many of the services that men and women rely on a daily basis. So I'd like to thank you for your time, Mr. President. I think this is important, and I think the message that we have to have as responsible individuals, members of this body in which today we truly did have debate and discussion on the floor, we have to finish this, and we have to do it in such a fashion that it reaches men and women who are counting on us as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of Executive Calendar 632, that the nomination be confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. The President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following nominations: Executive Calendar 238, 451, 453, 571, and 630.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the nominations en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc with no intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table en bloc, the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, the questions on the nominations are en bloc. All members say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session for a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 24th. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, following leader remarks, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 748.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.